She picked up my daughter. Everyone swears it was me, but I've never seen her before. This is The Woman Who Looked Like Me, a pulse-pounding psychological thriller about stolen identities, impossible evidence, and a mother forced to question everything she believes about herself. I arrive at the nursery out of breath, apologizing before I even reach the desk. "I'm so sorry I'm late. Work ran over." The receptionist looks at me with polite confusion. "I'm sorry, Ms. Banks, but your daughter was collected hours ago." I smile, expecting a misunderstanding. "By Gemma, my childminder?" She slowly shakes her head. "No." A cold silence settles between us. "She was picked up by you." They take me into a small office and replay the security footage. A woman walks confidently through the nursery doors. She smiles at the staff. She signs my name. She lifts my 9-month-old daughter into her arms. She has my face, my voice, even the tiny scar beside my eyebrow. But it isn't me. Within hours, the police begin asking impossible questions. Friends insist they've seen me in places I've never been. Someone is wearing my life like a perfectly tailored disguise. And wherever she goes, she leaves behind another piece of evidence pointing back to me. Everyone believes they know who took my daughter. The terrifying part is, they're looking at her. They're looking at me. Part 1, Chapter 1, Poppy. How am I supposed to look like a professional businesswoman, walk into a room full of colleagues, most of whom are arrogant middle-aged men in expensive suits, with leaking breasts, ready to explode at any moment? It's important for me to always remain professional, no matter the scenario. I pride myself on being able to work under pressure, with looming deadlines and mounting paperwork, all without breaking a sweat. Right this minute, though, my professional facade is perilously close to slipping off the ledge and plummeting to the jagged rocks below. My breasts are so swollen and sore that I can barely breathe for fear of them erupting like milk-filled pincushions being used as stress balls. It's impossible to focus on anything other than the excruciating pain emanating from my nipples. I've done my best to button my suit jacket across them, but the fucking top button has popped off, unable to bear the weight of my stupidly rock-hard breasts straining against the thin strands of thread. I'm not sure which is closer to erupting, my breasts or my sanity. It's fine. Just stay calm. I am a professional businesswoman and a breastfeeding mother. I can be both, I say out loud to no one but myself. It's my daily mantra. I've even got it scrawled across my bathroom mirror at home in bright red lipstick. Except I'm failing to be either right about now. I didn't have time to pump during my break this morning because Simon came waltzing into my glass-walled office and demanded to see my notes on the Whalen case. If he'd opened his beady little eyes, I thought, he would have seen that I emailed them over yesterday at the end of the day. But he didn't see them because, apparently, I never sent them. I went to send them again, annoyed at myself for forgetting, but they weren't in the folder where I'd saved them. I searched and searched, but they were nowhere to be found, so I had to type them up again, which meant that I'd been forced to skip my break and hadn't been able to duck into the ladies' toilets to secretly pump. Now I'm in this horrendous predicament. I'm less than 5 minutes away from one of the most important meetings of my career, in danger of my breasts exploding all over the fucking table in front of dozens of successful and intimidating managers and lawyers who could easily eat me alive. "Poppy, you're up. Let's go, kid," says Simon, popping his head round the door, then fleeing a second later. My body stiffens. I've asked him several times not to call me that. I grab my laptop and the case files scattered across my desk. They used to be in a neat pile, but in my haste to redo all the notes, I dropped the lot of them on the floor, so I scooped them up and dumped them on the desk. I attempt to stand up, but the weight on my chest is enough to send me off balance, like I have 2 bowling balls strapped to my body. I stumble against my swivel chair, barely remaining on my feet as I right myself, straightening out my jacket. "Get a grip, woman." I'm a professional, a successful lawyer. I can do this. Yes, I'm barely 3 years out of law school, but that doesn't mean I don't know what I'm talking about. I can hold my own, and I've already proven that I'm more than up for the challenge of working on some of the more demanding and complex cases run by this firm. This next presentation could catapult me to the top of the list for promotion. My career goal is to become the youngest corporate lawyer in the company to land a multi-million-pound case. Wallin Industries has approached us to run the merging of their company with several others, and I'm determined to clinch them as a client. It will all but seal the deal with regards to me landing a promotion above Tiffany, an Elle Woods lookalike who thinks she's better than me because she attended the University of Oxford, whereas I went to University College London. Simon doesn't think I'm ready, but I'm determined to prove him wrong. Granted, falling pregnant a year and a half ago hadn't been a part of my career plan. In fact, it threatened to derail it completely, but I've made it work. Granted, I could have chosen to terminate my pregnancy, and trust me, I was close to booking the appointment, but then I had one of those weird, life-changing premonitions, and I decided to jump into the deep end, ready to be a successful lawyer and a young single mother. I only took 6 weeks of maternity leave, ensuring I kept on top of everything by sitting in on work meetings via Zoom with a newborn attached to my nipple, unwashed hair, and no makeup. Camera off, obviously, and have stepped straight back into work mode. I caught up on lost time within 3 days, working myself to the bone, late nights, no sleep, and little food, but I'm back on track and ready to conquer. But my 9 months postpartum body is telling me otherwise. I quickly locate my handbag and pull out 2 more breast pads, stuffing them into my nursing bra, then readjust myself into a semi-comfortable position. I just need to get through this meeting, then I can pump and release the building pressure. Taking a deep breath, I grab my laptop and notes and head out the door towards the large meeting room at the end of the hall, my sky-high heels click-clacking across the tiled floor. 15 minutes later, a sheen of sweat is tingling on my upper lip as I reach the midway point of the presentation for Wallin Industries. There are 8 men all staring at me in my tight skirt suit. Not one woman. It's completely fine. Everything is under control. My naturally dark blonde hair is tied in a tight ponytail at the back of my head, not a strand out of place. But I forgot to put on deodorant this morning, in too much of a rush to get out the door after a long, sleepless night with my daughter Maddie. She's recently started insisting that sleep isn't necessary, and she'd much rather scream the place down than close her eyes for even a minute. My armpits sweat profusely as I begin the next segment on stats and figures, my voice steady and controlled, even though inside I can feel my body betraying me, one agonizing second at a time. Several seconds later, the rows of eyes in front of me flicker sideways to my boss, avoiding looking at me directly. Simon clears his throat and shifts his weight on his chair, glancing down, blushing red across his cheeks. I'm sorry to interrupt, Poppy, but, perhaps we should take a quick break while you, He glances at the man next to him, who gulps and picks up a glass of water, chugging several big gulps. My mouth turns dry as Simon's eyes flick briefly to my chest. I thought I felt a little trickle earlier. Oh, shit. Then all hell breaks loose. My nipples contract, and a gush of fluid soaks the front of my shirt. Aghast, I look down to see the damage. Every single man in the room is staring at me, while milk blooms through my shirt. I can't breathe. Simon clears his throat again. Let's take 5, shall we? Yeah, I need a leak, says someone else. Sniggers echo around the room like a tidal wave. Clutching my jacket to my breasts, I rush from the room, hearing a chuckle of laughter behind me as the door swings closed. Red-hot humiliation washes over me as I sprint for the ladies' toilets at the end of the long hallway, with numerous glass-walled offices on either side. I may as well be running down a catwalk, the whole world witnessing me at my lowest and most humiliating moment. Tiffany pops her head out of a door as I sprint past. "Are you okay?" she calls out. "Can I get you anything?" "Fuck off, Tiffany," I shout as I launch myself through the door of the toilets. It's not until I make it inside that I realize my stupid mistake. My pump and clean breast pads are in a bag back in my office, halfway up the hall. I'll have to do the walk of shame again to fetch them. But before I do that, I clutch the edge of the nearest sink, leaning against it in case my legs buckle beneath me. Too late. Down I go. My knees sink into the wet tiles, my fingers still gripping the edges of the sink above. My jacket opens. Now I'm no longer holding it closed, and more milk leaks through the pads, trickling down my chest as dark stains spread across my light blue shirt. What the fuck has just happened? I've just made a complete fool of myself. That's what's just fucking happened. Simon has already made it perfectly clear that he doesn't think I'm up for the challenge of juggling motherhood and a bustling career as a corporate lawyer, and I'm doing a decent job of convincing him that he's totally right. I'm 30 years old, and my life and career is hanging in the balance, all because of a stupid mistake I made 18 months ago when I slept with an intern who I haven't set eyes on since. He wasn't even a decent shag. My whole body trembles as I pull myself up to standing and stare at my beetroot face in the mirror. God, I look like a hot, sticky mess. The smell of breast milk is stinging my nostrils. I need to fetch my change of clothes from my office, but I'm frozen on the spot. How am I supposed to show the world that I'm a strong, independent woman who's in complete control of her life when I can't even keep control of my postnatal body? I should have formula fed, but of course I didn't because I didn't like the way my midwife looked at me when I told her I was thinking about it. I wanted to prove to her and everyone else that I could handle breastfeeding my child. But I can't, because here I am. Knock, knock. The door opens and Tiffany pokes her head round. I thought you might need this." She holds out my handbag towards me. "Take your time, okay?" I practically yank it out of her grasp. "Thanks," I mutter, even though I'm mortified that it's Tiffany, of all people, who has come to my rescue. I just want this nightmare to be over. Chapter 2. Layla. The empty feeling in my body has nothing to do with the hunger pangs, which are making me walk with a stoop, bending forward at the waist, because standing up straight causes me to become lightheaded. My body is eating itself, but not from starvation. From being starved of something else. Sometimes I enjoy the dizziness that engulfs me, while other times it renders me incapable of functioning. The emptiness inside goes beyond that, much deeper than mere bodily functions. It's a soul-destroying desolation that is slowly killing me. Some days I wonder if I should let it. It would make all the pain and suffering go away, that's for sure. Maybe I deserve to live like this. I deserve to suffer, but I need to eat. There's no avoiding it now. My body is failing me. If I don't feed it something other than oxygen and alcohol soon, then I'll have no strength or energy to work, and I need to work. My last paycheck went straight to my landlord, who had threatened, for the 6th month in a row, to kick me out if I was late again with the rent. Sometimes I think it would be better to live on the streets rather than my mold and damp-infested one-room flat above a rundown pub which stinks of weed and smoke round the back alleys. I have less than a $5 in my pocket, which I collected by sitting on the street corner for an hour earlier in the day. I don't often do it, but I only needed a few coins, just enough to buy myself some food to keep me going for the next 3 days until I get paid from my other job. I work cash in hand for a delivery company, but don't think I'll be working there for much longer. I've already been caught trying to steal customers' deliveries, hoping there'd be something I could eat or sell inside the package. It's only a matter of time before they let me go. Tonight, I'm trying to see what £3.20 will get me from the local Tesco. Turns out, not a lot, but enough to stave off the hunger pangs for another day or so. A loaf of white sliced bread, 2 cans of baked beans, 2 packs of the cheapest instant noodles, and a discounted chocolate bar. I carry everything in my arms, holding them close against my aching chest as my sore feet take me to the alcohol aisle, my salvation. The only thing that makes me forget about the gut-aching emptiness inside. I need something to dull the pain and fill the void for the rest of today. Otherwise, I may just step straight out in front of a bus later. But I don't have enough money. The bag of bread in my hand knocks against my leg as I shift the items about. One can of beans decides to dislodge itself from my grasp. I stand and stare at the liter bottles of vodka on the shelf, none of which have a security tag on them. Easy pickings. Go on, take one. Just slip it under your jacket and walk out. I lick my lips, summoning the moisture I desperately need. It's not enough. Nothing is ever enough. Nothing will ever be enough. A young woman walks past me pushing a pram. She looks to be in her mid-20s, same as me. The tiny baby inside is gurgling and crying, kicking its chubby arms and legs in a wild fashion. The mother leans over and coos softly, making a funny face and putting on a baby voice, tickling its little feet. It sickens me. It sickens me because why does this woman get to have a real live baby to look after, to love, to buy formula for? Fucking formula! It's there, balancing on the top of the pram ready to take to the checkout. She hasn't even bothered to breastfeed the child. She doesn't deserve one. She doesn't... Excuse me, are you okay? I flinch and shuffle away from the woman who is standing close to me. Too close. What? I ask. Sorry, you looked miles away. I was just asking if you were okay. I stare at the young mother. Then my eyes travel down to her precious baby, dressed head to toe in pink. How old is she? 8 weeks. She's my darling angel. The woman looks back down, all her attention now on the baby, whose turquoise eyes are staring deep into my soul. Then it starts to cry. It's a gut-wrenching, toe-curling wail, and makes me stumble backwards in fear. I'm sorry, I mutter. No, it's not you. She's just hungry, that's all. I was hoping to get the shopping done before she demanded feeding, but... She trails off, leans over and picks up the crying infant, holding her close to her chest as she rocks side to side, bouncing on the balls of her feet. Excuse me, the woman says, pushing the pram down the aisle while holding the baby. I nod and watch while they disappear around the corner. My breasts clench and ache. I don't need to look down to know that my nipples are leaking milk into my shabby shirt beneath my jacket, staining it. The smell hits me hard, right at the back of the throat. Even all these months later, my body refuses to accept the fact I have no child to feed and nurture. Mother Nature's last fucking hurrah to punish me. Fuck you, bitch. Awkwardly shifting the food in my arms, I grab the nearest bottle of booze and shove it underneath my oversized jacket. As I turn, the woman with the baby is standing only a few feet away, staring at me. I thought she'd left. Sorry, she says. I dropped her comforter. She scurries forward and picks the pink rag from the floor. I hadn't even noticed it was there. I'd almost stood on it. The woman looks up at me, her baby cooing softly against her chest. Bye, she says, then hurries back to the pram, which she's parked at the end of the aisle. Did she see me put the bottle under my jacket? A shop assistant pushes a crate of beer past me, none the wiser. He nods and smiles as he starts loading the bottles onto the shelves. He looks too young to even be stacking alcohol. I step back, contemplating my next move. The woman with the baby is gone. Has she rushed to the front door and alerted the security guard? I glance at the ceiling, searching for cameras. How could I be so stupid? Of course there are cameras here. It's too late now, though. If I've been picked up on camera, then someone will stop me. Fuck it. I don't care anymore. I'd rather risk a run-in with a security guard than walk out of this shop with nothing to dull my senses for the next 24 hours. Chin tucked to my chest, I make my way to the front counter, eyes darting side to side without looking up, searching for any sign that I've been spotted. I pull my jacket tighter around me as I shuffle forward in line for the self-service checkout, holding on to my shopping. The bottle of vodka is sitting heavy, cold against my skin, tucked into the waistband of my tatty jeans. I reach the machine, scan my items, attempting not to look like I'm in a hurry as I slot in the few coins, keeping my head down. The transaction goes through, and I'm told to have a good day by the robotic voice. I decline a receipt. Heart in my mouth, I stroll through the glass sliding doors into the brisk night air, and only then do I take a full inhale. Everything hurts, but not for much longer. A faint smile creeps across my thin lips at the thought of downing the bottle of vodka as quickly as possible the moment I get around the corner and out of sight. It won't last long, but it'll be enough to knock me out for the next few hours. "Excuse me, ma'am?" comes a gruff voice from behind me. The whoosh of the shop doors sounds. My body tenses as I turn and see a security guard approaching me, his hand outstretched. Chapter 3. Poppy. I dig around in my bag like a woman possessed, searching for my spare, clean top, but it's not here. Why isn't it here? It may be crumpled from being stuffed into a side pocket for God only knows how long, but it'll be better than wearing a milk-stained, practically see-through shirt. There's no way in hell I'm stepping back inside that office wearing this shirt and smelling of breast milk. Relief washes over me as my fingers brush against the cotton. I pull out the black, long-sleeved maternity top and hold it up against the light, taking note of the deep creases. It'll do. I lock myself in a cubicle, take off my jacket, unbutton my shirt, and pull off my nursing bra. Luckily, I'm switched on enough to have brought a spare one of those, too. The truth is, this has happened before. Not at work, but while I was out and about during my first week after giving birth, when I didn't know what the hell was going on, let alone what day of the week it was. There I was, cradling a screaming baby with giant, rock-hard breasts when they started leaking out of nowhere. I've heard that it can happen at any time, especially when there's a crying infant around, a mother's body taking over and giving the child what it needs. But there's no goddamn crying baby in this office. It's because I didn't pump on time. Slamming the toilet lid closed, I grab the pump from my bag, attach the blasted things to each sore and swollen nipple, and switch it on. The minutes tick on, and each one spent in here is one I can't afford to lose out there. The wolves will be gathering back in the office, ready and waiting for me to return with my tail between my legs. Then they'll pounce and take advantage of my weakness. I'm not weak, I'm determined and ruthless. But as I stare at the walls around me, then down at the contraption attached to my chest, I feel exactly that. Weak. My body is doing what it's designed to do, but I resent it because it's holding me back. My baby was a mistake. I'm not afraid to admit that. People will judge me and call me a bad mother, and that's okay. I judge myself too. There I was, thinking I could be a single mother and have a career to boot. The fact is, I should have given her up for adoption, but when she slid out of me after a grueling 27 hours and 26 minutes of labor, and I gazed into her blue eyes, I felt a connection I never thought could ever exist between me and another person. It was a surreal moment, yet I remember it well, and during the bad moments, the moments when I just want to break down and cry, I remember why I'm doing this. For her. I want to be a role model for my daughter when she grows up, to show her that hard work and determination can get you anywhere in life, as long as you're not afraid to put in the work and make sacrifices. Now, sitting on the toilet lid, topless, with the pumps whirring against my nipples, feeling like a dairy cow, tears brim in my eyes. No, stop it. I'm not weak. I can do it all. Fuck those businessmen and their useless nipples. I don't see them pumping milk every few hours, juggling a young baby, sleepless nights, mountains of paperwork, and kicking butt in business meetings, all while trying to lose the last 10 pounds of baby weight, eat healthily, and ensure they look amazing so people don't think they can't handle the pressure. I grab my bag and pull out my compact mirror, quickly touching up my makeup. I pump for 10 minutes. It's not enough, but it'll have to do. I can't afford to sit here any longer. I get dressed into the clean top that doesn't go with my skirt, add extra breast pads to soak up any further leaks, and rebutton my jacket before stepping out of the cubicle. I stare at myself in the mirror, taking note of the small mole on the side of my nose. I fluff up my hair, straighten my jacket once more, pack everything back into my bag, and strut into the hallway to find 4 of my colleagues standing in a huddle nearby, like vultures waiting for a fresh kill. As soon as they see me, they sprint for their prospective offices. I ignore all of them and make my way to the meeting room I fled from earlier, expecting to see the men waiting for me. But when I push the door open, the place is deserted. All bar one person, standing at the head of the table in front of the presentation screen. My presentation. Tiffany. I dump my bag on the table with a loud thump. "Where the hell is everyone?" I ask her. She looks up. "Oh, Poppy, you're back. I'm so sorry, but I had to finish your presentation for you. Simon suggested it. I would never have... It all went fine, though. They were impressed with your numbers and graphs." "I bet they were," I mutter. I can play this one of 2 ways. Either I pretend to be grateful to Tiffany for stepping in and saving my presentation, or I can accuse her of sabotaging it because that's exactly what she's done. She brought me my bag earlier so I could sort myself out, even telling me to take my time. The conniving bitch. "Anything else I should know?" I ask. Tiffany shakes her head as she zips up her laptop bag. No, I don't think so. I handled all their questions. Simon wants a word, though. He what? He said some things when you left that were inappropriate. I'm really sorry." "Why are you sorry? You didn't say them." "No, but I should have stood up for you. I didn't." I sigh. "What did he say exactly?" Tiffany fiddles with the zip on her bag. "He said something about you being under a lot of pressure at home and that it was only a matter of time before you burst." She flinches at the crude play on words. Typical of Simon. I bet they all had a proper laugh at my expense. Ha ha, the stressed-out breastfeeding mother burst out of her fucking bra and practically squirted milk all over the fucking meeting table. "I'll handle it," I say. "But next time, I'd appreciate it if you didn't just swan in at the drop of a hat and sabotage my career." Tiffany balks. "I did no such thing. I was trying to help you, Poppy. You could have said no to taking over the presentation. I didn't want you to lose out on the pitch. You know what lawyers are like. They were on the verge of walking out." "Sure they were." Tiffany straightens up, adjusting her blouse. "You know, I've always stood up for you, Poppy. When you finally announced your pregnancy after hiding it for 7 months, I applauded you for trying to do it all." Are you going somewhere with this? I'm just saying that maybe you should be more focused on your child than your career right now. My mom was exactly like you, working too hard, shoving me at a childminder from the moment I was born. The woman that looked after me while I was growing up is more like a mother to me than she is, even now. Your baby needs you more than you think. It wouldn't hurt to spend quality time with her while you can, before it's too late to repair the damage. Did she seriously just say that to me? How dare she? She's not a mother. She has no idea what it's like to have to choose between a career and a child. I didn't choose to become pregnant. I had to have my coil removed because I got an infection and was told I couldn't have it fitted again for a while. I was booked in to have it refitted, but when I went to the surgery to have it done and the nurse asked me when my last period was, I couldn't tell her. I've always been irregular, so I didn't think anything of it until she asked me to do a pregnancy test. And that was that. My eyes blaze. Tiffany raises her hands, showing me her palms. Before you bite my head off, I meant no offense. I know I'm not a mother, but I plan to be one day, and when that day comes, you can bet I'll be giving my child my full attention. I bite down on my tongue to stop from firing a barrage of expletives at her. Well, Thank you very much for the valuable advice. Now please fuck off so I can get back to work. And send me any notes you took while you finished off my presentation. Tiffany walks towards me, stopping at my side. She keeps her voice calm as she speaks. It also wouldn't hurt to be a little friendlier to the people who actually care about you too. She walks out, her perfect, tight butt swaying from side to side. The main reason I hate her is because she's prettier than I am. No, it's not only that. It's because she's smarter than me too, and knows the exact words to use to knock me sideways. Talk about a low blow. I've never been one to rely on others to get by in life, and I don't trust anyone, not even myself. Standing alone in the meeting room, I feel my smartwatch vibrate against my wrist, alerting me to an incoming call on my personal phone. It's my childminder, Gemma. Great. That's just what I need. Chapter 4. Layla. The guard stops in front of me, and I do my best to not shrink backwards. Don't show him any weakness. I glance left and right, searching for a clear escape route. There are a lot of people milling about, some lugging shopping bags, some holding on to kids, others with their heads down, eyes glued to their phones. It's just after 5. People are finishing work, collecting groceries for their dinner, ready to go home to get warm and dry amid the comfort of their loved ones. "Ma'am, you forgot these," says the guard, pulling out a pack of sausages and a bag of pasta from behind his back. He holds them out to me. I say, eyes still looking anywhere but at him. "Thanks." I step forward and gingerly take the items, as if I'm afraid they're a bomb. My arms are now loaded, and I'm at risk of dropping something. My mind lingers on the heavy glass bottles still tucked into my waistband. If I make any sudden movements, there's a chance it could slip out and smash on the ground. "Have a good evening," he says with a nod, before turning and heading back inside the shop. The doors close with a whoosh, and I'm left standing outside, wondering how the hell I've managed to get away with it, and why a security guard just gave me food I didn't pay for. "Thought you might fancy them," says a voice from behind me. "The sausages are really good." I spin around and see the woman with the baby staring at me. The child is sucking greedily on a bottle, barely pausing for a breath. The woman's completely relaxed holding the baby, but she has to shift its weight and stop feeding it for a moment as she hands me an empty plastic carrier bag. The baby squirms and cries out for the bottle again, which she slides back into its mouth once I've taken the carrier bag. "Thanks," I say, transferring all the items I'm holding into it. The bottle of vodka remains tucked into my waistband. I don't know what else to say, still not convinced she even saw anything. "Everyone needs a second chance in life sometimes," she says, answering my question. "I thought you could use a break. Just, go easy, yeah?" The answer doesn't lie at the bottom of a bottle, I can promise you that. The woman smiles at me, then takes her baby and walks away, pushing the pram. I stare after her, my mind whirring like a spinning top. At first, I feel touched that a stranger has made such a kind gesture, but then the dark grief within sweeps over me, blocking out the light that flickered on for a brief moment. What the hell does she know? I bet she wouldn't say the same thing if someone came and ripped that baby out of her arms and murdered it in cold blood right in front of her eyes, would she? I'd like to see her get through a single day without something to ease the pain. I swap the carrier bag of food to my left hand, then reach into my waistband, pull out the bottle of vodka, twist off the cap, and take a swig as I walk home. I have to say, I'm looking forward to cooking those sausages and wrapping them in some bread later. It's a fairly long walk through the streets of Portsmouth. I know this city like the back of my hand, all the shortcuts and back streets. I duck down an alley just as the first wave of dizziness hits me from downing the vodka too quickly. It's like acid in my mouth. It's pure bliss. Already the emptiness inside feels a little less empty, a little less hollow. I seek it out, basking in the soothing warmth and numbness it brings. Stumbling against a wall, I take a rest for a moment. Half the bottle is gone already. The pain has dulled enough for me to keep going, so I stash the bottle in the carrier bag, reach in and grab the chocolate bar, devouring the whole thing in a couple of bites. I breathe in deep, then let out a long, satisfied sigh as the rush of sugar hits my bloodstream. It's almost as good as the vodka at dulling my senses. A giggle escapes my lips. "Poppy?" A voice makes me look over my shoulder. It's deep and erotic. The voice belongs to a man dressed in a smart navy suit, complete with a red tie. His hair is quite long on top, slicked back, not a strand out of place. He's staring at me in mild horror with a half smirk across his face. "Bloody hell, it is you! Why on earth are you dressed like a homeless person?" I glance down at my clothes. I don't look that bad. He makes it sound like I'm dressed in rags and covered in filth, smelling of BO and shit. "It's laundry day," I say. Why is he talking to me as if he knows me? I've never seen him before in my life. The man throws his head back and bellows with laughter. "Jesus Christ! I didn't expect to see you here in Pompey. I thought you were in Soton." Hearing the slang names for Portsmouth and Southampton riles me up. I've never liked the clipped versions born on the terraces of their respective football clubs. A long-standing rivalry continues between the two port cities, despite their similarities and the mere 20 miles that separates them. Both are busy coastal hubs and can easily be reached by bus or train with no changes. I still have no idea why he thinks he knows me, but I'm drunk enough to find it highly amusing, so I play along. He's attractive, and it's stirring up some very familiar and warming sensations that I thought had died a long time ago. I'm visiting family, so, I'm sorry, I've forgotten your name, I say, narrowing my eyes at him. "It's Richard Harrington," he replies with a frown. I fight back a snort at his pompous, rich white boy name. "Of course." "Why didn't you call me back?" he asks. "Oh, you know how it is." My eyes travel up and down his taut body. I lick my lips and take a small step closer, enjoying how he's making me feel. It's a welcome distraction. One loses track of time. "I left so many messages. I even emailed you at work earlier," he continues. "Oh, that explains it. I wasn't in work today and I lost my phone." I gulp back a mouthful of saliva. The alcohol is making me nauseous. I should have eaten something before I'd swallowed half the bottle. It would be a shame to vomit up all the vodka in my system before it's had a chance to take full effect. "Let me buy you dinner," says Richard. At the mention of food, my stomach gurgles loudly. "No, thank you, but—" "Oh, come on, Poppy. We had a wild night together, and then you don't even say goodbye, leaving before the sun's up? I do my best work in the morning." He winks, and my stomach flips. He's slept with a woman called Poppy who blew him off, and now, for some insane reason, he thinks I'm her. How drunk was he when he slept with her, if he can't remember what she looks like? Maybe it's because of the dim light. He can't see my face properly. If I allow him to take me to a restaurant where there's bright lights, he may realize his mistake. It's no skin off my nose, though. It'll be him who'll look the fool. It might be nice to play with him for a while, anything to keep my mind occupied. He'll buy me more drinks. That's got to be a good enough reason to say yes. "Fine," I say, "but no funny stuff, Dick." He holds up his hands in surrender. "I'll be on my best behavior." "Do you want to pop back to wherever you're staying and change first?" "I told you, it's laundry day. I don't have a change of clothes." "Right, but—" I clench my teeth as I rush forward, pressing my body against his. My free hand travels down to his groin, cupping his rather sizable bulge. "Are you going to let my attire ruin an evening of fun?" "I thought you said no funny business," he whispers. The bulge in his trousers twitches and grows as I squeeze. "A woman can change her mind," I say smoothly. "I can work with that," he replies with a smile. "Besides, if you come back to mine later, I can get you in a nice hot shower and make this dirty girl all clean again." He cups my chin with his hand and tips my head back so that I have no choice but to stare into his dark, brooding eyes. Would you like that? I smile, licking my lips again. Dinner first, I say, as a fresh wave of hunger makes me almost double over. Right this way, he says, offering me his arm. I shift the carrier bag of food into my free hand and take his arm. Richard leads me out of the alley and into the bright lights of the street. He doesn't realize his mistake. To him, I am Poppy. Well, Poppy, whoever you are, cheers. Guess I'm getting a free dinner and maybe a shag out of this. Chapter 5. Poppy. Gemma, I can't talk now. I'm swamped with meetings and my fucking boobs exploded everywhere and I think Maddie's sick. Excuse me? I'm sorry to disturb you. I know I'm not supposed to call you at work unless there's an emergency, but I think Maddie's coming down with something. We were at the park playing in the sandpit, and she suddenly started crying and kicking up a fuss. My eyes glaze over as Gemma continues to tell me Maddie's symptoms, which include a rising temperature and a snotty nose. I really don't have time for this. It's typical timing, too. I can't afford to catch her cold now, not with so much going on at work. I've always prided myself on having a robust immune system, but since having Maddie, it holds its hands up in surrender at the mere hint of a sniffle. I've taken her home for a nap, but I can't find the cowpole. It's not in its usual spot. I close my eyes and rub my left temple with my free hand. A dull ache is settling there, and these stupid questions are grating on my last nerve. Gemma's my childminder. It's her job to care for my child when I'm at work. She's been working for me long enough to know where the damn cowpole is. It's in the cabinet under the bathroom sink, I say. No, it's not. I checked there. Then I don't know where it is, Gemma. You're just going to have to search for it. Okay, sorry, but, are you able to come home early today? You know, because she's sick, and I thought she may want her mummy to— I can't, Gemma. You're just going to have to deal with her yourself until I get back tonight at 6 as normal. If she gets worse, then call me. But otherwise, I'm sure she'll be fine after a nap. She didn't sleep well last night. Okay, I'll keep you updated. Text me. Don't call me. Okay, bye. See you later. I hang up. It's like my baby knows exactly how and when to push my buttons and shove the knife in deeper. Why can't she just give me a break? Since she was born only 9 months ago, she's had 4 colds, 2 chesty coughs, and a scary case of reflux that almost pushed me to breaking point. She hasn't even started school yet. Fuck knows how much worse it's going to get when she starts preschool and picks up every germ known to humankind. I'm not a germaphobe, but the idea of a snotty child sneezing into my face or coughing over every surface is enough to make me reach for a face mask and rubber gloves. Gemma takes Maddie to local baby groups and play cafes so she can interact with other babies her own age. But honestly, how important is it really to do all that at this stage of her life? I don't read baby books, so I don't know. All she brings back are illnesses. My own mother didn't take me to those sorts of places, and I turned out just fine. I make my way back to my office, but en route I stop off at the kitchen to make myself a cup of weak coffee. Since I'm breastfeeding, I can't have too much caffeine, which is like telling someone on hunger strike that they can't have a big, fat, juicy burger. As soon as I push the door open, the group of men huddled by the coffee machine stop laughing and fall into an abrupt silence, as if someone's flicked a switch. They weren't at the meeting, but no doubt they've already heard about what's happened. Gossip spreads like wildfire in this place. I stride up to the machine, elbowing one of them out of the way. Go on then, I say. Get a good laugh in. Ha ha, Poppy's breasts leaked. Big deal. Let's see you trying to breastfeed a baby and work a 60-hour week. The smiles fall off their faces. One of them, Andrew from accounts, clears his throat. We weren't talking about you, Poppy. There's a few stifled giggles, which are quickly covered up by coughs and slurps of coffee. I glare at Andrew as the coffee machine spits and gurgles black liquid into my cup. Whatever, I say. I grab my cup before it's full, and the coffee continues to pour out of the machine, trickling to the floor. Attempting to salvage what's left of my self-esteem, I turn on my heels and click-clack out of the kitchen. The door swings closed behind me, and an eruption of laughter sounds. I close my eyes, determined not to let a bunch of clueless, immature men rile me up. But it doesn't work. I turn back around, kick open the door, and hurl my coffee cup at them. Unfortunately, my aim isn't the best, so the cup barely makes it across the room, but it does make a hell of a lot of noise as it smashes into pieces on the tiles. Dark liquid splashes across the floor, managing to catch a few of their tailored suits. Every single one of them stares open-mouthed at me. They're not laughing now. "Poppy!" Simon bellows behind me. I turn to meet the glaring eyes of my red-faced boss. "My office. Now!" Fuck. Now everyone's going to say I can't keep my emotions in check. Men just love to blame women's hormones. I follow Simon into his office and close the door. I don't bother speaking first. I'm in the wrong. I know that. I shouldn't have thrown the cup. My bad. "I'm worried about you, Poppy," says Simon, taking a seat behind his large mahogany desk. He tenses his fingers, leaning his elbows on either side of his keyboard. He means business. "Look, Simon, I'm sorry I threw the coffee, but this isn't about the coffee, and it's not about, well, it's not about what happened in the meeting earlier either. I can tell you're burnt out, and I think you need to take some leave. Spend some time with your kid, and come back in a few weeks when—" "No, absolutely not. I appreciate your concern, Simon, but taking time off is the last thing I need. I can handle it, okay? Tiffany doesn't need to swan in and take over my pitch." "She's not going to, but I can push back some of your deadlines to make things a little easier." "And let someone else eventually take over? I don't think so. Give me a week, okay? I'll get everything sorted out by then. I'll get the Wilson deal finalized. I think you may have burned those bridges when you threw a cup of coffee at one of them." "Shit," I say, closing my eyes. "I didn't realize. I'll figure something out. Just don't tell me to take time off. You know I work best under pressure." "That's the point," says Simon with a sigh. "I think you're under too much pressure." "But my work is exemplary." "Yes, but at what cost, Poppy? You have a baby at home who—" "Don't bring my child into this. It isn't about her. I can do this, Simon. Just give me a chance." I stare at my boss without blinking, my hard stare. Now I'm the one who means business. He eventually caves. It works every time. "Fine. 1 week. Get the deal closed. But I don't want you throwing any more coffee cups at people, got it?" "Got it, boss. Thanks." I retreat to my office and close the door. My breasts are aching again and my head is pounding. I haven't drunk enough water today. In order to keep my milk flowing, I should be drinking 3 to 4 liters of water a day. Coffee doesn't count, and I should avoid it anyway, but I can't survive without it. Besides, I only drink 2 cups a day, and I avoid alcohol completely. I slump down in my swivel chair, dumping my bag on the floor, and finally take a full breath. I nudge my wireless mouse, and the 2 monitors on my desk spring to life. 16 emails have appeared in my inbox since I've been away. My eyes glaze over most of their subject lines, but one does stand out. "Hey babe, it's me again. You can't ignore me forever." It's from Richard Harrington, a rich and successful criminal lawyer I met several weeks ago while on a night out with my colleagues in Portsmouth. We had a night of hot, sweaty sex, and then I crept out of his flat and have been ignoring his messages and emails ever since. It's not like I don't fancy him, but I don't have time for that right now. I don't have time for anything outside of work. I used him for a bit of fun and stress relief and left. That's all I can cope with, but he's been very persistent, constantly texting, calling, and emailing me. I knew I shouldn't have given him my business card. I click his email straight into the recycling bin. Get the hint, Dick. I'm not interested. Chapter 6. Poppy. I won't lie, but before I push open the door of my building, I pause and relish in the peace and quiet before stepping into the loud and chaotic world that is life with a 9-month-old. I don't want to be a mother anymore. As soon as the thought enters my mind, I push it aside. No, that's not how I feel. I'm just tired and in need of food and a shower and a decent night's sleep. By the time I drag myself through the front door of my 2-bed, top-floor flat in Ocean Village, Southampton, my breasts feel so tight and full, I fear they may explode the moment I set eyes on my baby. I've brought a mountain of paperwork home with me, and it's going to take several hours to read through. That is, if Maddie sleeps through the night, a very unlikely scenario, especially if she's under the weather. Gemma is sitting on the plush corner sofa, rocking Maddie side to side. She's a fast sleep, her cheeks bright red with her little fists clamped around her favorite item, a fluffy cloth with a bunny head attached in one corner. A game show is on low on the television. I drop my bags to the floor and head over to the cozy duo. Sorry I'm late, I say. I contemplate making an excuse, but Gemma has heard them all before. I'm late because I chose to stay late. It's as simple as that. Gemma gets overtime anyway, and if she needed to be anywhere urgently, then she'd have let me know. How is she? I ask. Gemma looks at me for a moment. I can tell she's a little annoyed. Her temperature is still a bit high. I found the Calpol. I think it's helping, but she's very unsettled. She wouldn't take a bottle. Maybe you'll have more luck feeding her when she wakes. I nod. Okay, thanks. Do you mind if I jump in the shower quickly before you go? Of course, go ahead, replies Gemma, dragging her eyes back to the game show. I give her another nod of thanks, feeling bad for how I spoke to her earlier. Gemma is a lifesaver, and I honestly don't know what I'd do without her, so I really should watch my attitude when I speak to her. I pay her a lot, but I know she could easily walk out of this job and find something else. I had to increase her salary just to get her to interview with me. She's one of the most sought-after childminders in the city and comes highly recommended from a load of local mums on a Facebook group I joined at the start of my motherhood journey. I don't use it a lot, but it's a useful place to get information and swap stories. I mostly scour the posts after a long day of work while pumping with a metaphorical glass of wine and a bucket of popcorn, checking out all the bitchy comments from so-called perfect mothers who think they know everything because their kid has slept through the night since they were 2 days old, and therefore they must be doing something right. And oh, have you tried white noise? Of course I've tried white fucking noise, you idiot. I'm not completely insane. Fuck off, Sarah from Newcastle. No one cares. Anyway, there's no way I'm letting Gemma go, even if it costs me half my salary. As soon as I step under the hot jets of water, my body sighs in relief. I aim the water so it hits the back of my neck and shoulders, trying to pummel out the stress and tension. It'll take a hell of a lot more than a hot shower to work out these knots, though. I stare down at my rock-hard breasts, knowing I need to pump soon, or get Maddie to latch on, or risk developing a nasty infection, something I definitely do not want to experience again. Once I'm clean and half-scalded by the water, I step out of the shower and get dressed into my pajamas, a button-up shirt and shorts, then return to the living room to find Gemma has placed Maddie into her bassinet and is gathering her things, ready to leave. Thanks again, I say. I hope she feels better tomorrow. I wouldn't recommend you put her in nursery, though. I can't afford to take a day off, I reply. Tomorrow is Gemma's day off, so I normally put Maddie in the local nursery for 5 hours. Would you be able to watch her tomorrow instead? I'll pay you overtime. Gemma takes a deep breath and gives me a sad smile. I know what she's thinking. She's thinking I'm a bad mother who would rather palm off her daughter to someone else than stay home to look after her while she's sick. She's right, though. Okay, says Gemma. She doesn't even put up a fight. See you at 7. She turns to leave, but I quickly reach out and grab her arm. Wait, what do I do if she gets worse? Should I take her to A&E or something? Gemma shakes her head. I'm pretty sure it's just some sort of viral infection. They usually clear up on their own, but keep an eye on her breathing overnight and make sure she has enough milk and at least one wet nappy. I'll see how she is in the morning. Gemma gives me one last weak smile and walks out the door. Sensing that I'm on my own now and vulnerable, 2 minutes later, Maddie wakes up and screams the place down. 4 hours later, my laptop and bag are still on the floor where I left them, and Maddie has barely stopped screaming long enough to take a breath. My nipples are leaking milk faster than a dripping tap, soaking my nursing bra and pajama top, and my head is on the verge of exploding too. I haven't eaten or drunk anything other than a sip of cold tea. Maddie is beside herself. Her temperature is down though, so that's a relief. I've given her another dose of Calpol, which is obviously working, but she refuses to latch on and kicks up a fuss every time I attempt to soothe her. She hates me. She hates her own mother. She wants Gemma. I'm practically a stranger to her. I pick her up for the millionth time, pop open my shirt, and offer her a nipple. Come on, Maddie, please. Just latch on, baby, please. I start singing a nursery rhyme. Hush, little baby, don't you cry. Mummy's gonna buy you a chicken pie. And if that chicken pie tastes bad, Mummy's gonna buy you a guy named Brad. And if that guy called Brad runs away, Mummy's gonna buy you a bale of hay. I forget the words, but it's roughly the right tune. The fact I don't even know the right words to a nursery rhyme is sickening. She screams louder, thrashing her head back and forth, refusing to have my nipple anywhere near her lips. I look up at the ceiling and attempt to draw in a deep breath, but it's useless. My lungs don't seem to work. Hers, on the other hand, are working perfectly fine, a little too well. It's creeping closer to midnight, and I still have hours worth of reading to do. I know what I want to do. I want to call Gemma and ask for help, but I can't because that would mean I don't know how to soothe and look after my own baby. I refuse to put a post on the Mums Facebook group, only to have a bunch of know-it-alls comment and make me feel even worse than I already do. So with one hand, I type on my phone and use Google for advice on soothing a crying baby. I try all the suggestions, including singing, bouncing from side to side, a warm bath, but nothing works. Not until I stumble across a magical solution in the form of dancing fruit on YouTube, which I transfer to the television. Within seconds, Maddie is silent and staring at the screen in amazement. She even chuckles. Seizing the moment, I adjust myself so she can see the screen, then aim my nipple towards her mouth. She latches on, eventually takes her eyes off the dancing broccoli, closes her eyes, and sucks like her life depends on it. Thank fuck for that, saved by a fucking dancing vegetable. Careful not to disrupt her, I sink into the sofa cushions, lean my head back, and close my eyes. Exhaustion has me on the verge of complete and utter breakdown, but I can't fall asleep with her latched on. I've read enough horror stories of babies getting squashed or suffocating I quickly lift my head, waking myself up. My smartwatch keeps pinging with email and message notifications. Why can't people just leave me the fuck alone sometimes? I ignore them, leaving my phone on the arm of the sofa, relishing the silence. I swear I can still hear Maddie's cries ringing in my ears. She drifts off to sleep in my arms after a solid feed. Now I have the age-old decision to make. Stay here and let her sleep so she can recover, or move her to the cot so I can get on with some work and risk her waking up. I choose poorly. No more than 30 seconds after I've transferred her to the cot, she wakes up and starts screaming the place down again. I pick her up and bounce her around. She needs changing, so I attempt to find a fresh nappy and the wipes, but I can't see them anywhere. Where has Gemma put them? A loud knock sounds at my front door. Fuck's sake! Storming over to the door, I yank it open. What? I snap at the person on the other side, who happens to be my next-door neighbor, Patricia, who loves to put me down every chance she gets. "Hello, love," she says with a condescending smile. "Any chance you could let the rest of the building get some sleep tonight?" She doesn't stare at my baby. She stares straight at me without blinking. I bet she was one of those perfect mums who had a baby that slept through the night with no issues whatsoever. I give her my best bitch stare right back. "You know what, Patricia? Why don't you invest in some decent earplugs instead?" She sighs at me, then clamps her eyes on Maddie, who is squirming in my arms, red in the face like an angry little gremlin. "May I?" she asks, holding out her arms. "You think I'm just going to hand over my baby? Do you have a better idea?" I return her huffy sigh and hand Maddie over, supporting her head. Maddie fusses and kicks out her legs, but then, within 15 seconds of being in a stranger's arms, she relaxes and yawns, then closes her eyes. That pretty much sums it up. My baby hates me, and I'm the worst mother in the world. Chapter 7. Layla. Richard takes me to a quaint little restaurant, which I've passed many times, stopping to enjoy the gorgeous aromas wafting from the doorway that's surrounded by fake purple flowers. There's even a man at the door, dressed in a smart suit, waiting by a podium. He has a flower tucked into his lapel and a neatly trimmed beard. "Do you have a reservation?" he asks, looking down his long nose at the book on the podium. Not even an electronic booking system, a paper one. Fancy. "No," says Richard, spur-of-the-moment thing. The doorman slowly looks up. "Very well, table for two and—" we do have a dress code," he says, glancing at me in my oversized jacket and holding a plastic carrier bag from Tesco. Richard steps forward, leans in close, and pushes a couple of 50-pound notes across the podium. "Perhaps a table in the back is available?" "Yes, sir, right this way." I'm too hungry and drunk to feel humiliated or embarrassed about the way I'm dressed. Several heads in the restaurant swivel in my direction as I pass by, but Richard doesn't seem to care. He pulls out the chair for me when we reach the table, ever the gentleman. I take a seat, keeping my head down, still half convinced he's going to cotton on to the fact that I'm not who he thinks I am. "Can I get you any drinks to start with?" asks a waiter who has magically turned up out of nowhere. The doorman has returned to his station. Poppy, what would you like? Are you still not drinking alcohol, or—" Richard raises his eyebrows at me, expecting a quick answer. Whoever this Poppy is, I already don't like her. Who the hell doesn't drink alcohol? She must be a lunatic. "Whatever you're having," I say with a smile. Richard nods. It appears I gave him the correct answer. "A bottle of the Chateau Mouton Rothschild 2017, if you please." "Very good, sir. Here are your menus. I'll be back with your drinks soon." The waiter hands us each a menu, then swiftly leaves. I take this moment to glance around at my surroundings. We're out of the way of the main area of the restaurant, and the lighting is low in this corner. It's warm and quiet. The walls are covered with abstract art prints. "So," says Richard, picking up the menu and glancing at it briefly, "how come you never returned any of my messages? Persistent, aren't you? Hey, I'm a man who knows what he wants. We had a great time that night, Poppy, or have you forgotten?" "I haven't forgotten." The waiter returns with a bottle of red wine and 2 glasses. He pours a tiny amount into a glass, then hands it to Richard. He sips it and nods, and the waiter proceeds to top up his glass and pour one for me. Why is it that the woman at the table never gets offered a sample of wine? "Have you decided on what you'll be having this evening?" asks the waiter. I open my mouth, ready to order, having already scanned the menu, trying not to visibly balk at the astronomical prices. Yes, we'll both have the veal steak, medium rare, thanks, says Richard. Very good, sir. I stare at him in astonishment. I was about to order the steak anyway, but that's not the point. I don't like people speaking for me. The waiter leaves once again. Richard picks up his glass and holds it out. I grab mine and we clink. Here's to second chances, he says, with a wink and a smile. I give him a quick smirk, then tip the entire contents of the glass into my mouth, swallowing the whole lot in 3 gulps. Bloody hell, go easy, Poppy. This is a 700-pound bottle of wine. It's meant to be savored. I slam my glass down on the table, deciding not to tell him that it tastes pretty much the same as the 4-quid bottle I get from Tesco sometimes when I can afford it. He probably wouldn't like that. Sorry, I say. It's been a long day. Richard lifts the bottle and tops up my glass. Work been busy? I know you said you had a lot on your plate and had a big presentation coming up at the firm. How did it go? Thanks, I say. He hands me back my glass. It went well. You know how it is. I shrug as my face flames. I assume Poppy works in the same field as him, but I've no idea what Richard does. From the looks of his attire, I'd say he's something like a banker or a lawyer, but I could be wrong. What about you? I ask, needing to get the spotlight off me. How is your work going? I'm sorry, but I've forgotten what you do. Richard chuckles as he takes a sip of wine. You've forgotten? Poppy, you grilled me for ages about case strategy, investigation, and legal advice. I bite my tongue. Shit. Right, you're a lawyer? A criminal defense solicitor, yes. I nod and take 3 deep gulps of my fresh glass of wine, closing my eyes as the flavors dance on my tongue and linger there. Damn, it's good. But I don't drink alcohol for the taste. It all does the same job for me, to blur the pain. Right, yeah, I remember now. How's Maddie? I know you didn't talk about her much, but she sounds like a cute kid. I spit out the mouthful of wine, spraying it across the white tablecloth. Some of it even splashes on Richard, but I barely notice as I choke on the wine, coughing and spluttering. My heart races like a stampeding herd of elephants. A kid? Poppy has a child. Maddie. Jesus Christ, this is an Armani! Richard jumps to his feet, looking down at his white shirt, splattered with red stains. What the hell, Poppy? I don't think. I just act, unwilling to stay here another second. Leaping to my feet, I shove my chair back, which topples over and hits the floor with a loud bang. I swipe the half-drunk bottle of wine off the table, grab my carrier bag from the floor, turn and dash for the exit. Poppy! Bellows Richard behind me, but I don't stop. I can't stop. I run all the way back home, tears blurring my vision, trying to get as much distance between me and him as possible. I don't expect him to follow me. He's wearing an Armani suit, after all. What a pompous twat. It's a shame I didn't get a free meal out of it before I bailed, but I couldn't stay there and talk about my fictitious daughter while still grieving the loss of my real darling girl. There's not enough alcohol on earth. The front door of my building looms ahead, situated just to the left of the busy pub. I slow down, catching my breath. Nausea swirls in my gut, but I fight back the urge to vomit, not wanting to waste the wine that's doing a great job of dulling my senses. I swig more from the bottle in my hand. "Hi, Layla," says a male voice from behind me. I glance over my shoulder at my next-door neighbor, Mr. Brown, a kind old man who's pushing 70 and can't climb a flight of stairs without pausing for breath at least twice. He's skinny, looks a little like a skeleton with skin on. He has a bone-rattling cough, apparently caused by 30 years of smoking 50 a day. He says he gave up a few years ago. His bad habit is behind him now, but the damage is already done. Apparently, he doesn't have long left. "Hi, Mr. Brown." I lean against the nearest wall as he dips his hand into his pocket for the front door key. We share a floor with a flat on either side. It's grimy, damp, and smelly, but it's home. "How are you doing, love?" he asks, unlocking the door and letting me inside first. I step through, stumbling on the first step. It's been a hard day. Mr. Brown links his arm through one of mine, but I refuse to let go of the bottle of wine, so it's a little awkward walking side by side with him up the stairs. We take it slow and steady, neither one of us in the best condition. I get that, love, he says with a sigh, but you can't keep doing this to yourself. I can and I will. You need me to wake you up in the morning? It's your counseling session, right? I'd forgotten all about that. Several weeks ago, Mr. Brown convinced me to attend a local counseling group to help with my depression. I've gone twice, and both times I've never said a word or benefited from it in any way. I'm not sure it's working out for me, I say, as we reach a corner landing, pausing for a moment. I don't want to see you suffering, Layla. It's hard at first, but it gets easier with time, I promise. My darling wife passed away 5 years ago, and speaking about it really helped me deal with the loneliness. Please, promise me you'll give it another chance. Fine, I mutter, but only because I know you'll hound me if I don't. I'll do it for you, Mr. Brown. He gives me a playful nudge. Come on, just 2 more flights to go. Chapter 8, Layla. The next morning, I'm jolted viciously awake by loud banging on my door. I must have passed out on my ratty old sofa because I'm half hanging off it when I manage to peel my eyes open. It can't be Mr. Brown because he'd never make a racket like this. A low groan emanates from my throat as I roll off the sofa and half crawl, half stumble to the door. The banging is getting louder. I know you're in there, Layla. Open up. Oh shit, it's Frank. Rent was due 3 days ago. When I reach the door, I fight the urge to vomit. Hangovers hit hard these days. I expect the rotten smell in this room isn't helping matters either. I finished off the bottle of wine and the vodka last night, which knocked me unconscious for several hours, lost in a dark dream that was better than reality. I check my watch and see that it's almost 9. My fingers tremble as I slide the bolt across and peer out at Frank, who's red in the face and looks like he's stuck his finger in an electrical socket by the way his hair's standing on end. He's in his mid-40s, but looks 60, thanks to his leathery skin and dark eye bags. Fucking hell, woman. Have you ever heard of makeup in a mirror? He mutters when he catches sight of me. Like you could win any beauty prizes, I retort. Frank scoffs. Where's my money? I don't have it. You told me payday was yesterday. I lied. Figures. This is the 5th time you've been late with the rent in as many months. But I always pay up, don't I? Yeah, but I shouldn't have to chase you for it every single time. I've been lenient on you, yeah, but I can't afford to keep being Mr. Nice Guy. I scoff back at him. I'll get you the money. I go to slam the door, but my reflexes aren't quick enough thanks to my foggy brain. He sticks his foot in the door and winces slightly as I crush his foot, but he holds his position. Listen, Missy, this is your last chance, yeah? Get me the money by the end of the week or you're out, and you can forget about getting your deposit back. Have you got a dead animal in there? It fucking stinks. Sort your life out or I'll get the cops onto you. You got it? He jabs a finger at me, and I have a quick vision of me grabbing it and snapping it in half like a twig. Frank removes his foot, storms down the corridor, and heads down the stairs. At that moment, Mr. Brown pokes his head out from his flat. I was just on my way over to make sure you were up, he says. Frank giving you trouble? Yeah, but nothing I can't handle. I can help you out with rent if you... No, thank you. I already owe you enough. I'll figure something out. Have a good day, Mr. Brown. You too, Layla. Let me know how the meeting goes. I mumble a goodbye and close the door. Group therapy is the last thing I want to do right now. My job as a shelf stacker at Sainsbury's doesn't start till 12, so I've fuck all to do for the morning. I check my bank balance via the app and see that it's overdrawn. I need just under 500 quid for rent. 500 quid for this shithole of a room that stinks of God only knows what. I retch again. I need money. Fast. I guess I may as well go to the meeting. They have free tea and biscuits. Sometimes donuts. Speaking of food, my stomach is practically crying out for something solid, so I shove 2 slices of plain bread into my mouth as I grab my keys and head out the door. I'm late already. The meeting started at 9 and it's now 10 past. My head swims as I descend the narrow staircase. My legs don't feel like they belong to my body. Maybe I'm still drunk. As I walk, a well-dressed woman heads my way, her handbag flapping open, her eyes glued to her iPhone. As I pass, I accidentally walk into her, apologizing profusely. She glares at me and mutters something rude, barely glancing up from the screen, so she doesn't notice as my hand slips into her bag and removes the first thing that's there, her purse. I keep walking, my shoulders hunched as I rifle through it as quickly as possible, removing the cash and picking out the credit cards. Most cards these days can be used contactless for up to 100 quid, but I can't get around the fact that I need a PIN number to take money out of a hole in the wall. She only has 70 quid in cash. Better than nothing. I chuck the empty purse in the next bin I see, then repeat the process another time on a businessman in a suit who's too busy talking on the phone to notice me standing next to him at a pedestrian crossing. The bulge in his trousers has nothing to do with his package, and I find almost 300 quid in notes stashed inside his wallet. Bingo! Frank will be pleased. It's a further 15 minutes to the meeting. I'm still on a small high from my pickpocketing success, so I trip over the entrance step to the sparse community center. There are 10 chairs placed in a circle and a table set up with hot drinks and biscuits. Plus, yes, donuts! It was worth walking here after all, worth dragging my sorry butt off my sorry couch and venturing outside. Glad you could join us, says Daphne, the counselor. Please, take a seat when you're ready. I nod, not bothering to apologize for my lateness. I make a beeline for the donuts and shove one in my mouth while pouring a cup of coffee from the warming stand. I don't bother with milk. It only dilutes it, but I do add 3 sugars. Grabbing a second donut, I turn and head over to one of the spare chairs. The women have all been chatting while I've been helping myself, but as soon as my butt touches down on the chair, they stop and the room plunges into awkward silence while I chew loudly. Kim was just sharing her experience, says Daphne. I nod again with my mouth full. Kim, the woman on the other side of the circle from me, clears her throat. Yeah, I'm feeling better in myself, I think. The doctors cleared me to try for another baby, but my husband thinks we should wait. It's only been 3 months since the miscarriage, but I'm ready to try again. We lost her at 8 weeks, so... I snort, sinking my teeth into the deliciously soft dough. Every head in the room swivels to look at me. I gulp, but the food gets stuck in my throat, so I quickly swig down a glug of coffee. Would you like to share something? Asks Daphne. She doesn't use my name because I've never told anyone what it is. They don't need to know. If they ever ask, I'll give them a fake one anyway. No, I answer quickly. You've been here a couple of times now, and we haven't heard your story. I think it might benefit you if you shared your story of grief. You want to hear my story of grief? The women around the circle all nod, even Kim, despite looking like she wants to slap me. I take a deep breath, fueled by sugar and caffeine. It's just, and I'm not saying that Kim hasn't been through a lot, but she lost a baby at 8 weeks, still in utero. For a start, how do you even know it was a girl? Kim's mouth opens, but I cut her off before she speaks. I lost a baby at 4 days old, a real live kicking and breathing baby, who I held in my arms as she took her final breath. I'm sorry, Kim, but you know nothing about losing a child. It's not the same. It's not even close. Kim looks down at the floor while the rest of the women gasp and look towards Daphne for guidance on how to proceed. Daphne sighs. We all suffer through different variations of grief. It's unique to us, she says calmly. Kim's grief is her own. Your grief is your own. Yeah, I get that, but she's sitting there talking about grieving a baby she never even met, didn't even hear its heartbeat. My baby died in my arms. How is that fair, huh? Why me? Did any of you ever think of that? My grief is slowly killing me. I rise to my feet, splashing coffee over myself and the floor. Daphne smiles. Thank you for sharing your story, but you mustn't blame yourself. Grief is one of those things that is sent to test us, and, oh, don't give me that bullshit. I don't need to be tested. Next, you'll be telling me that God has a plan for me, and that my baby was supposed to die to teach me some divine lesson or something. Daphne opens her mouth to reply, but I don't give her the chance. I turn on my heels and storm out before my body fails me completely. I'm already on the verge of collapse, of utter breakdown, as if I didn't feel bad enough when I walked in here. This place was supposed to help heal me, make me feel better, but it's been the worst experience yet. Mr. Brown is wrong. No one can help me, especially not a room full of other grieving women, all of whom think their grief is worse than someone else's. Having my baby was supposed to save me from myself, back when I had nothing left to live for. I was raped by a man in a dark alley, but something beautiful came from that horrendous ordeal. Now she's gone, and I'm just supposed to move on with my life, grieve for a while, then act like nothing ever happened? No, I can't do that. I won't do that. I need a plan, something new to cling on to. I start walking back towards my flat, the cash burning a hole in my pocket. I want to race to the nearest store and buy a bottle of booze, but perhaps that isn't the answer anymore. What I need is a new direction in life, something else to live for. A baby. I need a baby. As I walk, tears blurring my vision, I remember snippets of last night. That man Richard thought I was Poppy. I must look similar to her. She has a daughter, Maddie. Maybe she's the answer. A smile spreads across my face as a plan forms in my head. Chapter 9. Poppy. I wake up on the sofa with a puke-soaked muslin draped across my shoulder, a pump attached to one breast but not the other, and with drool dangling from the corner of my mouth. I flinch so hard that I send the glass of water I had perched on the side table flying. My arms are empty, cold. Where's Maddie? She's not in my arms. I leap to my feet, my head spinning. Where the fuck is she? My eyes scan the room left to right, searching for the little squirming bundle, but she's not here. I can't hear her either. No cooing or even screaming. My heart rate doubles within seconds. I can't catch my breath. There's no air left to breathe. Oh, God. I glance at my watch. I have to be at work in an hour, and Gemma will be arriving in about 20 minutes to take over for me. Maddie? I call out, a hint of desperation in my voice. She's a baby. It's not like she ran away, fed up with her useless mother and wanting to start a new life. Unless, did someone break in and steal her? That's ridiculous. Wait, did I hand her over to Patricia? My feet are running before my brain catches up with what I'm doing. I race to the front door, yank it open, then throw myself at Patricia's door, hammering my fists against the wood. Less than 10 seconds later, she opens it. Good God, woman, what on earth? Where's Maddie? I ask. Excuse me? Maddie, my baby, where is she? Patricia frowns at me. Are you okay, love? No, I'm not fucking okay. I can't find my baby. I stop, realizing how bad that sounds. Patricia folds her arms in a menacing pose, like she's about to accuse me of abusing my child. But then, the most wonderful sound erupts from behind me, from inside my flat. Maddie's cry. I spin on the spot, racing back across the hall and slam my front door closed so Patricia doesn't follow me inside. There she is, Maddie, inside her basket, resting on the sofa, right next to where I was sleeping. When I stood up, I hadn't looked behind me. I burst out laughing and crying as I scoop her up in my arms, holding her close. The foul odor from her nappy assaults my nostrils. She squirms and cries harder. Jesus Christ! What was that? I'm losing the plot. I am seriously losing the plot. There, it's okay. Mummy will change and feed you. The only way to calm her is to stick on the dancing broccoli again, so I switch on the TV so she can watch while I change her nappy. Then she has a feed. I need to pump before I leave too, so I do that at the same time. A baby on one nipple and a pump on the other, a human milking machine. I smell like baby puke and milk. Once she's content, I put her in her baby bouncer in front of the dancing fruit, then jump in the shower for the world's fastest wash, get dressed in a wrinkled suit, and grab my bag. Gemma knocks on the door 2 minutes later. As soon as I let her in, she rushes over to Maddie, kneels, and speaks to her in a high-pitched voice. Maddie giggles and coos and reaches her chubby arms out to her. I watch while Gemma picks her up and gives her a tickle. How was she last night? Fine. Her temperature is down and she had milk, but she didn't sleep well. Okay, I'll keep her here today. Maybe I'll take her for a walk in the pram a bit later for some fresh air. Thanks, Gemma, I say, hiking my bag onto my shoulder. I'll see you at 6. I glance at Maddie, who's staring at Gemma. Bye, Maddie, I say quietly, before turning and walking out the door. I'm sorry, I whisper as it closes behind me. I stand in the corridor for at least a minute, sucking in deep breaths, telling myself that I can do this. I'm a strong, confident, independent woman. I can handle anything. Leaving my child in the capable arms of another woman is a perfectly normal part of being a single mum. Okay, so Maddie loves Gemma more than me, but she's not even a year old yet. She won't remember any of this. It's fine. I'm not ruining my baby's childhood at all. It's time to go to work. 2 hours later, I'm all caught up on what I should have read through last night. Simon has popped his head round the door a couple of times, asking how I am. It feels as if he's checking up on me too often, and I don't like it, nor do I need it. The chat I had with him yesterday still rings in my ears. I made such a big deal of telling him I could handle it that I have no choice but to keep going, even if it kills me. Tiffany seems more attentive towards me too, offering to make me cups of decaf tea and coffee sporadically throughout the day. I have a meeting with Simon in half an hour to show him the plan I've come up with, but I feel as if I'm missing something important. I check through my notes again, through the minutes of the past few meetings. Then it clicks into place. I've fucked up. Big time. I've read through the wrong notes this morning. No, that can't be right. I took the notes home, but didn't get the chance to look at them, so I brought them to work with me and put them on my keyboard while I used the bathroom. I started going through them as soon as I came back. Unless... Did someone swap the notes on my desk while I was out of my office? Who would? Tiffany. That cow is determined to sabotage me, and now I've prepped for the past 2 hours on the wrong fucking pitch, and my stupid, exhausted brain didn't realize until now. It's too late. I'm going to have to admit that I need more time. A knock sounds. I look up to see Simon's head floating around the side of my door. Ready? Yes, I'm ready. Screw it. I can blag it for an hour. I may not know the numbers inside and out, but I'll have the proper notes in front of me to refer to. I'll be fine. Confidence, Poppy. It's all about exuding confidence. Fake it till you make it and all that. I've faked plenty of orgasms in my time. I can fake this. An hour later, I slump back to my office feeling like I've just got off a roller coaster. My pits are sweaty, my head is pounding, and my cheeks and chest are flushed red, a telltale sign that I'm flustered. Simon kept giving me evils across the table whenever I messed up a statistic. I did manage to fumble my way through most of it, even if I had to double-check some of the outline. It could have gone a lot worse, and the partners seemed happy enough when they left, even shaking my hand and thanking me. See, I can blag my way through almost anything. Even that speeding ticket from a year ago, back when I had a car. I'm so sorry, officer. My sister's in labor on the bathroom floor and needs my help. My breasts feel hard and heavy again. I have roughly an hour to play with until I need to get back to my desk, so I head to the cubicles, sit on the toilet lid, attach the pumps, and flick through my phone. There's a new text from Richard. It seems he's trying to hit me from all angles. Yesterday, it was an email. Bloody hell, this guy won't give up. I open it and take a look. Hey, Poppy, what happened last night? Are you okay? I'm sorry if I freaked you out or something. Let me know if you're okay. Would love to meet up again. Richard Ix. My brow furrows. What the hell is this guy on? Now he's resorted to making up random encounters. Last night, I had a sick baby attached to my nipple, yet he's suggesting we met up. Yeah, all right, mate. My finger hovers over the delete and block button, but my curiosity takes over and I type out a quick message. Hi, Richard. I have no idea what you're talking about. We didn't meet up last night. I was home looking after my sick child. I told you I don't have time for anything serious, so please take the hint and leave me alone. Poppy. The message sends. 2 blue ticks appear and 3 little dots pop up. Richard is typing. This should be good. Jesus, Poppy, how drunk were you last night? I laugh out loud, adjusting one of the pumps. Luckily, they're fairly quiet, just awkward. Since I have nothing better to do, I decide to play him at his little game. I told you I don't drink. What's going on? Why are you stalking me like this? Stalking you? What the hell? We had dinner last night and you stormed out before the food even arrived. Okay, now who's had too much to drink? Poppy, I swear to God, I'm telling the truth. I met you last night in Pompey and I took you to dinner. You were dressed like a fucking homeless person, but it was you. And block and delete. Life's too short to deal with crazy stalkers. Chapter 10. Layla. I don't go home. There's no point. With 2 donuts sitting heavy in my stomach and fueled on sugar, I walk to the waterfront. There's something about the salty air that clears my head and helps calm my racing heart. It's busy, but that doesn't bother me. There aren't a lot of places in Portsmouth where one can go to be completely alone. Sometimes I'm alone even in a crowd of people. I don't belong anywhere or matter to anyone. I'm invisible. Those women at the counseling group don't know anything. How can they? They haven't been through what I've been through. Daphne was right about one thing. Every person's grief is their own to bear. I need my baby back. That's the bottom line. Nothing else will heal my broken heart. Certainly not talking about how sad I feel, or taking some special white pill that messes with my head. Not even drinking until I pass out in a puddle of my own vomit. Poppy and Maddie consume my thoughts as I walk along the waterfront with no destination in mind. I need to find out more about them, especially Poppy. Richard was convinced that I was her last night, so we must look similar. Perhaps we have the same dark brown hair, the same cheekbones, the same soft body shape. I don't know, but finding out about Poppy is my #1 priority. Poppy will lead me to Maddie. I have an hour before I need to be at work. Not that work is at the top of my list anymore. I take my phone out of my pocket, but I'm out of data, so I stop walking around and head to the nearest coffee shop, stumble through the doors, and hide in the back, hoping no one will notice I haven't bought anything. My head is still pounding, and I could certainly do with a strong coffee to dull my hangover, but I'll have to go without for now. The cash in my pocket is earmarked for Frank, so I can keep my shithole of a flat for 1 more month. I hook up to the free Wi-Fi and start researching Poppy, but I don't have her last name. Richard said they first met in Southampton, so I add that and then hit search. I'm not expecting much to happen, and it doesn't, not at first. I add in lawyer because I think Richard mentioned something about her working in that field. The results pop up instantly. It's a website from a law firm in Southampton, Bedford and Sons, and a woman called Poppy Banks is listed on the page of employees as a corporate lawyer. I click on her short bio and a photo appears on the screen. I blink several times, convinced my vision is playing tricks on me. I must still be drunk. I'm clearly seeing things. I refresh the page, but the photo remains. It's me. No, it's Poppy, but she's me. I'm not saying that she looks a little like me or that we have the same hairstyle or the same cheekbones. Poppy Banks is me, even down to the large freckle on her face. Mine is on the right side and hers is on her left, just next to her nose, shaped exactly like mine. How is it possible? It's like I'm looking in a mirror. Granted, she's a hell of a better dresser than I am, and her eyebrows are nicely shaped, whereas mine are overgrown and bushy. She's wearing makeup, not a lot, but enough to highlight her best features. Her eyes, dark brown like mine, but with a hint of green. I stare at my phone, unable to tear my eyes away. "Excuse me, ma'am, would you like to order anything?" I look up at the waitress smiling above me. "No thanks," I say quite abruptly, annoyed that she's interrupted me in my corner of solitude. The waitress glances over her shoulder, quite possibly at her manager, who's more than likely told her to ask me to order something or leave. It's not a place to skive for free Wi-Fi. The waitress smiles down at me again. "I'll bring you a coffee." "Oh no, it's on the house," she adds with a wink. "Oh, thank you," I say quietly. She walks away and goes behind the counter. I return to researching Poppy. Now that I have her name, her job title, and location, I put it into Google and see what pops up. Her Facebook profile. Bingo. I also have a Facebook profile, but I barely use it and it's under a fake name because I once used it to stalk an ex-lover of mine. I'm forced to change my password to log in because it's been so long I've forgotten it. I don't share photos of myself either, so it's the most unassuming profile ever. Not even my date of birth is shared, or my location. Poppy's profile is public, so all of her information is available. I don't need to send her a friend request to access any of it. She has 312 friends, is single, grew up and lives in Southampton, has worked at Bedford and Sons for 3 years, and has a 9-month-old baby called Madison, who goes to a nursery called Acorns. There she is. Maddie. My baby. No, Poppy's baby. She's the most angelic, tiny bundle of joy I've ever seen. Her blue eyes and soft blonde curls on her head make her look like a living doll, delicate and precious. I watch a few videos that Poppy has posted, chuckling as Maddie babbles and giggles on screen. There are so many pictures of her, and I'm drawn into them, imagining that I'm the one holding her, playing with her, making her laugh. She's only 9 months old, so she hasn't taken her first steps yet, but she will soon, and I want to be there when she does. I imagine her stumbling into my open arms, giggling and babbling. "Here you go," says the waitress, placing a cup of black coffee beside me. I don't even look up. I can't. My eyes are like saucers, focusing on the screen and nothing else. I'm looking at my baby girl, soaking up her beauty. My eyes swivel to Poppy, who's smiling in all the photos too, perfectly happy and content with her life, with her child in her arms. It should have been me. Poppy has stolen my life. She's even the same size as me. Everything about her is identical. Is she my twin? But how? It doesn't make any sense. I don't have a twin. I'm an only child, raised in the foster system. Not once was I told I had an identical twin. My parents were nobodies, drug addicts, useless members of society who apparently gave me up because I was taking too much time and money out of their drug habit. That's what I was told. I bounced around foster homes like a pinball, never able to settle or make it work anywhere. As soon as I was 18, I left without looking back, got a job, and have been living hand to mouth ever since. I've moved at least 15 times and even lived on the streets for 6 months. However, I'm happy to say I've never been arrested, despite my multiple shoplifting offenses. I've had some close calls, though. Then I was raped by a random man, gave birth to a baby on my living room floor 9 months later, and then cradled her in my arms as she died only a few days later. And here's Poppy Banks, living it up in Southampton on a decent salary, never having to go without a meal or decide what's more important, food or heating. And she has a gorgeous baby who is happy and thriving. How is that fair? Why does she get to have everything in life while I'm reduced to this waste of space who can barely get through a single day without wanting to step out in front of a car? I don't care who she is. This bitch has what I want. She's stolen it. I lean forward and take my coffee from the table, sipping it slowly while staring at a picture of Poppy, perfectly manicured and turned out, holding Maddie in her arms. I bet Poppy doesn't care about her. She's probably too focused on her career, on how she looks, to spend time with her baby. If I was Maddie's mother, I'd spend every waking moment with her, playing with her, taking her out to see the world, spoiling her with affection and attention, not material items. Maddie deserves more. She deserves a mother who loves her, who adores her. That's me, not Poppy. Poppy doesn't deserve her. I finish my coffee and rise to my feet, mind made up, my head steadier. I have a little work to do to get myself ready, and I need to get myself over to Southampton somehow. But I have a goal now. I'm going to get my baby back. Chapter 11. Poppy. The next day, Maddie is back to her usual self. Her temperature and feeding patterns are back to normal. She's drinking breast milk from her bottle, and Gemma is happy to drop her off at nursery for the day. Gemma has a doctor's appointment, so I've arranged with Simon to leave work early so I can pick up Maddie at 4. It's not ideal, especially since I'm drowning in work, but once I have Maddie, I'll take her home and sit her in front of those magic dancing fruit videos for a while so I can get some work done. Then I may take her to the park. She loves the tiny slides and climbing areas, even though she can't actually walk yet. It's fascinating to watch her toddle around on unsteady legs, like a drunk robot with a broken navigation system. The day drags on and on. I'm gagging for a coffee. A proper coffee, not the decaffeinated shit I have to put up with while breastfeeding. I've been debating switching to formula, but I'm not sure if it will be any easier. She does take a bottle of breast milk, which is a lifesaver, but I don't have the time to figure out how to transition her over. Plus, I can't just stop cold turkey. My breasts would surely explode. I have no idea how it works, and anyway, with formula, don't you have to have it at a certain temperature? Not to mention, it costs a fortune. At least breast milk is free. Perhaps I should consult a doctor first. Either way, I don't have the time to sort it out yet, but I will. One day. Soon. At 10 to 4, I'm ready to leave to pick up Maddie when Tiffany knocks on my office door and pokes her head round. She opens her mouth, but I don't let her get a sound out. Whatever it is, Tiffany, it can wait. I have to leave to pick up my daughter. I push myself up from the desk and grab my bag from the floor. I'm halfway out the door by the time she says, "Simon told me to tell you that he needs to see you in his office first thing tomorrow morning." "Fine." "Whatever," I call out, already striding down the hallway, my bag bumping against my side as I jog to the lift. I slam the button and wait. "Poppy!" I turn and see Tiffany jogging to catch up with me. "Yes, I heard you," I snap. "There's something else," she says, stopping next to me, slightly out of breath. "What?" The lift doors ping open and I raise my eyebrows at her, signaling that she needs to hurry the fuck up and spit it out. He said that, you know what, it can wait." She waves it off. I roll my eyes and stroll into the lift. The doors close. Well, that was a waste of time, wasn't it? I'm lucky that the nursery and my flat are all within walking distance of the office. I don't own a car anymore, having got rid of it several months ago to save money. The parking costs were extortionate. If I do need to go further afield, then I use the bus, but I very rarely need to. I've no need to explore outside of my bubble. Gemma has taken Maddie out on day trips before, though, because apparently it's good to expose babies to different locations and modes of transport. As I walk towards the nursery, I realize that this is only the third time I've picked up my daughter at the end of the day. I've dropped her off plenty of times, walking from the direction of my flat, but I'm rarely able to make it on time to pick her up, so I've never walked there from the office before. I stop at a set of crossroads. Is it left or straight on? Shit. I grab my phone from my bag, ready to ask Google Maps for help, but it's on 5% battery. Fuck! I forgot to charge the damn thing before I left. It dies just as I type in the address. I mutter a few swear words as I turn left down the next road. 2 minutes later, it's clear I made the wrong choice, so I turn around, jog back the way I came, and go straight on. By the time I reach the gates of the nursery, I'm 10 minutes late. No one's there waiting for me, which is weird. They must have taken her back in when I didn't show up. They're probably trying to call me now, but since my phone is dead, I'm not reachable. Cursing myself and removing my jacket, which is sticking to my sweaty skin thanks to my brisk jog to get here, I press the buzzer and take a much-needed deep breath. "Hello," comes the cheery response from the small black box attached to the locked gates. "Oh, hi, yeah, sorry I'm late. Work was super busy." Sorry, but who are you here to pick up?" "Maddie." There's a short pause. "Madison Banks?" "Yes, that's right." Another short pause. "Hang on one moment." The speaker turns off. They haven't opened the gate yet, but maybe the pickup process has changed recently. Perhaps they bring her out to the gate now, instead of me going inside to get her. I wait, leaning on one hip. Her pram is stored here too, so hopefully they'll bring that out as well. The front door opens, and a middle-aged woman walks out. But she doesn't have Maddie or the pram. I glance at my watch. Time is ticking by, and I really need to get home so I can get my work done. "Hi, Mrs. Banks?" says the woman, stopping at the gates. She's frowning at me like I'm a stranger. "It's Ms.," I say. "My apologies. You said you're here to pick up your daughter, Madison?" "Yes, I'm only like 10 minutes late. If you need me to pay extra for the overtime, then—" She holds up her hand. No, that's not necessary, Ms. Banks. But I think there's been some confusion. You picked up Madison 4 hours ago." I stare at her, not blinking. "What did you say?" The woman smiles, but her jawline is clenched. "Madison was picked up 4 hours ago." "By Gemma, my childminder?" I ask with a nod, realizing that Gemma's doctor appointment must have been canceled, and she decided to pick her up instead. Her message is probably waiting for me on my dead phone. No, Ms. Banks, by you." I stare at her some more as my throat threatens to close up. My heart rate spikes, almost doubles. "That's not possible," I say, my words coming out in a squeaky whisper. "It must have been Gemma who picked her up. I've been at work all day." The woman's jaw drops open. I don't know what to say. "You can start by telling me where my daughter is," I snap, my fists clenched at my sides. I can't breathe, can't even draw air into my lungs. She's not here, Ms. Banks. You picked her up 4 hours ago." "Stop fucking saying that!" I shriek, lunging forward and grabbing the iron bars of the gates with both hands, my knuckles turning white. "I just told you I didn't pick her up. She must be here!" The woman's face turns bright red. I don't. Why don't you come inside and we'll discuss this further?" The gates buzz open, and she gestures for me to follow her. But my feet are rooted to the ground. What the fuck else is there for us to discuss? Why won't she give me my daughter? Where is Maddie? I grab my phone, still unable to move an inch, ready to call Gemma, but only a black screen stares back at me. Fuck! The woman has run inside, hopefully to ask another staff member about Maddie, because she has to be somewhere. Why is this woman saying I've already picked her up? Am I that sleep-deprived, that bad of a mother that I've forgotten I've already picked up my daughter from nursery? Or is she having some sort of nervous breakdown? I don't have her. She's not here. I don't know where she is. The more the reality sets in, the more my breath starts running away from me. How is this possible? Who's in the wrong here? The woman's pale face is peering out from the reception window. She's on the phone. I finally manage to put one foot in front of the other and follow her with shaky legs, pushing the swinging door open to the nursery reception area, where there are now several people all hovering, concerned looks across their faces, hushed whispers, judgmental eyes. Why the fuck are they judging me? They're the irresponsible fuckwits who've lost my daughter. Don't they have some sort of safety procedure for pickup time? Gemma has to use a password in order to pick her up, and she's the only person who knows what it is. Lambrini. No one approaches me. I'm left standing in the foyer. I don't know what to do. The bottom line is, my daughter is missing. Someone has taken her. Chapter 12. Layla. I can't believe that worked. I did it. I actually did it. I walked right up to Acorn's nursery, spoke to the lady at reception, told her I was here to collect Madison Banks, and now she's in my arms, sleeping soundly, completely at peace. It was almost too easy. Although, obviously, I couldn't walk up and pretend to be Poppy looking like a homeless person. So once I'd made my way to Southampton, using the small amount of cash I kept back after sliding the stolen notes underneath Frank's door, I went into a few clothes shops for a browse. I made sure to enter at the busiest time of day and managed to sneak a nice shirt and a pair of black leggings under my baggy jacket. Hey, sometimes it's just easier to steal stuff than find the money to pay for it. I'm good at stealing. I've just stolen a baby. I didn't want to risk stealing a full business suit or anything like that. It's all about the sleight of hand, the confidence to walk out of the changing rooms with your head held high. Once I had my new clothes, I ditched the old ones in a bin, then went in search of another shop with a makeup stall. The cosmetic lady I approached in Boots gave me a complete makeover and showed me all the amazing items she'd used on my face. I oohed and ahed and nodded along, then ditched her the moment her back was turned. Next, my hair. I didn't have money for a proper cut, but I surreptitiously used a brush in a shop, then replaced it. Only a few strands came out. It was still a bit of a state, so I tied it up in a smart ponytail instead. Easy. I kept my bag, which is a scrappy old thing, but it holds everything I need, including my phone and the little money I have left. I was ready to pick up my daughter from nursery. I buzzed the reception on the gate and waited, my heart thumping. I was a little worried they'd ask me for a password, as I know places like schools and nurseries have those sorts of safety procedures in place. But usually they don't ask for one from the main parent. "Hello," said a lady's voice from the speaker. "Oh, hi," I said cheerfully. "I'm here to pick up Maddie. Sorry I'm a little early, but I completely forgot she has a doctor's appointment." "That's no problem, Mrs. Banks. I'll let you through now. Thank you so much." The gates buzzed open, and I walked through the car park and entered the reception area, holding my breath. My body was doing its best to fail me, but I held it together as the lady came out from behind her desk and smiled at me. "I'll just go and get her now. She's had a lovely morning." "Oh, good," I said with a smile. The woman disappeared down the hallway. My hands started shaking. I couldn't breathe. I was about to set eyes on my beautiful baby for the first time. I heard a giggle from down the hall and turned towards the sound. As soon as I saw her, I fell in love. Head over heels. She was more beautiful, more perfect than I ever could have imagined, and she was all mine. "Hi, gorgeous girl," I said in a high-pitched voice. Maddie let out a little squeak as the lady handed her over, but then she turned and stared at me with her big, sparkling blue eyes, stared right into my soul. She reached out her chubby little arms and touched my face, and I burst into tears, big, sobbing tears, but I was laughing too. "Hi, Maddie, my baby. Hi, baby girl. I'm here to pick you up, okay?" The woman pushed the pram towards me, which was stored neatly in a corner out of the way, and set a red changing bag over the handles. "She's been as good as gold. Your childminder said she had a little cold or something yesterday, but she appears well now. You said you're taking her to the doctor's?" "Oh, yes, just for a checkup, you know. You can never be too careful." "Of course. She's back in tomorrow?" I'll let you know." I couldn't take my eyes off her, even as I spoke to the lady. I held Maddie in my arms as I pushed the pram out the door with one hand. As soon as the gates closed behind me, I took a deep breath, my face beaming with a smile I never knew I had inside me. Now I'm here. She's in my arms. I'm standing outside the nursery gates. She's all mine. At that moment, a crippling, mind-numbing fear washes over me like a tidal wave. The fear of losing her. The fear of something bad happening to her. The fear of anyone coming within an inch of her. Of someone grabbing her from the pram. Of her bumping her head, getting a cold, getting a cough. My legs shake. Nausea swells in my stomach. I'm barely quick enough to place her in her pram before I lurch to the side and retch. Oh God, is this what motherhood is like? The constant fear, the constant worry of something bad happening to your baby. I can't do this. I can't. Maddie cries at the sound of my gagging. I grasp the handle of the pram. Shh, shh, it's okay, baby girl. I'm okay. It'll all be okay. I don't want anyone from the nursery hearing either of us, so I push Maddie away from the gates and down the pavement, flinching every time a car drives past, as visions of one careening out of control and slamming into the pram flood my brain. This is horrible. The anxiety, the stress. The more I walk, the better I start to feel. Fresh air is helping, but within 5 minutes, I realize I have no idea where I'm going. I suppose I need to head home, back to Portsmouth. I have a return ticket for the bus, but I don't remember where the bus station is. It doesn't matter right now, though, because I have the most gorgeous girl staring up at me with her big blue eyes. She's smiling, kicking her chubby legs. Should I strap her in? Oh God, what if she falls out of the pram and face plants on the pavement and knocks herself out and causes a brain aneurysm? I stop, bend down, and strap her in, unsure if I'm doing it right, but she looks secure. It's not like she can move much, but she does squirm around, even chews on one of the straps. A few minutes later, she starts fussing and crying. The sound, it goes straight through me, ripping my heart into shreds, and I look down as my breasts ache. My nipples are leaking milk again. I quickly stop and search in her changing bag, finding a full bottle of milk. I'm unsure if it's formula or Poppy's breast milk, but I wonder. Finding a nearby bench, I put the bottle back inside the bag, sit down, take Maddie out of her pram, unbutton my shirt, and pull down the front. She latches within seconds. It's the strangest, most surreal sensation in the world, but it's also the most amazing. I can't explain it. There's no other explanation. Maddie is my child. Why else would she latch onto my breast and drink so easily? I'm her mother, and I love her more than life itself. While I sit and allow her to drink, I glance at my surroundings, on the lookout for any dangers. A tall man walks towards us, wearing an oversized hoodie. A bunch of school kids are laughing and swearing nearby. A car is approaching after blaring its horn. All around me. I have to protect her, no matter the cost. 10 minutes later, she falls asleep in my arms, but I don't move a muscle. I want to be frozen forever in this perfect position, this perfect moment. I've never felt such happiness, yet so much anxiety either. But I can't stay like this. I need to get home. It won't be long until Poppy or the childminder returns to the nursery to pick up Maddie, and I need to be as far away as possible when that happens. I hate to move her, but I'm as gentle as possible as I lay her back in the pram, strap her in, and pull up her soft blankets, covering her little body. I grasp the pram handle and start walking towards the center of town, keeping an eye out for signs to the bus station. Chapter 13. Poppy. The lady finally steps out from behind the desk and approaches me again, looking a little white. Okay, Miss Banks, I've checked with the whole building and no one has Maddie. You definitely picked her up 4 hours ago. I was the one who handed her over to you. You were wearing different clothes but the same shirt, or at least a similar one. White with narrow black stripes, and you had your hair tied back in a ponytail. You said you were picking her up early to take her to the doctor's for a checkup. I open my mouth, but then close it again, unable to form any words. What the hell is she talking about? I did no such thing. Would you like me to call someone? She asks. Maybe the police? I snap out of my stupor. This is ridiculous, I say. You have CCTV in this place, right? Yes, but then show me when I picked her up. Show me, now. The lady nods and ushers me to join her behind the reception desk. She sits down while I stand over her, watching her every move as she types on the keyboard and navigates to the camera system. She points to the screen. I lean in and hold my breath as a woman walks through the gates of the nursery. Her face isn't visible yet, but there's a familiarity in the way she moves. She's slight, like me, and has long dark hair tied back in a ponytail, but it could be anyone right now. The view changes, and now, on the screen, the same woman walks into the reception area. She keeps her head down, glancing around. She's nervous. The lady next to me appears on the screen, holding Maddie in her arms, and hands her over to this stranger who isn't me. But then, the view changes again, and I see her face clearly for the first time. Freeze it there, I say, grasping the back of the chair, my fingers white with tension. The video feed stops. I lean in closer. Holy fuck, it's me. Except it's not me. I don't understand, I say, never removing my eyes from the screen. Why didn't you ask for the password? There was no need, Ms. Banks, because it was you. We only use the password for non-family members, such as your childminder. You and Gemma are the only two people who ever pick Madison up. This is you. She points to the screen, to the woman who is me, but isn't. I slam my hand on the back of her chair and she flinches, jumping to her feet. Ms. Banks, I'm going to have to ask you to calm down, or I'll be forced to call the police. She backs away from the desk towards the door. Although, I think, given the circumstances, involving the police would be appropriate. Calm down! Calm down! I turn to her, eyes blazing. How do you expect me to fucking calm down? My daughter is missing! But, what's Gemma's number? Do you have it stored in your system here? The lady stares at me with a dumb look on her face. Gemma, my childminder. What's her number? My phone is dead. Oh, yes, it will be on the system, if you'll just give me a moment. The lady shuffles past me again to her chair. I step back to give her space and watch while she brings up the details on the screen. She dials the number and hands me the phone. I snatch it off her and press it hard against my ear. It rings and rings. Why isn't she answering? I get her answer machine. Gemma, it's Poppy. I'm at the nursery, but Maddie's not here. Where is she? My phone's dead. Call me back here. I slam the receiver into its cradle and sigh heavily. Would you like me to call the police? No, I really think we should. Something like this has never happened before. I'm mortified, of course, but the fact is, Ms. Banks, we have proof that you picked her up, so that means… What? What does it mean? Are you accusing me of picking her up then forgetting where I put her? She's not a fucking cup of tea. I would never forget. The pressure behind my eyes is too much. I close them in fear of them exploding with tears and never stopping. I realize that, Ms. Banks, but this is a serious situation, and I really think I need to inform the police. Madison's safety is the biggest priority. She projects a calm demeanor, but I can tell that inside she's also panicking. Fine, I say. Yes, call the police. The lady nods. If you'll come through into the meeting room, I'll get someone to get you some water. You must be in shock. If you've handed my daughter over to a stranger, you're going to pay for this, I mutter. She blinks several times, her bottom lip quivering. 15 minutes later, the police arrive at the nursery. 2 of them, 2 women, one older, one younger, one grumpy-looking, one not-so-grumpy-looking. I'm sipping water out of a plastic cup when they walk in, dressed to the nines in their uniforms. The sight of them makes my heart do a flip-flop in my chest. This is real. This is really happening. How am I going to explain myself without sounding like a crazy person? The grumpier, older one extends her hand towards me. I remain seated. Ms. Banks, I'm Detective Constable Phillips, and this is my colleague, Police Constable Woods. Mrs. Layton has explained the situation, but I'd like to hear it in your own words. We need to work fast to find your child. I hear the words she doesn't say at the end as clear as day. Before it's too late. I nod my understanding, my tongue sticking to the roof of my mouth. D.C. Phillips takes a seat in front of me, the scowl still firmly in place. Maybe it's stuck like that indefinitely. The other one, P.C. Woods, is standing nearby with a notebook open and a pen. I feel like I'm on trial. Okay, please go over everything in detail. Let's start at the beginning. What time did you drop your daughter at nursery this morning? I didn't. Gemma, my childminder, did. I think it was at 9 or 9:15. We'll need her details after this. I nod, agreeing. Then what? She asks abruptly. My eyes sting with tears again. It feels as if she's judging me. I'd arranged with Gemma that I'd pick Maddie up at 4 today. She hasn't been well over the past few days, and I was going to take her home early, maybe go to the park. But when I arrived, that lady said she'd already been picked up 4 hours earlier, at midday. Picked up by who? I pause for a moment. By me, I say quietly. But you didn't pick her up. No. D.C. Phillips glances sideways at her younger colleague. They share a look, then P.C. Woods speaks. I'll go and check out the CCTV footage. That woman on the footage isn't me, I blurt out as she turns to walk out of the room. I know it sounds crazy, but it's not me. I didn't pick my daughter up earlier. I don't know what's going on, but you have to believe me. D.C. Phillips sighs while P.C. Woods exits the room. Ms. Banks, have you been under any stress lately? What the hell's that supposed to mean? Please, just answer the question. Yes, but I suppose I am a bit stressed because of work, but I'd never. You can't honestly believe I'm making this up. D.C. Phillips sighs. A missing child, especially one at such a young age, is a very serious situation. If what you're saying is true, and it wasn't you who picked her up, then it means your daughter has been kidnapped. A shaky breath catches in my throat. The way she says it sounds so real. But I don't understand. Who would do that? That's what we're here to find out. What happens now? We'll conduct further investigations. We'll get a clear image of the woman on the CCTV footage. What about the lady who handed her over to a stranger? She's going to be arrested, right? I'm afraid that Mrs. Layton is standing by her statement. She handed her over to you, Ms. Banks. She didn't ask for the password because she knew it was you. She's met you many times before. She's quite certain. But it wasn't. It wasn't me. She's lying. A silence stretches between us. DC Phillips stands up as PC Woods re-enters the room. I've checked the CCTV footage and printed out a screenshot of the woman's face. She hands a piece of paper to the older officer, who takes it, glances at it for 2 seconds, then holds it up for me to see. Ms. Banks, can you tell me who the woman in this photo is? I gulp and shake my head, tears brimming in my eyes. How am I supposed to explain this? I can't even make sense of it myself. Well, I'm afraid I can. It's you, Ms. Banks. It's not me. DC Phillips raises her eyebrows. No? Do you happen to have an identical twin that you don't know about? Her words drip with sarcasm, but it sparks something inside me. Holy fuck! That's it! It has to be! It's the only logical explanation. It's her. She's alive. Chapter 14. Layla. Maddie sleeps like an angel all the way on the bus to Portsmouth. Random strangers smile at me. They offer to move to make space for me in the pram. They tell me how beautiful she is. I'm not used to this. Usually people avoid me, give me strange looks, move away in disgust, but not today. Today I'm a mother with a beautiful, angelic baby. While I'm on the bus, I take the time to look through her changing bag to see what I'm going to need to buy. There are 3 nappies, a bottle of milk, 2 muslins, a packet of baby wipes, a spare onesie, a tiny hat, a packet of tissues, and a couple of small snacks designed for babies under 1. I'm going to need to buy more nappies. 3 won't last the rest of the day, plus clothes. Luckily, I can feed her myself with milk, but babies around 9 months can also eat certain soft foods, though I have no idea if she's allergic to anything. I'm just going to have to tread carefully and take things as and when they come. My stop arrives, and I awkwardly maneuver the pram off the bus, being careful not to jolt it too much. Maddie hasn't stirred yet. Her breathing is shallow. Is it supposed to be shallow? She's barely moving. Oh my God, is she? I stop in the middle of the pavement, lean over and prod her lightly with my finger. Once, twice, she moves. Relief washes over me, and I take a deep breath, rearranging the changing bag so it drapes over the handle. Now I'm in my hometown. I know my way around. Work will have called to ask why I haven't been in. Screw work. I have a child to raise now. But I'm going to need money. Shit, I haven't thought this through. There's no one to look after Maddie while I'm working, and there's no way in hell I can afford a childminder. Not like Poppy Banks, who clearly has been palming her child off on someone else so she can climb the career ladder. Women like her make me sick. My whole goal in life has always been to have a child. It was what I was born to do. I slept around a lot in my younger years, hoping to fall pregnant, not bothering to use protection or hold out hope that a man would fall in love with me. I only needed his sperm. I didn't need his love. After so many years of never falling pregnant, I began to wonder if there was something physically wrong with me. I went to get a checkup, and that's when I was told that I had a weirdly shaped uterus, and it was highly unlikely that I'd ever carry a baby to term. My world fell apart, but it didn't stop me from trying to fall pregnant by any random man who would shag me. But it never happened. I'd all but given up hope. Then I was raped. She was my miracle baby, who arrived without any warning or planning. And then she died. Now I have Maddie. All is right with the world. Everything is clear and makes sense again. I know what my new goal in life is, and that's to nourish and protect this child, raise her with love and kindness, and be the best mother I can be. Unfortunately, I'm going to need money for that. I have Maddie, but now I need a plan that ensures I don't lose her. Poppy's going to come after me, unless she's a heartless bitch who's relieved that her child has been taken. It wouldn't surprise me. Poundland has cheap nappies, so I pop in there for the bits I need. But the cost starts mounting up, and by the time I reach the self-service till, I don't have anywhere near enough to cover everything. Maddie chooses this time to wake up and start screaming the place down. She's wet through and hungry. Panic clamps around my chest like a vice. People stare and mutter as they avoid eye contact and step around me. It seems people only smile and coo when the baby's quiet. I pick her up and rock her side to side as I attempt to swipe my card through the scanner, but it keeps getting declined. I don't have enough cash left either. "Can I help you with anything?" asks the nearby cashier, raising her voice over my screaming baby. My card doesn't seem to be working, which is weird because I've just used it in another shop." The cashier gives me a pity look, takes the card from me and tries again, like that's going to make a fucking bit of difference. Declined. "Do you have cash or another card you could use?" she asks politely, but with a hint of annoyance. No, I've used my last bit of cash on the bus." "Excuse me," says a man on the next hill over. "I'll happily cover it for you." He steps forward and offers his card to the cashier. My face flames red as Maddie's screams reach epic heights. "Oh, that's very kind of you, but I can't let you—" "I insist." The cashier snaps the card off him and swipes it through my till, probably wanting this ordeal to be over as soon as possible. Maddie's wailing seems to be driving away customers. One even steps through the doors, ready to shop, then makes a hasty retreat when they hear the screams. "Thank you so much," I say to the man with the kind eyes. "My pleasure. Have a nice day." He takes his card off the cashier and carries his bags out of the shop. Gulping back a lump in my throat, I quickly gather my shopping one-handed, chuck it in the pram, then bolt out of the building, Maddie clutched against my chest, and pushing the pram with my free hand. She's heavy and squirming. I need to find somewhere to change and feed her, but there's nowhere suitable. In the end, I come across a bench just down the road and use that. She almost rolls off the edge several times, and she refuses to keep still as I remove the soiled nappy. My nostrils twitch as the pungent odor assaults them. Changing a 9-month-old baby is a lot more challenging than changing a newborn. When my baby was born, she was a dream to change and just lay still the whole time. But Maddie is determined to make it hard for me. I bite my tongue to stop myself screaming. Once she's changed, and I've got her out of her wet onesie and into a dry one, she calms down as I let her attach to my nipple again. I just want to close my eyes. I've had her for less than 4 hours, and I'm already exhausted. I'm not far from home. Once I'm there, I can come up with a new plan. Perhaps Mr. Brown will look after her for me while I'm at work, if I still have a job left to go back to, since I've been ignoring all their attempts to contact me for the past couple of hours. 40 minutes later, I make it through the front door of my building. Only then do I remember that there's no lift installed. How am I supposed to get a pram up 6 flights of stairs? "Fuck's sake," I mutter as I push the pram into a corner and apply the brake. I unload the bags of shopping, strap the changing bag across my chest, then pick up Maddie. I'll have to come back down for the pram later. By the time I reach the top landing, my back is soaked through and I'm seeing double. Maddie squirms like an octopus in my arms, all legs and arms, determined to make me work hard to keep a firm grip on her. I reach my door and swap her over to my right side, balancing her on my hip as I search for my keys. As usual, they've sunk to the bottom of my bag. A door opens behind me and I know who it is without having to look. "Layla, I thought that was you." Mr. Brown's soft voice makes me almost weep. Finding the keys, I shove them in the lock. "Hi, Mr. Brown," I say without glancing to look at him. "And who is this beautiful young lady?" he asks, standing next to me and tickling Maddie's feet through her onesie. "This is Maddie," I reply proudly. "Well, you're just the most precious creature I've ever seen," he coos. Maddie gurgles in response. She seems to like him. Then he clamps his gaze on me, eyes hard, staring. "Layla, is everything all right here?" "Everything's fine," I say brightly. "Nothing to worry about. Just looking after her for a few days, maybe longer. Her mother is a friend of mine and had an overdose, so I thought she'd be safer with me, you know." Mr. Brown sighs and shakes his head. I'm unsure if he believes me, but I'm relieved when he says, "I'm so sorry to hear that. If you need anything, you give me a shout, yeah? I used to be a decent babysitter in my day." "Thank you, Mr. Brown." I bid goodbye to him, then stumble through into my flat and slam the door. I stare at my surroundings, at the damp walls, the discarded food and dirty plates. This is no place for a young baby. I need to get my act together, or, better yet, find a better place to live. Chapter 15. Poppy. My insides turn to ice, and a ripple of unease brushes across my skin. "Do you have an identical twin, Ms. Banks?" DC Phillips asks. It should be a simple question, one I could answer without thinking, but it isn't, and I can't. I've never given it a second thought until today. My mouth opens and a weird squeak comes out. "Ms. Banks?" No, I mean, not anymore." This receives a raised eyebrow. "Not anymore?" "She died. I did have an identical twin, apparently, but she died in the womb. My mom told me when I was 8 years old. I was supposed to be a twin, but she was never born." "I see." DC Phillips looks down at her notepad and crosses a sentence out. "And you're sure about that?" Again, my mouth opens, then closes like a fish. Yes. "Is your mother alive to confirm this?" There's that ice in my veins again. No, she's dead." "I'm sorry to hear that." Oh God, I can't breathe. I just lied to the police. My mother's not dead, but I can't face telling them the truth. This is going to come back to bite me in the butt later on. I just know it. Besides, it probably won't take them long to find out the truth anyway. DC Phillips clears her throat, brushing over the awkwardness. "Now, back to the woman on the CCTV, Ms. Banks. If this isn't you, and you don't happen to have an identical twin, then this is someone who's gone out of their way to look exactly like you so they can steal your child. Is there anyone you can think of who has a grudge against you or who'd want to kidnap your child?" Geez, talk about a loaded question. I've never liked that bitch Tiffany at work, but last name? No, forget it. I didn't mean it. At this point, we need to look at all possible avenues, no matter how small. I sigh, internally kicking myself. Tiffany Morgan. She works at Bedford & Sons with me. We're also going to have to get child services involved. At this, my head snaps up. Wait, what? Why? They'll need to conduct a review of your living arrangements and ensure that the child in question has been looked after properly and… What are you implying? That I've been neglecting my child and leaving her random places, going off on a binge or something? I'm not crazy. I haven't left her somewhere by accident. I realize that, Ms. Banks, but this is merely precautionary at this stage while we conduct our investigations. Am I under arrest? Not at all, but you may need to come to the station towards the end of the day or tomorrow if we haven't been able to locate your child by then. My breath starts running away from me again, quicker and quicker. Oh, God. Ms. Banks? I lean forward over my knees, gulping in air, but my lungs won't expand, won't do what they're supposed to do. Stupid lungs. Ms. Banks, just try and take a deep breath, okay? At this stage, there's not a lot you can do. My advice is to go home and try and rest. It's been a shock, I'm sure. I have the best team out there right this second, searching for your daughter. We'll find her. But she's already been gone over 4 hours, I say with a cry, still with my head between my legs. She could be miles away by now. DC Phillips doesn't say anything. It takes me 5 minutes before I'm able to pull myself together and head out into the hallway where a crowd of people are gathered, all talking in whispers, which abruptly stop when they see me. Mrs. Layton catches my eye and looks away, her face glowing red. I can't get my head around any of this. They expect me to go home and what? Wait for my 9-month-old baby to walk through the door of her own accord? A young police officer waits outside for me. He steps forward. Ms. Banks, I've been assigned to take you home. I don't need a lift. I'm afraid I have to insist. D.C. Phillips joins my side. I'll be in touch in the next hour, Ms. Banks. My body refuses to move even an inch. The young officer has to practically push me towards the waiting police car. I clamber into the back, shaking like a leaf. This has to be some sort of bad dream. This can't be real. As the car pulls out onto the road, I stare out of the window at the whizzing cars, the blurry people. Nothing makes any sense in my head. Every fiber inside is screaming at me at full volume. You're a bad mother. You've lost your daughter. This is your fault. Why am I going home without my baby? It doesn't feel right. Not natural. The officer who's driving isn't saying a word. Good. Not sure I have anything to say to him anyway. He's probably thinking the same thing as I am. Bad mother. Bad. Evil. The worst. The officer drops me off at home. I drag myself into the lift and press the button. I should be standing in here with my child asleep in her pram. Not empty-handed. Not alone. The lift doors ping open. Poppy! Gemma flings herself at me. She must have been waiting for me to return home. What happened? I've been trying to get hold of you. The police called me. What's going on? Maddie's missing. Stop! I stamp my foot. Just stop! Gemma's face is flushed. She's reacting exactly how a worried mother should be reacting. So why am I just numb and barely able to form any words at all? I'm sorry, I don't know what's going on. The police said you picked her up at midday. No, I didn't. But where is she? Gemma, for fuck's sake, don't you think that if I knew where she was, she'd be in my arms right now? Red-hot fury bubbles up as I push past her to my front door. I don't want to see her. I don't want to see anyone. Poppy, I'm sorry, but I still don't understand what you're telling me. I clench my teeth together so hard that my jaw bulges. Someone who looks exactly like me picked up Maddie and walked out of the nursery. She's missing, okay? The police are searching for her, but I have no idea where she is. It wasn't me. I open the door and pause before taking a step through it. It wasn't me, I repeat in a whisper. Gemma sobs. I turn and watch her for a moment. What can I do, she asks, taking a tissue from her pocket and dabbing her eyes. Nothing. I need you to leave. In fact, I take a deep breath. You're fired. She gulps. What? You're fired. I'll transfer you what you're owed. But why? Are you blaming me for this? I don't answer because I'm not sure she'll like my response. The truth is that I do blame her. I blame Mrs. Layton, too. I blame myself. Everyone has had a part in this. Everyone is responsible. Sooner or later, I'll find out who it was who stole Maddie from me. But first, I need answers. There's only one person who can give them to me, but I can't bring myself to contact her. I need space to think, and having Gemma hovering over me, sobbing and freaking out, isn't going to help matters. Please don't make this harder than it already is, Gemma, I say, holding on to the door. Poppy, I'm sorry, but I don't understand. Just leave me alone. I slam the door in her face. I stare at the closed door for several seconds, then turn around and take in the quiet, empty flat. It's never been this silent. Maddie's never not been here. I don't like it. Her basket is on the sofa, a soiled muslin strewn across the back of it. A half-drunk bottle of milk rests on the side. It'll need washing soon, or the smell will be almost impossible to eradicate. The carpet is littered with crumbs. Baby toys and clothes are discarded everywhere, like a baby bomb has exploded. But all of these things take energy to fix, energy I don't have. There's a socket by the door, so I plug my phone in to charge, then stumble against the door, my back bumping against it. My legs give way. I don't fight gravity. I allow it to take over, sinking to the floor, my knees pulled up to my chest. That's where I stay for the next 50 minutes. I don't cry, I don't scream. My vision blurs in and out of focus as I ponder my next move. Chapter 16. Layla. I do my best to tidy my one-room flat. Luckily, thanks to the rising warmth from the other flats below, I don't need the heating on all the time. But clearly, damp is getting through the thin, badly insulated walls. There's nothing I can do about that, but I can at least ensure there are no dangerous objects lying around. I expect she'll want to crawl and explore her new surroundings. I'm not sure what to do about the smell, but I'm hoping that by removing some of the rubbish, bin bags, and soiled plates, I can reduce the odor somewhat. It's beginning to bug me, to be honest. I can't believe I've allowed myself to live in such a pigsty for so long. That changes now. But I don't want to put Maddie down. The floor is probably covered with germs. Has she had all her injections? For all I know, Poppy is one of those anti-vaxxers. I could be putting Maddie at risk by allowing her to breathe this filthy air. She's desperately trying to wriggle out of my grasp, but I don't let her. I continue to tidy and sort with one hand while holding her tight with the other. Then she starts to cry. The sound hurts my ears, not only because of its shrill pitch, but it physically pains me to hear her so distressed. "Shh, baby, it's okay. You don't want to crawl around on the floor. It's sticky and gross," I say in a fun-filled voice, bouncing her in front of me. "Yes, it is." She cries harder, louder. "No, no, no, no." Images flash before me, distorting my vision. I close my eyes, blocking them out. "Let's see if you're hungry again, shall we?" I settle myself on the dingy sofa and pull down my shirt. She doesn't latch this time. She's determined to escape and crawl around. It's no use. I have to let her go. Leaning forward, I gently place her on the floor, picking up an empty crisp packet nearby, just as she lunges for it. I don't own a television, only my phone, and I usually piggyback on Mr. Brown's Wi-Fi. Maddie crawls away from me, heading towards a pile of dirty clothes. I haven't popped down to the laundry room in several weeks. This is ridiculous. I can't keep her safe in a place like this. Something has to change. But first, I need to keep an eye on what's happening with regards to Maddie's disappearance. I hook up to the Wi-Fi and scroll to BBC News, checking for any breaking stories. Nothing yet, but it's only a matter of time. The troubling thing is, I don't know how much time I have left until they set the dogs on me. Then again, surely they'll be after Poppy, not me. I'm assuming Poppy is as clueless as I am about the fact we look the same, so the police will most likely suspect her of taking her own child and then leaving her somewhere, forgotten about. The idea makes me chuckle. Maddie isn't safe here, though. My fingers flick across the screen. I find Poppy's Facebook page again. Now that I've cleaned myself up, I look more like her than ever. But it's going to take more than a dab of makeup and a change of clothes to pull off the ultimate act. It's the only thing I can think of that will get me what I want, indefinitely. The real Poppy Banks has to go, and I have to take her place. But it's not that simple. It never is. This is no peppy twins movie where they swap lives, have a laugh, learn to love, and find themselves along the way. I'm not interested in knowing who she is. All I want is this little girl in front of me, crawling around on the floor, babbling nonsense. She's the only person who matters. I need to become Poppy, and in order for me to do that, then the real Poppy needs to disappear. Therein lies the problem. I have a baby to take care of now, and her mother isn't going to disappear willingly. I make a call, holding my phone to my ear while keeping an eye on Maddie, who is seriously studying the peeling wallpaper, pulling flakes off in her little hands and throwing them in the air like confetti. Then she shoves a piece into her mouth, and I launch myself off the sofa towards her. I snatch the slimy paper away from her just as the call connects, and Maddie lets out a frustrated wail. "Poppy, is that you?" "Hi, Richard," I say with a sigh. "It's good to hear from you, but I must admit I'm a little surprised considering—" "Yeah, sorry about that. I hope I didn't ruin your evening. Or your shirt." "My shirt?" "Yeah, I spilled wine on you, right?" Yeah, but that wasn't what I was talking about. You messaged me back and denied ever meeting me, called me drunk and crazy." "Right. Listen, I don't really have time to explain everything to you right now, but I'm in a bit of trouble and I could use your help." "With what?" "I need money and a place to stay for a while." I'm confused. Why would you, of all people, need— "I told you, I'm in trouble. Maddie's with me and someone's after me. I need a place to lie low for a while and some cash to get me by. I'll pay you back as soon as things blow over." "What's in it for me?" I laugh out loud, which causes Maddie to stop crying. She looks up at me and tilts her head to the side, flashing me her gorgeous eyes. "You're a real piece of work, you know that, Dick?" Richard returns the laugh. "Hey, I've been burned before by women like you." "Women like me?" "Yeah, super powerful, intelligent types who think they're better than everyone else." "I don't think that." "No? Have you had a personality transplant in the past couple of weeks then? Because the Poppy I met a few weeks ago and spent the night with was all of those things and more." "And yet you slept with her." "Me." "Because you're hot." "Got it. Well, Dick, it's been a blast, but if you're not going to help a woman in need, then I guess that tells me everything I need to know about the man you are." "Hey, hang on a minute. I haven't said no. I just want to know what the hell is going on. What sort of trouble are you in?" I sigh, glancing down at Maddie, thinking fast. Maddie's father is back on the scene, and he's dangerous. He's coming after her, after me. I'm afraid he's going to take her away from me. I can't let that happen. "Shit, I thought you said he was out of the picture." "Yeah, well, now he's back in the picture. Maddie and I have already been threatened." Okay. Yes, I can help. Can you get to Southampton?" "No, I'm not going back there again. I don't know where else to go. Can you find me somewhere to stay in Portsmouth?" "Fine. Give me an hour, yeah? I'll text you the details when I have them." "And the money?" "I'll sort it. Give me an hour." He hangs up. I let out a long, drawn-out sigh, sitting back on my heels. "Well, baby girl, the first part of the plan is in motion. Let's just hope your mummy doesn't find us before we find her, huh?" I gather my personal belongings, of which there are very few I want to take with me. True to his word, Richard messages back within an hour, sending me a location pin for my new digs and a 6-digit code to use to get in. "The money will be waiting for you. I'll be in touch soon. Dick, X." My lips curve up into a smile. The building is over 2 miles away on the other side of the city, but that's good. I don't want to be too close to this place. I'll have to keep moving if I want to stay undetected. Poppy is in Southampton right now, but in order to make her disappear, I'll need her to come to me. All in good time, I guess. I scoop up Maddie, grab the changing bag and my belongings, then creep past Mr. Brown's front door, saying a silent prayer that Maddie stays quiet as I descend the stairs to the pram. I lay her inside, push open the front door, and begin my trek towards my new life, Poppy's life. Part 2, Chapter 17, Poppy. My butt cheeks are numb from sitting on the floor in the same position for so long. I finally stand up and force my limbs to work, rubbing my temples as a throbbing pain takes over. I know what I need to do, but I can't bring myself to do it. Yet. I need a drink. Wait, no, I can't. I'm breastfeeding. At the thought, my breasts ache and tighten. I need to pump, but… Tears spring to my eyes as I realize I have no baby to feed my milk to. Fuck! I scream at the empty flat. Then it hits me like a slap in the face. Richard, that guy I slept with and who keeps calling me, he had some ludicrous idea that we met up the other night and had dinner. He must have met her. I grab my bag, find my phone, and scroll to his number. It's not there. I deleted it after I blocked him, and now I no longer have it stored in my phone. Shit, I mutter. I navigate to Facebook and look him up. But of course, I can't send him a message until I'm friends with him, because he has very strict security measures in place. I add him as a friend and wait 10 seconds. Nothing happens. With nothing better to do, I head into the kitchen and start tidying up, attaching my breast pumps to ease the growing pressure. But I don't get very far before a knock sounds at the door. I hope to God it's not Gemma. I open the door to find DC Phillips and PC Woods standing in the hallway. Face flaming, I pull my shirt closed properly, but it's clear they've both seen the pumps. Clearly, neither of them have or have had kids. Hello, Ms. Banks. We're here to conduct a search of your flat. Wait, what? It's merely precaution at this stage. May we come in? The amount of times this woman has used the word precaution is starting to rub me up the wrong way. I'm still blocking the doorway, so I nod and move aside. They enter, glancing in every direction, as if they're expecting to find Maddie hidden away somewhere inside. I watch while PC Woods moves around the area, taking notes and picking up various items. DC Phillips stands next to me. Her silent presence is sending a chill through my veins. Do I offer them a cup of tea? What are they looking for? Detective, I've just remembered something, I say. Yes? I went out on a date with a man called Richard Harrington several weeks ago, and he's been messaging me a lot since. But earlier today, before I found out that Maddie was missing, he insinuated that we had dinner and met up 2 nights ago, but we didn't. DC Phillips frowns. I see. You don't remember meeting him? No, I said I didn't meet him. Not 2 days ago, it was a couple of weeks ago. I see. I don't like the way she's looking at me with that furrowed brow and clenched jaw. She doesn't believe me. She thinks I've forgotten something else, just like I've forgotten about picking up Maddie. Shouldn't she be writing Richard's name down? So, are you going to contact Richard Harrington? I ask. Yes, I'll get someone on it. PC Woods makes an appearance, having come from the bedroom. All clear, she says. I stifle a laugh. What were you expecting to find? The dead body of my baby hidden in a wardrobe? As soon as the words leave my lips, I want to take them back and bury them. Even the thought of it makes my stomach heave and swirl. Unfortunately, it wouldn't be the first time, replies DC Phillips with a stern tone. I grab my throat and gulp. What happens now? We need to alert the media, put out a statement for missing child. We'll use the screenshot of the woman on CCTV. But if you do that, then people who know me will think I did it. I realize how that makes me sound, but both my life and my career are at stake here. If Simon sees the news, he'll think I've done something to my child. I'll never work again. DC Phillips eyes me up and down. Ms. Banks, you must understand how this looks. You're the prime suspect in your daughter's disappearance. I don't have enough substantial evidence to arrest you, but unless you can provide me with a logical explanation, then I'm afraid… I have! I just told you! Someone who looks like me, probably my identical twin, calling themselves Poppy, met up with Richard 2 nights ago. Look into that! Ask him! He'll tell you more, I'm sure of it. We will investigate all avenues of inquiry, but I'll need you to come into the station for a formal interview tomorrow morning at 10. I have work. I stop, rethinking my response. I'm not painting myself in the best light. I'm coming across as a selfish bitch who cares more about my career and what people will think of me than the safety and whereabouts of my baby. I'll be there. Good. In the meantime, I suggest you get some rest and don't leave the area. The last part of that sentence is a direct threat, I can tell. I'll be making an announcement to the media in 1 hour. I bid goodbye to the officers at the door, then slam it shut with more force than I intend. 1 hour. I have 1 hour until my whole life unravels. There's already a giant hole in it, but now it's going to get bigger. People will talk. People who know me. Friends. Not that I have any close friends. They'll think I stole my own baby and did something bad to her. But I know the truth. I just need to prove it. Then DC Phillips will stop looking at me like I'm an evil bitch and take me seriously. I'm not crazy, but I need to do something I swore I'd never do. Ever again. I have to contact my mother. The police don't know about her yet, about who she is, so I need to get ahead of the curve. The mere idea of seeing her again makes me feel physically sick. Catherine Banks. She's quite famous in these parts. If the police do decide to look into my background, then they'll start looking deeper into my childhood and find out the truth. Everyone will tar me with the same brush. On wobbly legs, I find my phone and look up the number. A man answers and asks how he can help. Hi, I need to make an appointment to speak to Catherine Banks, please. Today, if possible. Her name sticks in my throat. I never wanted to utter it again. Catherine Banks? Yes, I'm her daughter, Poppy. I should be on the visitor list. You're not. Well, this is important. I'm sorry, but unless you're on the visitor list, then I can't help you. But if you come down in person tomorrow with proof of ID, then I may be able to help. Tomorrow's too late. What time do visitor hours end today? Technically, they've already ended. I sigh heavily. Listen, I really need to speak to her today, please. There's a long pause on the line. Fine. Be here in 1 hour. Bring your ID. Thanks. Bye. It's only half an hour away, so I quickly book an Uber, unhook myself from the 2 pumps, grab my things, and wait outside. I know DC Phillips said not to leave the area, but I'm not really. Winchester isn't that far away. My Uber arrives promptly, and I get in with a quick hello. Please don't be one of those annoying Uber drivers who insist on filling the entire journey with small talk. So, says the male driver, whose badge dangling from the rear-view mirror says his name is Brett, who you going to visit then? My mother. Oh, what'd she do? I close my eyes and stare out of the window as the Uber takes me towards my destination, HMP Winchester. She murdered my father in cold blood with a kitchen knife. Brett doesn't feel the need to talk to me after that. Go figure. Chapter 18. Layla. It's a trek and a half to reach the location Richard provided me. Maddie's eyes are wide, taking in everything she can see from the confines of her forward-facing pram. She continues to elicit compliments about her beauty from everyone we pass. It's possible that when her disappearance is announced on the news, they may remember her. Remember me. And that's not good. As soon as the thought pops into my head, I stop and pull the rain cover over the pram, even though it's a bright day. I can't be too careful. She falls asleep by the time I reach the building. It's a block of high-rise flats. It's not in the high-end part of the city, but it's nowhere near as run down as where I live. It's clean, fresh, and even has a lift. I input the code in the keypad on the front of the building to let myself in, then check the mail slot, where I find a key. I maneuver the pram into the lift and press the button for the second-to-top floor. My legs shake as I make my way along the narrow hall towards flat 8. As soon as I turn the key and enter, my heart rate starts to settle. I'm safe now, out of sight, out of mind. I need to lie low for a day or so while I put the next phase of my plan into action. I'm going to need Richard's help, but luckily, I'm quite adept at manipulating men like him. I may not look like a knockout, but I'm ruthless and confident. I know what I want now. There's only one person standing in my way. Maddie is still asleep, so I check out the flat, which is like a palace compared to the hellhole I've been living in. A fully stocked fridge awaits me in the kitchen, and the bathroom is supplied with all the essentials, including toilet roll and shower gel. Hot running water, too. A luxury for someone who hasn't had a hot shower in months. I've had to make do with cold flannel baths from the sink. There's a double bed in the master bedroom, along with a small suitcase. I open it to find several rolled-up wads of cash. Not crisp and new, but used. Good. This is good. Along with the cash, there's also a new mobile phone with a sticky note attached. New place, new phone. My number is saved. Dick, X. I smile. It seems the man has thought of everything. I turn off my own phone, take out the SIM card, and snap it in half, dropping it into the bin in the bathroom. For some background noise, I turn on the television, then use the facilities. After checking on Maddie, who is snoozing like an angel, her tiny fists clenched into balls either side of her face, I head into the kitchen to dig out a pair of scissors from a drawer, then return to the bathroom. I stare at my reflection and take a breath. The police will be looking for a woman with long dark hair. I need to cover my tracks as best as I can. Later, I'll buy some new clothes for myself and Maddie with the cash Richard gave me. Then I'll be able to move around a bit more freely. As I finish chopping off my hair, the strands floating down to my feet, I hear BBC News come on, so I walk into the living area and watch. News just in, police are appealing for information after a 9-month-old girl was taken from her nursery earlier today. Madison Banks was removed from Acorns Nursery in Southampton by a woman who was not on the child's approved list of guardians. According to the nursery manager, the individual who collected the infant was believed to be her mother. However, Madison's mother, prominent local lawyer Poppy Banks, claims that she did not pick up her daughter, despite CCTV footage that reportedly shows a woman several witnesses have identified as Ms. Banks. Hampshire police are seeking a woman in her late 20s with long dark hair and a slim build. Madison was last seen dressed in a pink onesie patterned with yellow ducks. Anyone with information pertaining to the investigation is asked to contact their local police station. More on this story as it develops. I turn the volume down once the bulletin is over. Well, now that I've changed my overall look, that will help. I've also changed cities. They're looking in the wrong place. Smiling, I take a quick shower after clearing up the hair from the bathroom floor. It's utter bliss as I allow the strong, hot jets of water to pummel the back of my neck and shoulders. I wash my new short hair, the grime and sweat melting away down the plug hole, then step out, wrapping a fluffy white towel around my chest. My breasts are aching again, ready to explode. My stomach grumbles. As well as looking after Maddie, I need to ensure I look after myself, too. I'm all she has in this world. No one else is going to care for her, change her nappies, feed her, love her like I will. A knock sounds at the door just as I walk into the lounge. Still wearing my towel, I tiptoe over to the door and peer through the peephole. It's Dick. What's he doing here? I thought he was going to leave me alone until I needed him. This isn't part of the plan. "Poppy, it's only me," he says through the door. Sighing, I open the door. His eyes travel the length of my body, settling on my swollen breasts for longer than is appropriate, then moves up to my hair. "Love the new look." "Yeah, thanks. What are you doing here?" "I just saw the news." "Shit." "Ah," I say. And, care to explain?" "Not really, no. It's none of your business." "It is if I'm harboring a fugitive." I laugh. "A fugitive? Seriously, you think I kidnapped my own baby?" "What's going on? Is Maddie safe?" "Of course she's safe. She's sleeping." My eyes scan his body, taking in his expertly tailored navy blue suit, his coiffed dark hair, his large arms and shoulders. A familiar warmth settles between my legs. It's been a while. and there's only one surefire way to distract a man. For a little while, at least. I drop my towel to the floor. Richard's eyes dilate and darken. Is this what you want, Dick? He steps into the room, gently closing the door. I allow him to move closer, to draw me in with one strong arm, pulling me against his hard body. I look into his eyes, which bore into me, drinking everything in. He leans down, presses his mouth against my neck, breathing heavily. My breasts are heavy, aching. I want him, I need him. Just in this moment, everything is perfect. I slowly run my hands over his broad shoulders, removing his jacket, then begin to loosen his tie. One of his hands is already making its home in between my legs, while the other squeezes my tender breasts. I'm afraid they may explode. Maybe they'll turn him on even more, who knows? Men like all sorts of gross and freaky things in bed these days. I get his shirt over his shoulders and down his arms. He kicks off his shoes, and then we move into the bedroom. He shoves me hard onto the bed, then removes the rest of his clothes, slowly, too slowly. I need a release. My hand reaches down, and I gently stroke myself as I watch him. His eyes never leave mine. Then he's on top of me. I throw my head back as he thrusts into me. I don't care about having no protection. Never used it before. I got pregnant once, which was a miracle in itself. It could happen again. Maybe we could make a baby brother or sister for Maddie. We could be a happy little family. As he moves inside me, I smile, staring up at the ceiling. It doesn't take long for me to climax. He follows soon after, then rolls off me. I stay where I am, holding his cum inside me for as long as possible, praying for a miracle. I watch him get dressed. "Poppy, we need to talk," he says. "You've got a funny way of talking, Dick." He stands up and pulls on his boxers. "This is serious. What they said on the news? Fake news." "But how is that possible?" I roll my eyes. I guess he wasn't distracted for very long after all. "You want the truth?" I ask. "Yes." "Fine. My name's not Poppy. It's Layla, and Maddie is mine, not Poppy's. Chapter 19. Poppy. Brett drops me off at the entrance of the prison, where I bid him goodbye. I don't ask him to stay, because I have no idea how long I'm going to be here. For all I know, she may not even want to see me, let alone talk to me. The last time we met, I didn't exactly give her a goodbye hug and wish her well. It all happened so fast that I barely got a moment to breathe. It's been 15 years since she was locked up. 15 years since I've seen her face or heard her voice. If I wasn't so desperate for answers, there's no way in hell I'd be here right now. She was supposed to stay in here, away from me, for the rest of her life, but the universe had other plans. I need her to look me in the eyes and tell me the truth. I sign in, and the guy who spoke to me earlier on the phone checks my driver's license. He looks me up and down. During the drive here, a BBC News notification popped up on my phone. The story's out. My face and name are mud right now, so I wonder for a moment if this guy recognizes me. Famous. Like mother, like daughter. Simon's already left me 6 voicemails. Hell, even Tiffany's called me. They can both get fucked if they think I'm going to call them back. I've got more important things to worry about, like whether my mother will allow me to see her. I could have come here for nothing. An officer runs a scanner over my body, and I'm asked to remove my watch and place my phone and belongings into a tray to collect when I leave. "You've got 15 minutes, the officer says. Come with me." I follow him down the gray hallway, my heart thumping wildly. Never thought I'd see the day when Catherine got a visitor, much less her own daughter. I don't give him the satisfaction of answering. He stops outside a door with a glass panel. "I'll be outside if you need me." I clear my throat. "Is she, restrained?" "Would you prefer her to be?" No, it's fine. I was just curious." I open the door and step inside, my mouth sapped of moisture. It's taken my daughter's disappearance to see my mother again. A woman in her mid-50s sits at a metal table. I don't know what I was expecting. An orange jumpsuit, perhaps? Thanks, orange is the new black. But all she's wearing is a dark blue jumper with gray trousers. Her graying hair is pulled back in a loose ponytail, a few wispy strands framing her dark eyes, which are surrounded by deep-set wrinkles. 15 years is a long time. The last time she saw me, I was 14, and now I'm a 30-year-old woman with a baby and a career. "Hi, Catherine," I say as I close the door behind me. I don't feel the urge to call her mother. She smiles, showing her slightly wonky but white teeth. "Poppy, darling, I would get up and give you a hug, but I've been given strict instructions to stay put." "That's okay," I reply, as I take a seat in the chair on the opposite side of the table from her. I'm quite glad of the barrier. Not that I expect her to lunge at me with a kitchen knife. "What's happened?" she asks. I must admit she's showing very little emotion for someone who's just set eyes on their daughter for the first time in 15 years. Don't I get a single tear? "Why would you assume something has happened?" I ask. "Why else would you be here to see me?" I lapse into silence as I stare at my fingers, picking the loose skin from around my nail beds. "Okay, now I know something is wrong. You used to do that when you were a little girl and you were trying to hide something from me. Like the time My daughter is missing." Catherine stops short. You have a daughter?" "Madison. She's 9 months old." Catherine's eyes light up for a moment, but then the smile drops off her face. "You say she's missing?" "Someone took her. Someone who looks exactly like me." Catherine tilts her head, as if not fully grasping my meaning. But then it must dawn on her, because she gasps and leans away from me, as if being close to me is causing her pain. "Catherine," I say sternly, "when I was 8, you told me I had a twin, but she died in the womb before we were born. Is that true?" Catherine closes her eyes. "I'm so sorry, darling." "Tell me the truth. That's all I want." She looks at me, tears brimming behind long eyelashes. "He made me do it. He only wanted one of you." "Who? Who's he?" "Your father." Those 2 small words render me catatonic. Silence envelops the room. Luckily, Catherine takes the lead while I attempt to get my tongue to work properly. "You were both born, happy and healthy, but he only wanted one daughter. Your sister wouldn't stop crying. She was the polar opposite to you. She never slept. She wouldn't feed properly. Your father snapped one night and threatened her. I stopped him, but he said he'd kill her if she didn't stop crying. I couldn't risk her life, so I put her up for adoption, and I just hoped that she'd have a happy upbringing. It was the hardest decision I've ever had to make." The stuff she says about my dad doesn't surprise me. He always had a temper, but he was a good father to me, and I mostly only saw his nurturing side. But then there were times his dark side would make an appearance, and it was as if his personality got switched off. It was all because of alcohol. It changed him into a monster. "What's her name?" I ask, finally summoning some moisture into my mouth to stop my tongue sticking to the roof of it. "I don't know, but I called her Lily. I don't know if they kept her name. I asked never to be told about her, and I signed a waiver that if she were to ever come looking for her birth family, that she'd never have access to the records. I don't know where she is or where she's been living for the past 30 years. That's the truth." "Well, she's here now, and she's stolen my child." "She knows about me." Catherine nods. "What do you need me to do?" "Nothing." I stand up, shoving my chair backwards, its legs scraping against the hard floor. "You've confirmed her existence. That's all I need to know. I expect the police will be in touch at some point when they find out I'm related to you. Please tell them the truth. About her, but nothing else." She nods again, understanding. "Wait, there's one more thing. What was the name of the adoption agency? I'm going to start looking for her there. Angel's Adoptions, but I'm not sure if they're still active. Thanks. I turn to walk away, but then stop and glance over my shoulder. Did Dad ever hurt me? Catherine gives me a small smile, but there's no joy behind her eyes. He never laid a hand on you. I made sure of it. If I never see you again, I hope you find her. Who are you talking about? My twin or my baby? Both. If I ever find my twin, she'll be lucky if I let her live, I say, turning my back on Catherine. Catherine says something, but I don't catch it because I close the door on her. I turn to the officer who's standing outside the room. If anyone turns up asking to speak to Catherine, claiming they're me, then don't let them in. Huh? I shake my head. It's a long story, but I won't be back. But if I am, then don't let me in. Whatever you say, lady. I walk down the hall, sign out at reception, collect my belongings, and step outside into the cool evening air, pulling my jacket tighter around my body. I check my phone for a Facebook notification, but it seems Richard doesn't want to be friends anymore. Can't say I blame him, but now isn't the time to be tactful about this. I need to speak to him, but first I need to track down my twin sister. Because wherever she is, she's got Maddie, and getting her back is my #1 priority. I've always liked being a single child for one exact reason. I don't like to share. Chapter 20. Layla. Richard is, quite rightly, confused when I tell him that I'm Maddie's real mother and Poppy stole her from me because she couldn't handle the loss of her own child. Luckily, he quickly falls for my deception. I'm a decent actress and can turn on the waterworks at the drop of a hat. It's all true, of course, but just the other way around. I'm not crazy. I don't actually believe that I'm Maddie's biological mother, but I am a better mother than Poppy could ever be. I need to save Maddie from an awful childhood of disappointment, missed appointments, and lack of love and attention. Richard vows to do everything he can to keep us safe, but urges me to tell the police where I am and that Maddie is unharmed. I explain that I will, but I need to lie low for a while. I add that I wasn't wrong about Maddie's father coming after us after he saw us on the news, a white lie that turns him into a wannabe knight in shining armor. He tells me that Poppy has sent him a friend request on Facebook after she went through the whole shenanigans of blocking him first, so I tell him to ignore it and block her profile instead. He suggests again that we tell the police, but I spin another quick lie, that Poppy has concocted a ruse, telling the police that I'm the one who has taken Maddie back. Does this man not listen? I reiterate that I need his help to hide until I can take over Poppy's life so we can be safe. He thinks I'm crazy to even try and then, after failing to change my mind, storms out of the flat, saying he needs time to process what I've told him. Fine. Whatever. If he blabs to the police, then he's dead to me. I hadn't planned on revealing my plan to him, but sometimes a girl has to admit when she needs help. There's nothing wrong with that. It doesn't mean I'm weak. Asking for help has never been an issue for me, but there are some things I don't need help with, like looking after my precious baby. The next morning, I get dressed after a restless night spent rocking Maddie to sleep, then put her in her pram and head out to do some shopping with my new injection of cash. I could use it to pay off Frank, my landlord, but I have no intention of returning to that shithole. I'll use it to start a better life for me and Maddie, get out of Portsmouth, maybe head up north where there are less people and more wide-open spaces for her to run about in once she's able. It's the perfect dream, and I cling on to it as I ponder how to proceed with getting rid of Poppy. We can't have our happily ever after with her in the picture. Despite my new haircut, I'm still anxious as I enter shops, aware that there are security cameras everywhere. The police are likely to be scouring the streets, but I'm hoping they won't search outside of Southampton for the time being until they can prove that I've left the area. Fingers crossed, they'll blame Poppy and lock her up. That will benefit me in one way, but having her alive is a risk. The living tend to talk, and I'm sure she'll never stop blabbing that someone who looks like her stole her baby. I should have sent Richard on a shopping errand instead, but he's not returning my messages because he's too busy sulking like a little boy. So I keep my head down, a natural reflex I seem to have picked up. I select a couple of cute onesies from the baby section in Primark, then check out the pink dresses and matching tights. "It's you!" I freeze, and my breath gets stuck in my throat as I check over my shoulder. A familiar-looking woman approaches me, a frown etched on her face. "Sorry," she says. "You look so different with your new haircut. It really suits you, though." The woman stops dead when she sees me pushing the pram, and her eyes lock onto Maddie like a laser sight. "Oh!" I step in front of her, a mother protecting her young. My brain clicks into gear as I realize this is one of the women from my grief support group. I haven't a clue what her name is, and she won't know mine either. "Sorry, you probably don't know who I am," she says. "From the support group," she nods. "I'm Blair." "Right," I say, careful not to follow up with my own name. "And who's this precious angel?" asks Blair, straining to look past me at Maddie, who's now chuckling loudly for her new admirer. Her name's Lily. I'm looking after her for a friend for a couple of days." Blair smiles, and ignoring my attempt to block her way, steps around me and approaches the pram. My insides clench as I grip the handle. "She's so gorgeous." "Yeah," I say, unsure what my next move is. Damn it, I should never have left the flat. This was a mistake. A stupid, risky mistake. Gosh, she smells amazing, too. Blair leans over the pram and takes a long whiff. Then, to my horror, she bursts into tears and steps away. "I'm so sorry. It's all still so raw, you know? I agree with what you said at the group a couple of days ago. My baby boy was stillborn. I never saw him alive, but I held him in my arms until they told me to let him go." A hard lump forms in the pit of my stomach. I'm sorry," I say. "It's okay," she replies with a sad smile as her eyes drift back to Maddie. "May I hold her?" I'd rather you didn't," I say, taking a step closer to the pram. "It's fine," replies Blair. "I think it's wonderful that you're able to help your friend, though. Are you going to be coming back to the group? I know you kind of ran out the other day, but I do find it helps me during the dark days. It's good to have others to talk to who've been through the same thing, you know?" I nod slowly. "Yes, you're right. I just overreacted, I guess." "Not at all. We all carry our grief differently, right?" "Right." A young couple walk by, carrying 2 baskets loaded with baby clothes and other items. The woman has a huge bump, ready to burst. Blair and I study them, watch as the woman places her hands on her stomach, smiling and laughing as she reaches for another pair of baby socks. "Babies don't even need to wear socks until they're like a year old," says the young man. "But they're so tiny and cute," the woman coos and laughs as she places the pair of socks into the basket. They walk away, leaving Blair and I standing awkwardly together, my hands still clenched tight around the pram handle. "Can I give you my number? If you ever need someone to talk to or help with looking after this cutie, just let me know, yeah? Also, I'm a trained nurse, so always helps to have a nurse as a friend, right?" My mouth opens, ready to say no, but a voice in my head tells me not to. Again, I'm not afraid of asking for help when I need it, and who knows, maybe Blair will come in handy a little later down the line. "Sure," I say, taking out my new phone. I don't know what the number is, so she inputs her own number into it and presses save. "Call or text me anytime," she says, handing it back to me. "What's your name?" It's fine if you don't want to tell me. See you back at group next week?" "Maybe," I reply. Blair smiles, then bends down and tickles Maddie's feet as she says goodbye. I watch her walk away, wondering why she's in the baby clothes aisle. She strokes a few baby boy items as she passes them, and it makes my heart ache for her. I know how it feels to have a hole in your heart so big that you fear it may never be filled again. I'm so happy to have Maddie now, but Blair may never get her happily ever after. I finish my shopping, then pop across the road to Boots for a bottle of Calpol and more baby wipes and nappies. Then I head back to my new flat, looking forward to cooking a nice meal and playing with Maddie. When I arrive, I check the mail slot and find an envelope inside. It's an application for a new driving license and passport, along with a note from Richard. Fine, I'll help you. That's all it says, but that's all I need. I have him on my side. I switch on the news when I get inside, but there's no new updates regarding Poppy. They keep rehashing the same story. Her face is on the screen. Hers, not mine. I'm safe for now. I reckon the police believe that Poppy has kidnapped her own child and left her somewhere. She's unstable, crazy even. According to the news lady, the public are advised to be on the lookout and inform the police if they have any suspicions. It's best I stay inside. I can't risk being seen. I'm already kicking myself for my outing just now, having run into Blair. She may not know my name, but she knows my face, and she's seen Maddie too. She could be a problem if she recognizes Maddie on the news. Then again, all babies look the same to most people, don't they? I change Maddie, then pop her on my breast for a feed while I sit on the small sofa and watch the television. My phone pings with a message from Richard. I'll come and collect the driving license and passport applications later. No, I don't want a new passport or license. I want Poppy's. What do you mean? Get me Poppy's license and passport. I don't care how you do it. Leave it with me. I put my phone down on the armrest, lean my head back, and smile. Maddie grabs my shirt in one of her little fists and pulls at it. She kicks her legs and squirms, still clinging onto my nipple with her lips, as if her life depends on it. You and me now, Maddie, I say, stroking her soft hair. Forever and always. Chapter 21. Poppy. By the time I get back to my flat, I'm so exhausted that I go straight to bed, bypassing my urgent need for a shower and a meal. It feels wrong to rest when Maddie is still out there, but a part of me knows she's safe and cared for. Whatever the reason is for my twin, Lily, to have stolen her, I know it's not to hurt her, it's to hurt me. I'm the one she wants to punish. Maddie is safe. I can feel it in my soul. When I wake up the next morning, it's to my smartwatch vibrating with an incoming call from a withheld number, but I have no idea where my phone is. I think I left it in my bag, which I dumped on the floor last night when I got in the door. The phone rings off, but if it's important, hopefully whoever it is will leave a message or call again. My stomach grumbles as I sit up in bed, my head swimming. I haven't eaten since... I don't remember. I need to keep my strength up, so I walk to the kitchen, flick on the kettle, and pop 2 slices of bread in the toaster, then lay out butter and jam. While I wait, I grab my laptop and set it on the kitchen worktop, then start searching for Lily Banks and Angel's adoptions. But it's soon clear that the agency closed down several years ago due to a lack of funding from the government. Several social media profiles appear with a name match, but none of them are who I'm looking for. It's possible that Lily changed her name somewhere along the line. There's a phone number for the adoption agency, but when I dial, it's no longer in use. I also find an email address, but my message bounces back within seconds. While sipping tea and taking small bites of toast, I browse online for a further 30 minutes before discovering an old article about the adoption agency, written by the manager at the time, Stephanie Bridges. I type her name into Google and manage to find her on Instagram. She's now in her 60s, retired, but owns and runs a yoga studio in America on the South Coast. I send her a direct message explaining who I am and that I'm trying to track down my twin sister from 30 years ago. Searching for Lily Banks is getting me nowhere. She must have changed her name. So until Stephanie gets back to me, I'm at a loss how to proceed with my search. Richard is ignoring my friend request, and I'm kicking myself for deleting his number. I even call his law firm, which provides a glimmer of hope when the lady I speak to tells me she'll get him to give me a call back. But she refuses to give me his personal number, saying it's against company policy or whatever. I finally call Simon, intrigued to hear what he has to say regarding the news. "Poppy, good to hear from you at last." "Is it?" I replied drearily, before swigging the final cold dregs of tea. "Of course it is. I was worried about you. Are you coming into work at all? Obviously, there's no need as Tiffany is taking over all your cases, but…" "What the fuck? I'm out of the office for a day and you already give my job to that bitch?" There's a long pause. "Poppy, you've lost your child." "I haven't lost her," I seethe. "She's not a phone. She was kidnapped." "Look, I just wanted to get hold of you and say that your job is safe for when and if you come back, but…" "If I come back? Where am I planning on going, Simon? You think I'm going to be locked up, don't you?" "Poppy, I'm coming in right now to get all this sorted out." "I think you've got more important things to worry about." "Fuck off, Simon." I jab my phone screen, ending the call, wishing it was an old-school landline where I could slam the receiver down. Much more satisfying, I think. He's not getting away with this. No, Tiffany's not getting away with this. She's used my life-altering news to worm her way into my space while my back's turned, but I can't go chasing after my tattered career right now. Simon's right. I do have more important things to worry about. Once I find Maddie, I can focus on getting my job back. I need fresh air. Being cooped up in my flat is stifling me. I have 40 minutes before I need to be at the police station for my formal interview. It's only a 10-minute walk, but a longer stroll will do me good, stretch my legs, get some fresh air in my lungs. Once I've grabbed everything, I lock up behind me and head outside, putting my oversized shades on to stop the morning glare, and hopefully as a subtle disguise against any local armchair detectives who fancy dobbing me in. I head towards the docks, steering clear of the police station and following a circular route that I know well. It's coming up on 24 hours since Maddie was first taken, yet I've made no headway on discovering where she is other than who took her. Then again, neither have the police. They probably still think it's me. I feel useless, hopeless, at a loss. As memories of Maddie pop into my mind, my eyes well up, and I accidentally bump into a woman who's walking towards me. "I'm so sorry," I say, stopping and readjusting my bag, which has slipped off my shoulder. "No harm done," she responds cheerfully before walking away. I continue for 30 minutes, then circle back to the police station, walking through the doors only a couple of minutes late. DC Phillips is already waiting for me. "Good morning, Ms. Banks. Have you found out anything yet?" I ask. "Did you contact Richard like I asked?" "We haven't been able to reach him, but that's not our sole focus right now." "It should be," I snap. "Richard told me that he had dinner with me 3 nights ago, which he didn't, so it must have been my twin." DC Phillips arches her eyebrows. "So, you do have a twin now?" "Yes." My shoulders hunch forward, the weight of lying to the police too much to bear. "I'm sorry, but I didn't tell you the truth yesterday when you asked me if my mother was alive." DC Phillips makes no movement to show her surprise. She seems to be an expert in showing little to no emotion. I guess that's part of being a cop. "Last night, I went to see my mother, Catherine Banks. She told me I have an identical twin sister called Lily, but she was put up for adoption at birth with Angel's Adoptions. I've tried searching for them online, but they've closed down. Maybe you'll have more luck." DC Phillips stares at me the whole time without blinking. "I see," she finally says. "Is this the same Catherine Banks locked up in HMP Winchester for the brutal murder of her husband a decade and a half ago?" "Yes." DC Phillips sighs. In the future, Ms. Banks, it would help for you to disclose details like this as soon as possible so that we can investigate thoroughly. Otherwise, we could arrest you for perverting the course of justice. Okay, yes, I understand. But my mother's identity has nothing to do with Maddie's disappearance. Yet she clearly holds vital information regarding your twin sister. We need to speak to her. Well, I'm telling you, so there's no need to go and speak to her, right? I can tell you everything she told me right now. It turns out that's not good enough, and despite my protests, D.C. Phillips tells me that my mother will be questioned as soon as possible. She dispatches P.C. Woods to the prison, then ushers me into a room where I repeat myself, this time on tape. I fill out several forms, but I don't have my fingerprints taken. Do I need a lawyer? I ask, finding it rather humorous that I'm a lawyer myself, albeit not a criminal one. You're not under arrest, Ms. Banks, but if you'd like to, then by all means, you may call one. I decide against it. I reach into my bag for my driver's license when D.C. Phillips asks for it. I empty everything out onto the metal desk. It's not here, I say, frowning. My purse is gone. I look up at D.C. Phillips, who sighs heavily, as if I'm a child who's grating on her last nerve. Do you have any other form of identification, Ms. Banks? A passport, perhaps? My passport is at home, but I definitely had my driving license last night when I visited the prison. It must have fallen out of my... I stop, remembering the woman who bumped into me earlier on the street. She took it. I'm sorry? A woman bumped into me earlier while I was out walking, just before I came here. She must have stolen my purse. Are you saying someone stole your purse from your bag only moments before you arrived here? Yes, it's the only explanation. D.C. Phillips sighs again. So, you have no way of confirming your identity, Ms. Banks? A statement, not a question. No, I say with a shaky breath. D.C. Phillips stands and exits the room without another word. I am so fucking screwed. Chapter 22. Poppy. When I join D.C. Phillips in the hallway a few moments later, she points out again that thanks to my lack of identification, I have no way of proving that I am Poppy Banks. This makes me chuckle, even though inside I want to cry. This is serious, Ms. Banks. How do we know that you are who you say you are? You could be your twin sister masquerading as Poppy Banks. I bite my tongue to stop from going full-blown crazy psycho bitch in front of a police officer. The last thing I need is to be locked up for lashing out in a moment of weakness, but I think it's warranted right about now. I get sent home. They still can't arrest me, not without proof. Everything is circumstantial, and it's taking too fucking long. Things aren't moving fast enough. On the walk back to my flat, a direct message appears on my Instagram profile from Stephanie Bridges. Finally, I might be getting somewhere. Heart pounding, mouth dry, I eagerly open the message, mentally crossing my fingers in the hope she has some good news for me. Hello, Poppy. I must admit, I was surprised by your message, but I'm more than happy to help. Gosh, Angel Adoptions was years ago. I'm not sure I can remember a lot of details from that time with regards to your sister, but what I do remember is that she was never adopted, unfortunately. She was a little difficult, shall we say. Eventually, she was fostered instead, but she never stayed in one place for very long. I'm afraid I lost all contact when she was first fostered, as her case went over to the foster system. I'm sorry I can't be of more help. I'm not quite sure what to suggest, but I'd start with contacting social services. Here are some links with their contact details. I wish you the best in finding your sister. Take care, Stephanie, Giss. Damn it. I shove my phone into my pocket as I reach my building and stomp up the stairs, fists clenched as the need to punch something overwhelms me. I used to do a spot of boxing for fitness before I got pregnant, a fun way of keeping in shape and letting out a bit of anger once in a while. I've never felt the need to attend a class more than I do at this moment. When I reach my landing and look towards the front door of my flat, A knot forms in my stomach. Something's not right. The closer I get, the more the knot tightens and squirms. No, 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 no. My feet stop just outside the door, but there's no need to fetch my keys because it's already open. As I gently push it the rest of the way, my eyes widen, ready to take in a scene of destruction. But there is none. No mess. No smashed lamps. Just the open door. Did I forget to close it? The lock isn't even broken. As I walk through the flat, scanning for anything out of the ordinary, I rack my brain for the memory of shutting the door behind me as I left for the police station this morning. I did. I'm sure of it. The fact my driving license has been stolen and now my flat has been broken into is no coincidence. What were they looking for? I head straight for the desk in the corner where I store paperwork and important documents and search for my passport. It's gone. My watch vibrates, alerting me to a call. I dip my hand into my pocket with a long sigh and answer it without checking who it is. Hello? Hello, Ms. Banks. I have Catherine Banks on the line. She'd like to speak to you. Okay. I clear my throat as it constricts. While I wait for her to come on the line, I keep searching my flat, checking for anything else that's been taken. But it looks as though they got what they wanted. There's no clue anywhere as to who did this. No dropped piece of gum I could use to run a DNA test. Poppy, hi. Thank you for taking my call. I wasn't sure if you would. No offense, Catherine, but I really don't have time for a social call right now. So unless this is about my daughter or my sister, then... It is! I remembered something and thought I should tell you. It might be better to tell the police. Have they been yet? They're coming today, apparently, but I thought it might help you find her, your sister. Okay. When I was arrested, all the things in our old house in Taunton were boxed up and put in long-term storage. I don't remember the name of it, I'm afraid. Yes, I know. I was told I could visit any time and pick them up, but I've never bothered. Well, I think there may be some old paperwork for Lily's adoption in the boxes. Thanks, but I've already hit a dead end there. She was never adopted. She went into the foster system and bounced around from family to family. Oh gosh. I pause as I realize how it must make Catherine feel to know that her child was never adopted into a loving family. The foster system isn't always a safe or nurturing place to be. God only knows how she turned out. But thanks, I say after a long silence. I may have a look through the boxes anyway. There might be something there. Okay, Poppy, if you find her, your sister, tell her I'm sorry. Sure. Bye. I hang up, quietly annoyed that she hasn't apologized to me. I don't remember the name of the storage unit where the boxes are stored either, but it's probably in the drawer of random paperwork in the living room, underneath the television. I sit and go through it, flicking through useless documents from years ago. Eventually, I find it. Evans Storage, located in an industrial estate on the outskirts of Southampton. Another road trip. Still technically not breaking the law by going there, as I'm still in the area. My Uber driver, this one's called Jake, drops me outside the storage unit and drives away without so much as a goodbye. It's not until I reach the front desk that I realize I may not be able to gain entry without ID. I do have the paperwork in my bag, though. A young woman looks up as I approach. Hi, how can I help? Yeah, hi, long story. My mother's things were boxed up years ago and stored here, and she's asked me to now go through them and get rid of anything that's not useful. What's the log number? I fetch the paperwork, scanning the page, finding a 10-digit number at the top, which I reel off to her. Perfect, she says. It's in Unit 17. Thanks, I reply, taking the keys she hands me. As I walk away, I count my lucky stars she didn't ask for ID. The storage units are large metal containers of varying size. I enter the warehouse and walk along the rows, counting each one. With every step, my heart rate increases, and by the time I reach number 17, I can barely breathe. I have no idea what I'm expecting to find here, but it's the mere idea of going through stuff from the past that's making me break out in a clammy sweat. The past is in the past for a reason. Digging it up never helps anyone, but if it's going to help me find my sister, and therefore find Maddie, then it's what needs to be done, whether it makes me sick to my stomach or not. Unfortunately, though, queasiness is the least of my concerns if this all goes wrong. The door is stiff to open. I have to wedge my shoulder against it and give it a good shove. A light switch is situated just inside the door, so I flick it on and wait while the fluorescent glow gets brighter. I don't know what I was expecting. Boxes piled high, rows and rows of shelves laden with old memories and photo albums. But all there is 2 cardboard boxes and a chest of drawers. I quickly check the drawers and find them empty. That's disappointing. Has someone else been in here and cleared everything out? Who else would have access, though, other than me and Mom? Dad's dead, and Mom's been in prison for 15 years. I don't waste any more time, so I grab the nearest box, rip it open, and start going through the contents. Catherine was right. There's a lot of random paperwork here from 20-odd years ago. It's strange how she's never had it destroyed. Also, who's paying for this storage unit? I'm certainly not. I reach the bottom of the first box, but find nothing of use, so I move to the second, and this one stops me in my tracks. Pictures. Hundreds of them. None of them in albums, but loose inside the box in a random order. I have a lot of lovely memories from my childhood, but none of them involve both my parents. They were married, but they barely spoke to each other. I thought that was normal. I spent time with both of them, away from the other. It was only a matter of time before he turned his attention onto me. Someone had to take action, and she did. Chapter 23. Layla. Richard messages me several hours later. Poppy's purse, along with her driving license, credit cards, and passport, are sitting in the mail slot downstairs, along with a set of keys to her flat. All that's needed now is for Poppy to disappear, then I'll be home free. It's almost too easy. Everything she has is slowly becoming mine. I'm not sure how I'll learn to be a lawyer, but maybe a change of profession will be in order once everything regarding Maddie's disappearance dies down. Once I've taken over Poppy's life, I can tell the police that I found Maddie, and then everything will go back to normal. I'll quit her job and get something else. I don't need to earn thousands and thousands of pounds every year to be happy. Besides, her career sounds boring, and it's not like I could learn on the job either. Until then, I have Richard fighting my corner. But I've told him not to contact me or to come to the building unless it's an emergency, because I can't risk being associated with him. If the police find the link between me and Richard, then everything could start to unravel. I'm depending on him to keep his mouth shut. Now, how do I get rid of Poppy without arousing suspicion? Kidnapping a baby is one thing, but kidnapping an adult is entirely another. She has to die. It's the only way. I'm not a cold-blooded killer, but I could be. I'd easily kill anyone who threatened Maddie or took her away from me. I'm a mother, and there's nothing a mother won't do for her child. It's a shame my own mother didn't feel the same way. I don't know a lot about her, other than she gave me up for adoption as soon as I was born. Even the thought makes me sick to my stomach. What kind of monster would do such a thing? Why didn't she want me? Poppy has to be my twin. There's no other explanation. I've heard of doppelgangers before, but Poppy and I don't just look similar. We're the same in every way. So the question is, why did our mother keep her and not me? How is that fair? I've never bothered to look into my biological parents, as I've never felt the inclination to learn about two people who clearly had no love for me. Why bother? But now I find myself curious as to why Poppy and I were split up at birth. I have my own child now, and I'm going to put everything I have into raising and loving her. I spend 2 hours playing with her on the floor with the limited selection of toys I found in her pram. She laughs and claps, and it's a joy to behold. She attempts to crawl away, grabs onto anything within reach, and makes it clear when she's hungry by screaming at the top of her lungs. We fall into a natural rhythm, one that suits us both. Hiding in this flat with her isn't so bad, but this perfect bubble we're living in has to pop at some point. A few hours later, Maddie pops it for me. She starts screaming and doesn't stop. Her face turns red, and I don't need a thermometer to know that her temperature is soaring. Her skin is hot, and she vomits her milk all over me. Panic takes over. I've never felt anything like it. I can't breathe, can't think with all the noise. She screams if I pick her up. She screams if I put her down. I can't risk taking her to the doctors or to the hospital. What if she's recognized? What if I'm recognized? Oh God, what if it's something serious like meningitis or sepsis? I do my best to remember the symptoms, but my brain is working a mile a minute, unable to focus on anything other than the ear-piercing noise. I cover my ears and close my eyes. Stop it! The sound, it hurts my soul. In a light bulb moment, my mind goes to Blair. She's a nurse. Isn't that what she said earlier? I barely listened because I was too concerned about her talking to me. Blair can help. I grasp for my new phone and scroll to the number she saved, pressing dial before giving it another thought. She answers within 2 rings. Blair, it's Layla, the woman from the grief group. I need help. Ma, Lily, she's sick. I don't know what to do. Panic is suffocating me. I don't even realize I've told her my real name until it's out of my mouth. Have you taken her to the doctors? She asks. No, I can't. Please, can you come? She won't stop crying. I'm not, please. Okay, yes. Okay, I'll come. Text me your address. I'll be there as soon as I can. I hang up and send her a dropped pin, then pace up and down the room while Maddie continues to cry in her pram. I grab my shorter hair in my fists and pull, yank it hard. Please, Maddie, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I can't help you. Please. I lean over her, tickle her feet, pick her up and rock her gently, going, shh, shh, over and over. Tears bubble in my eyes and spill down my cheeks. My perfect plan is already cracking at the edges. I've only been her mother for a day, and already I'm begging someone else to come and help me. What seems like an eternity later, Blair knocks on the door. I open it, rocking Maddie, who is still crying, but not at such an ear-splitting decibel. Oh, poor little angel. Here, let me check her over. Blair offers her arms, and I gratefully place Maddie into them. She walks in, gently lowers Maddie to the playmat on the floor, and then roots around in her bag, bringing out a thermometer and a range of other gizmos. Her temperature is high, but not at a dangerous level. When was the last time she fed? A few hours ago, but she vomited it up. Has she had a wet nappy recently? An hour ago. Okay, she's not dehydrated, but could do with another feed if possible. I can feed her if you want to get some rest. She's not formula fed. I've been breastfeeding her. Blair stops, turns her head, stares at me. But she's not your baby. The words hang in the air, heavy. Blair picks Maddie up and holds her close, patting her back. Layla, what's going on here? I look away, unable to bear her judgmental eyes. I need to come up with a cover story, and fast. Her mother died of an overdose. I found her dead with Lily next to her, screaming. I took her. I know I shouldn't have done, but... Blair keeps bouncing as Maddie's cries grow fainter and fainter. Are you telling me you took Lily from a dead woman and left her there to rot without calling the police? Yes. To be fair, it's probably a more believable and forgivable story than the real one. Blair looks down at Maddie, who has fallen asleep. Finally. Layla, I know you're still grieving. but what you did was wrong." Blair's voice is soothing, but it doesn't do anything to calm the adrenaline flooding my body. My flight response has been activated, and I want nothing more than to grab Maddie and run out the door. But I don't. This woman doesn't want to turn me in. She wants to help me, genuinely. "Come, sit." She walks over to the nearby sofa and takes a seat, keeping Maddie cradled in her arms. I do as she says. We sit in silence for a while, listening to Maddie's tiny, soft snores. She's bunged up, a bit chesty, but her breathing seems normal. Blair hasn't suggested rushing her to A&E, so I think she'll be okay. When she died, my whole world collapsed in on itself. I don't have to explain that I'm no longer talking about my fictional friend. I've only ever wanted to be a mother. I blamed myself when she died. Did I put her down wrong? Did she die because she knew I wasn't up for the challenge of being her mother? Was I being punished? I pause and take a deep breath, hold it for a moment. I sat by her tiny body for 2 days before I told someone. Blair reaches out a hand and places it on my knee. She doesn't say a word, but her touch means more than any kind words. I've never told anyone the story. There's more, but I fear if I keep talking, I may never stop. I can't risk revealing the truth or exposing Maddie's real name. I want to ask Blair if she's seen the news lately, but I don't want to put the idea into her head. Maybe she has, but she's avoided it due to the nature of the case. Blair then shares her grief story in full, agonizing detail. I haven't heard it before either, as she hasn't shared it at group whenever I've been there. Blair gave birth to a stillborn baby boy called Hamilton. She never even saw him take a breath. She blamed her body for killing him and now refuses to go through pregnancy again, convinced her body will kill again. I listen as she talks, still cradling Maddie as she sleeps. I found a kindred spirit in Blair, and I hate that I'm lying to her. But would she forgive me? Would she understand if I told her the truth? Or would she turn me straight over to the police? Chapter 24. Layla. Blair stays with me for 2 hours. She asks where Lily's mother's body is, and I give her a fake address. She's going to provide an anonymous report to the police, which I agree to, but I refuse to give up the baby. She's better off with me, and I tell Blair exactly that. The police are going to search for her, Layla. Let them. They won't find me. If they take her away from me, then she'll end up in the foster system, and I won't let that happen to her. I won't let her go through what I went through. Blair sighs, seemingly defeated. I understand your reasoning, and the only reason I'm not mentioning your name to the police is because I know what you're going through. But Layla, you're not thinking clearly. Grief can do horrible things to people, change them, make them believe things that aren't real. Lily isn't your baby. You understand that, don't you? Of course I understand that, I reply. I stare at Maddie as she sleeps in her pram. She's the most precious creature I've ever seen. Blair and I are by the door saying our last goodbyes. Thank you for coming, Blair. She steps forward and gives me a hug, which I return. I'll send you a message in the morning to check on Lily. She should be fine after a good feed and sleep. I nod and close the door when she leaves. It's gone midnight, but I'm too wired to sleep. If I close my eyes, Maddie could take a turn for the worse. I can't risk it, so I stay awake all night, staring at Maddie as she snoozes peacefully, not a care in the world. She screws up her face and twitches every now and then, but otherwise sleeps soundly until 4 in the morning when she wakes for a feed and change. I also give her some cowpole, which she takes and then has another decent feed. It seems the worst is over, but the fact she can go from perfectly fine and happy 1 minute to a screaming hot mess in the next is enough to set my nerves on edge. Anything can change at the drop of a hat, and I'm not prepared for it. At 7, my new phone rings. I jump on it, having only just got her back down to sleep. I'm ready to pummel whoever it is who almost woke her up. It's Richard. Layla, hi, how are you? Did you get the driving license, passport, and credit cards okay? Yes, thank you. I assume there were no complications? Not yet, but that may be about to change. How so? The police contacted me yesterday evening, and I spent 3 hours at the station being questioned about my relationship with Poppy Banks. Oh. Yes, oh. What did you say? Richard sighs. Well, I told them the truth, that Poppy and I went out to dinner several weeks ago, and yes, I'd been messaging her, but she never replied. They questioned me about meeting her in Portsmouth a few nights ago. Clearly, Poppy told them about the texts we sent back and forth, where she point-blank denied it was her. She knows about you, Layla. As far as I'm aware, she or the police don't know your real name, but it's only a matter of time before they find you, or she does. His 3 final words echo in my head, over and over. What else did they ask you? Lots of things, mainly about Poppy. What about Maddie? I couldn't tell them much. I said I'd never met her. I believe they may suspect Poppy kidnapped her. She did. Yes, but… Layla, I'm a little confused about all of this. You said that Maddie is biologically yours, but how did Poppy come to have her in the first place? Richard, there's no time to ask questions. We need to act fast. Poppy needs to disappear. She's dangerous. She knows it was me who took Maddie back from her. She's after me. You're safe where you are. Yes, but for how long? No offense, Richard, but I don't trust you. Well, maybe you should, because I'm the only person who can help. I've done everything you've asked of me. I'm a criminal defense lawyer, yet I'm breaking the law just by speaking with you right now. I could lose my career over this. And I appreciate it, but… I stop, unsure whether I should speak the truth or use another cleverly constructed lie. Poppy is dangerous. I need her gone if I'm ever to keep Maddie safe. I understand that, Layla, but stealing her identity and taking over her life isn't going to be easy. She has eyes on her everywhere now that she's a person of interest. Have you got someone who can look after Maddie for a while? Keep her safe while you and I deal with Poppy? Yes. Someone you trust? I think of Blair and our chat last night. Yes. Then get her to look after Maddie. You need to come with me. What do you have in mind? I need you to draw her out, then I'll take care of the rest. Give me 2 hours. I'll get a driver to pick you up. As soon as Richard disconnects, I call Blair. I know she said she was going to message me, but there's no time to wait for her. Layla, is everything all right? Is Lily okay? Yes, she's fine actually. A good feed and a good sleep. Thanks again. I actually have a favor to ask. I'm sorry, I know you've only just finished doing the last favor for me, but… Whatever you need, Layla. Can you look after Lily for a little bit today? I can't get out of my work shift, and there's no one who can cover for me. I'm really sorry to ask, but I'm desperate. I need the money. Of course, I understand. That's a lovely flat you have, so it can't be cheap. I can be there in an hour. Thanks, I owe you. Big time. Maddie stirs just as I hang up. She blinks up at me and then smiles. It melts my heart. Hi, baby girl. I pick her up and rock her back and forth. I'm so glad you're feeling better. You gave me quite a scare last night. Yes, you did. My sing-song, high-pitched voice makes her giggle. She's soaked through, so I quickly change her nappy and get her into a dry onesie. After a feed, I put her down on her playmat, but she doesn't stay there for very long. She's off exploring and sticking her fingers in everything she can find. I need a shower, but I can't leave her crawling around on the floor by herself. I don't have a bouncy chair or anything to keep her sitting in other than her pram, which she point-blank refuses to be in. You're going to spend the day with Mummy's friend Blair, while Mummy goes and hunts down other Mummy before other Mummy can find me first. I frown at my own words, then laugh. Lucky for you, you have no idea what I'm talking about. Do you, baby girl? She babbles and giggles. There's nothing I won't do for you, Maddie. You have to understand that. I crouch on the floor next to her, my face level with hers. She reaches out with her chubby fingers and touches my face, poking me in the cheeks. I kiss her fingers. I'd kill for you, Maddie. No one is going to take you away from me again. Mummy loves you very much, more than life itself. I kiss the tips of her fingers again, and she lets out a full belly laugh. Chapter 25. Poppy. I leave the storage unit with no further clues as to Lily's whereabouts, but with a renewed appreciation for my mother. Maybe that's the real reason she wanted me to come here and rifle through the past. She knew I would never visit her again, so she told me how to find out the truth for myself. But it's not the truth I need to know right now. I need to find Maddie. No, I need to find Lily, because Lily has Maddie, and now she has my ID and credit cards. It does provide me with an idea, though. If she's trying to take over my life, then it means she's desperate, and desperate people make stupid mistakes. That's what I'm counting on. While I'm riding in the back of an Uber, heading home, I log into my online banking app and check my recent transactions, looking for anything out of the ordinary. There's nothing. Yet. It seems she's being smart about this, but sooner or later, she's going to slip up, and then I'll be ready to pounce, like a lion stalking its prey. I could report my cards as stolen, freeze all my accounts until she's caught, but I'm not worried about losing my money. She can take it all for all I care. But no one takes my child from me. No one. I'm in limbo, though, waiting for something to happen so I can act on it. But the adoption agency came to a dead end, and the foster care group that Stephanie gave me the details for hasn't got back to me yet. Maybe I should call again, leave another message, more urgent this time. There's still 20 minutes before my Uber drops me home, so I use the opportunity to call them. A chirpy male voice answers. Foster Care UK, you're speaking to Michael. How can I help? Hi, Michael. My name is Poppy Banks. I'm not sure if you've got any of my messages, but... Oh, yes, Poppy Banks. Yes, we have. Can I just... Please hold. Soft classical music plays through my phone, instantly causing my heart rate to increase, the opposite of what the melody is designed to do. I tap my foot in frustration, then happen to catch my driver's eye in the rearview mirror. Why do I get the feeling everyone's watching me? Hello, Poppy. Thanks for holding. We have received your messages regarding your sister's records, but I'm afraid we're unable to provide them to you at this time. And why is that? I'm afraid... I sigh. Listen, this is really important. Do you realize that my child is missing? Whoever this woman is has stolen my baby. You do get that, right? Yes, but I'm afraid we've been advised by the police not to provide you with any information. I gasp. What? The police have been... Yes, I heard, but why would they do that? Wait, you don't think they're trying to build a case against me, do you? There's silence on the end of the line. I don't know why I'm asking Michael this. It's not like he's going to know. He's just in the wrong place at the wrong time. But the poor man is about to get an earful. What the fuck? I did not kidnap my own baby. Why won't they believe me? If they're looking into Lily's background, then they must realize I have an identical twin sister who's trying to take over my life and steal my baby. I haven't done anything wrong. I'm sorry, Ms. And another thing, what gives them the right to stop me from gaining access to her details? I'm the one who told them about her in the first place. This is bullshit. My driver side-eyes me in the rearview mirror again. And you can fuck off as well, I snap at him, and he promptly returns his attention to the road, where it bloody well should be anyway. I despise drivers who never keep their eyes on the road. Michael is saying something else, but now all I can hear is my blood pounding in my ears. I hang up, again wishing I could smash the receiver down rather than jabbing at a screen. I tilt my head back and thump the seats with both my fists. I close my eyes before they fill up with tears. "I've seen you on the news, you know," says the driver. I've forgotten his name. My eyes fly open, blazing. "Yeah, so?" "I believe you." I'm about to snap another rude retort, but then see sense. "Thank you," I say, my face heating. Not a lot of people do right now. "Can I offer some advice?" "Sure, why not? Go for it." If I were trying to take over someone's life, then I'd follow them first, study them, learn their routines. I wouldn't worry about finding this woman. She'll find you. I think she already has. My flat was broken into and my driving license was stolen. I doubt that was her, personally. She's got a baby to look after, right? She's not going to go around breaking into people's places with a kid in tow. She's got to have someone else in her corner, helping her out. I nod. This guy deserves a massive tip. You're right, Richard. He has connections, money. Thank you. You're welcome. My sister went through something similar. I frown at him in the rearview mirror. She had her baby stolen? No, she was accused of a crime she didn't commit. I nod my understanding as I press dial on the number for Richard's firm. "Hi," I say when a woman answers. "This is Alexandra King. I was supposed to meet Richard Harrington later for a coffee to discuss a case he's working on for me, but I seem to have lost his direct number. Can you put me through to him, please, or provide me with his number? I'd be ever so grateful. I'm running a bit late and wouldn't want him to think I'd stood him up." I add a cute giggle. My driver winks at me in the mirror. "I'm sorry, but I'm not allowed to give out his direct number." "Do you know where he is at the moment?" "I thought you said he was meeting you." "Yes, but I'm not sure whereabouts he's coming from. I'm in Southampton, you see. He's in Portsmouth, so it may take some time for him to get to you." That's no problem, but it's really important that I speak to him now. Like I said, he gave me his number, but I've misplaced it." Okay, I suppose I can give it to you, but, don't worry. I'll pretend like I didn't lose it. Thanks so much." I hold my breath while she says out the number, and I type it out on a blank note on my phone. Why the fuck didn't I think of this before? I thank her once more, hang up, then dial his number. "Richard Harrington speaking." "Hi, Richard. Remember me?" "Jesus Christ, Poppy. It seems we have a lot to talk about." Yeah, I guess we do." "Is she there with you?" "What?" I said, "Is she there with you?" "Poppy, you need help, okay? I really think you should hand yourself in and just accept that Layla is Maddie's real mother." My heart attempts to leap out of my chest. "Layla?" I say, testing out the name on my tongue. "Yes, well, you can tell Layla that I'm not about to give up my daughter without a fight. If she stands in my way, I will destroy her. You got that?" "Think about what you're doing, Poppy." "I should tell you the same thing, Richard. Why are you helping her? Why do you believe her but not me? Is it because she's fucked you already? Is that it?" "Poppy, there's no need for jealousy. What you and I had was—" I laugh out loud. "Oh, Richard, you arrogant narcissist. I'm not jealous that you fucked her with your tiny pinprick of a dick, but I'm seriously fucked off that you believe a crazy lunatic over me. Maddie is my baby, mine. And if you thought with your head for a second rather than your tiny dick, you'd realize that." Richard sighs. "Listen, whatever you two have going on, you need to sort it out." "You think? Where is she? Tell me and this can be over." "It's already over, Poppy. You've lost." "Like fuck I have. Put her on the phone." "She's not here. She's gone. You need to accept that." I hurl my phone down on the floor of the car, where it bounces around, eventually breaking apart into several pieces. Looks like I found a more satisfying way of hanging up on someone after all. Every ounce of energy is put into not exploding with rage and kicking the back of the seat in front of me like a tantruming child. I can't stay sitting still. I need to be out looking for Maddie, for Layla. At least I have her real name now, but without a surname, there's a slim chance of finding her online. That is, if she even is online. But I do know one thing. Richard is in Portsmouth, and he all but confirmed that he was with her. Even if I have to walk up and down every street in the city, I'll find her. Change of plan. Can you take me home quickly, then drive me to Portsmouth? I ask my kind driver. You got it. Chapter 26. Layla. Blair arrives on time, looking a little bleary-eyed, but that's not surprising considering she was up half the night with me. I don't know how far away she lives. In fact, other than the fact she lost a baby, I don't know anything else about her. She shared her grief story, but nothing else. This woman is still a stranger, but she's all I have right now. I show her to the kitchen, explaining that she can help herself to any of the food. I show her the breast milk I managed to pump, using the stuff I found in the pram bag. It was a very uncomfortable experience, and one I won't be repeating if I can help it. It took me 3 attempts to get the thing attached and start working, and it made me feel like a farm animal. I may take her to the park a few streets away, says Blair, as she sits on the floor cross-legged next to Maddie, who instantly crawls towards her. I'd rather you didn't, I say a little too quickly. She's perfectly safe with me and… No, I know. It's just… Because she's been unwell, I don't want to risk her getting a chill or anything. So if you could stay here instead, that would be better. Don't leave the building, okay? Blair gazes at Maddie and smiles. No problem. There's tension in her voice, but luckily she doesn't push it any further. Thanks. I won't be long. I'll call you if I'm going to be more than a couple of hours. Sure thing. We'll be fine, won't we? All her attention is on Maddie. I bend down to Maddie and kiss the top of her head. Mummy won't be long, I say, then realize my mistake. Blair looks at me and smiles sadly. She must think I'm completely nuts, considering the fact she knows this isn't my biological child. I exit the flat, feeling as if I'm leaving behind a piece of my heart, my soul. The anxiety claws at me as I make my way downstairs, where a black car is waiting for me. The driver steps out, opens the back door, and closes it once I'm inside. I don't like this. I don't like not knowing where I'm going, but I don't ask. We only drive for 15 minutes. The driver opens the door for me and directs me, using as few words as possible, to the brown door of the building ahead. I look up at its vast amount of windows. It looks rather like a factory. I open the door and step inside, surprised to find myself in a very modern-looking interior, complete with a potted fern in the corner next to some red chairs. What is this place? Everything inside me wants to turn and run. Nothing about this feels safe. It could be a setup. I've been stupid to put my faith in Richard. No one is trustworthy. Layla, you made it. I turn to see Richard walking towards me, but this time he's not wearing his trademark suit and business shoes. He's dressed down in a hoodie and tracksuit bottoms, which, I must say, suits him even more. What is this place? I ask. I own several buildings in the area. There are flats above us, all of which are occupied. Do you own the building I'm currently staying in? Yes. I follow him into an office area and we sit down at a desk. It's a bit bare, but comfortable. Before we start, I need to tell you that Poppy called me just now. My jaw drops open. She did? What did she say? She asked to speak to you. She's escalating things now, and I'm a little worried about her mental stability. But don't worry, I've got a new plan in place. I know we said that you could help draw her out, but we're past that now. It won't be long before she's out of the picture. Your idea to take over her life is flawed, Layla. It can't be done. The best thing for you to do is to take Maddie and disappear completely. Forget about becoming Poppy. Be Layla. Hell, be someone else. I can get you a new passport like that. He clicks his fingers. What do you mean it won't be long before she's out of the picture? Are we going to kill her or not? Kill her? No. Richard laughs. I'm not in the business of killing people, Layla. Then what? Just know that she's going to be taken care of. All you have to do is take these. He reaches into his pocket, retrieving an envelope, and hands it to me. And get on the flight that's booked for you and Maddie and start a new life. I've set it all up for you. I take the envelope, frowning. I don't like the idea of depending on you, Richard. Then please, by all means, do this by yourself. Attempt to kill your twin sister, and let's see how far you get without my help. I'm a criminal defense lawyer. I'm not going to help you murder someone. I won't risk my career on someone I barely know. I clench my teeth, hating the fact that he's right. Why have you changed the plan without consulting me? I am consulting you, right now. No, you're telling me. There's a difference. Have you always had a problem with trusting people? It comes from spending your childhood bouncing around foster families who only use you as a paycheck. I can take care of myself. I don't need your help. I shove the envelope at him and stand up. You're seriously going to refuse this offer of starting a new life just because you don't like the idea of depending on a man for help? This has nothing to do with you being a man, Richard. I would refuse just as fast if you were a woman. Fine, have it your way. Richard stands up. He looks pissed off now. Fine, let him be pissed off. If I leave Poppy alive, then she'll always be after me. How does he not get that? There needs to be a hard stop on this plan, and that hard stop is with Poppy being dead. He opens his mouth to speak, but then turns and walks away, leaving me alone in the room. I have no idea why he wanted to meet me here, but I do know that I need to get back to Maddie as quickly as possible, grab as much as I can carry, and leave. I trust Richard about as far as I could throw him. I can't stay in his flat anymore. How do I know he isn't handing me over to the police as we speak, telling them some ridiculous story that I stole my own child out of nursery? Maddie. It's only about her. She's all that matters. I get back into the waiting car. During the journey back to the flat, my body is tingling all over. I can't keep still. I feel as if I'm on the run, constantly checking over my shoulder to see if I'm being followed. I practically jump out of the car while it's slowing to a stop outside the building and race towards the stairs, bypassing the lift. Being away from Maddie hurts me more than I realized it could. I can't be apart from her ever again. Her and me, forever. I push open the door to the flat, my arms open, ready to hug my little girl. But what I see sends a shockwave of adrenaline through my body, stealing the breath from my lungs in one big swoop. There's no one here. The flat is empty. The television draws my attention. It's on the local news channel showing the recent weather report. My stomach flips over on itself. No, no, no! Blair has seen the news and realized who I am, who Maddie really is. She's seen video footage of me taking Maddie. She's recognized her. The baby she's looking after is the one on the news. What have I done? Why did I put my faith in a stranger? My knees buckle, and I sink to the floor, one of them coming into contact with a hard plastic toy, which sends a stabbing pain straight through my kneecap. I hardly notice it, because the pain of losing Maddie is 100 times worse than any physical pain I could endure. Maybe Richard and Blair planned this. He lured me out of the flat, away from Maddie to set me up, so Blair could steal her. I want to take it all back. I should never have trusted Richard and Blair to help me. I should have known better. Now she has my baby. I need to find her before she can go to the police. It may already be too late, but I have to try. I have to do something. Anything. Chapter 27. Poppy. I rush up to my flat, grab some extra items, stuff them into a bag, then return outside, ready to jump in my waiting Uber. My plan is instantly foiled when I run into DC Phillips. She's walking up the steps with a serious, no-nonsense look on her face. Another officer is following her who I don't recognize. I manage to catch the eye of the Uber driver, who continues to assess the situation. "Hello, detective. I can't stop. I'm actually on my way out. That's my Uber," I say, not even breaking stride as I jog towards her down the steps to the street. DC Phillips holds out her hand. "Ms. Banks, I need to ask you to come with me to the station." "I'm afraid I can't do that. You see, my daughter is missing, kidnapped by my evil identical twin. So unless you're here to tell me that you found her and she's waiting for me at the station, I'll please ask you to—" "Ms. Banks, I am placing you under arrest for the kidnapping of your daughter, Madison Banks. You have the right to remain silent." I don't hear anything else as the blood pounds like a drum in my ears, louder than anything else around me. The male officer following DC Phillips climbs the steps towards me, reaching for a pair of handcuffs at his side. "No, this can't happen. I won't let it happen." I back away up the steps towards the front door. "No, this isn't right," I whisper. Another glimpse at the Uber driver, and he's pointing away down the street. He wants me to run, and he's going to pick me up. But how can I trust him? I can't trust anyone right now, but it's the only lifeline I have. "Please, it wasn't me," I say, the pain clear in my voice. But no one listens. DC Phillips is still speaking, reading me my rights, but I don't need them. I'm not about to let them arrest me for something I haven't done. Maddie is out there right now, and she needs me. "I'm sorry, detective," I say, shaking my head. "Ms. Banks." I turn and run faster than I've ever run before in my life. Feet pound the steps behind me, but I block them out, only focusing on the path ahead. At the top of the steps, I veer left and vault over a low wall, knowing exactly how far it is down to the ground. Not far. But my knees certainly feel the shock of impact. Ignoring the pain, I keep running as shouts of "Stop!" echo behind me. I block it all out, everything. Everything except the face of my beautiful daughter, who needs me to find her because the police are too blind to see the truth. Pumping my arms, I put on a burst of speed, sprinting up the street. I'm not sure if my Uber driver is following me, but at this point, I don't care. Pedestrians stare as I rush past, accidentally knocking into someone's shoulder. I don't stop to apologize as I round another corner, finally breaking sight of the officer behind me, who is slowly gaining ground. My breath comes in vicious gulps. I'm desperate for air, but tunnel vision keeps me going. If I don't escape, I'm never going to see Maddie again. By the time the police work it out, she will have drifted further away to God only knows where. I need to get to Portsmouth, but with the police hot on my trail, how am I going to get around undetected? I have no one to call for help, no one who I can trust. It's my own fault. I've been so focused on my career that I've pushed away friends and avoided socializing, just so I can reach the top. And here I am, running from the police, a wanted woman. I should have worn better shoes, but I don't own a pair of running trainers because I always have to look good, and it's hard to look good wearing a pair of trainers. Okay, so maybe that's not true. A lot of people look good wearing trainers, but not me. They make my legs look short. Luckily, I'm not in heels today, but black dolly shoes aren't exactly adequate running attire either. The soles of my feet burn. I can feel every pebble and hole in the pavement. Each stone feels like a nail stabbing me in the foot, but I don't stop, not even when I almost run straight into a dog walker with 3 yapping mutts on leads, who do their best to trip me up and wrap their leads around my legs. I perform a magnificent leap into the air, flapping my arms like a bird. "I'm sorry," I screech. More yapping. I think one of them nips me on the ankle. The dog walker swears at me as I sprint off. I've lost a lot of ground, but I know a sneaky route where I reckon I can lose them. Will they try to hunt me down? My face is already plastered across every news channel, but now I'm going to have people on the street actually hunting me down like an animal. I may as well have a massive target on my back. As soon as it's safe, I'm going to change my appearance. Bring on the trainers. But there's also the issue of not having any of my cards or access to my money. I can't walk into a bank now, thanks to being Britain's most wanted. It's an issue for another time. I reach the end of the alleyway and stop, gulping in air like a fish out of water. Placing my hand on the cool wall, I take a moment to compose myself. I don't hear footsteps anymore, but he could be waiting for me just around the corner. Okay, think. That's when I see him, my Uber driver, the one who'd been nice to me. He's just driven past. He's looking for me, his neck craning side to side as he rolls along at a snail's pace. I don't think he can see me, though, and he's already around a corner by the time I make it to the end of the street. Now that my breath and heart rate is back down to a steadier rhythm, I start jogging down the next alley, cutting across a bustling street, then ducking down the next one, which is just as busy. I think I can take a shortcut and get out in front of him. Horns blare and people chatter around me. There's a lot of noise and confusion, and as I glance around, scanning the people around me, it's difficult to make out whether anyone is paying attention. Are they looking at me? A couple of teenagers glance in my direction. My heart rate picks up again as I do my best to ignore them, but I can feel their eyes burning into my back as I turn and walk away. My pace quickens automatically. I spy the Uber at the end of the road, parked up. I make a wide circle in that direction. The teenagers are staring again, whispering, walking behind me. My Uber driver spots me and waves frantically. I start to run towards the car, my feet burning as I limp down the pavement. My eyes dart everywhere, like laser beams pinging off every wall, every person's face, every... Shit. Fuck. There he is, the police officer. He clocks me. We lock eyes. I turn and stare at the Uber driver. I shake my head and mouth, "Thank you." He blinks and seems to understand that there's nothing else he can do, and I run. I'm going to have to come up with another plan, but the only plan right now is to keep running, even if my feet burst into flames. Chapter 28. Layla. I burst outside. The second the cool air hits my face, I double over and drag in a deep breath, the air burning my lungs. My body is rejecting Maddie's disappearance with a vengeance. I can't breathe without her. Oxygen isn't enough. I need my baby. Straightening up, I whip my head back and forth, up and down, scanning the area, as if I'm expecting her to be waiting for me outside. Nothing makes sense without her tiny body against mine. How could Blair do this to me? I thought she was my friend. I should report her. No, that's a stupid idea. The last thing I need is to get the police involved. But I do need to find out if Blair's handed Maddie in. She's clearly seen the news and has put two and two together. But has she really just run off without even speaking to me first? Couldn't she have confronted me so I could have the chance to explain? She's gone behind my back without so much as a heads up. I need to know where I stand, but I have no idea how I'm supposed to find out. The nearest police station is several streets over, but I can't walk through the door and ask whether a baby has been handed in, not looking like Poppy, a wanted woman. What am I supposed to do? Feeling completely lost, I start walking aimlessly. My feet have a mind of their own. My body isn't connected to my brain. This is wrong. I need to find Maddie. I quickly grab my phone and call Blair, but the call goes straight to voicemail. I don't leave a message because I can't risk losing it over the phone. I may just explode if I get the chance. My fingers visible tremble as I type out a text to her. Where are you? Perhaps I should have used a question mark instead to make it seem less aggressive, but that's how I feel. Aggressive. And I need to explode at something. Or someone. I'm walking and walking. No, I can't leave the flat. I should turn back. It's the place where I last saw Maddie, and leaving it feels like I'm leaving her behind. My feet stop suddenly, and someone behind me tuts and sidesteps around me, grazing my left arm. My body reacts instinctively and flinches at the alien touch, every one of my senses on high alert. I turn and head back the way I came, walking on autopilot towards the flat. It's like I'm being pulled there by an invisible rope. I know it's the place I'm supposed to be. The second I round the corner and spy the front door, my heart leaps again. There she is, Maddie. Tears erupt as I launch myself towards her. She's in her pram and Blair is there, wrestling with it up the single step into the building. She must hear my frantic footsteps because she looks up just as I shove her sideways against the wall with a muted thud. What the? Oh my God, I say over and over as I scoop Maddie into my arms and cradle her against my chest. She's asleep, but she barely stirs as I hold her close, breathing in her warm baby smell that instantly soothes my racing heart and panic-stricken brain. "Layla, what the hell?" asks Blair. "You took her!" I seethe through gritted teeth as tears blur my vision. Yes, I took her to a soft play for an hour. I told you not to leave the flat. I'm sorry, but... Blair takes a deep breath, grasping the handle of the pram. "Layla, I know who she is. I saw the news." My heart stops, and I hold Maddie tighter, afraid she's going to be plucked from my chest. I turn to enter the building, but Blair steps in front of me. "I haven't told the police yet, Layla." "Good, because there's nothing to tell." She stares at me. "Move aside, Blair." It's the only warning I'm going to give her. She does, but she follows me upstairs, leaving the pram behind, and stands behind me while I unlock the door. She won't leave. Why won't she leave? I don't want her here anymore. Not after she almost killed me by taking Maddie away, after I explicitly told her not to leave the building. The door is open, and I stand on the threshold, still holding Maddie and staring at Blair. Fine, she wants to do this? Let's do this. "Okay," I say. "I lied to you about how I got Maddie." "Why would you do such a thing? How could you? You stole a baby from a nursery, like..." Blair bunches up her fists against her forehead and mimes her head exploding. "You stole a baby, Layla!" Her repeating the words doesn't help. In fact, it riles me up even more, and I spin on my heels, storming into the flat. I place Maddie safely on the sofa, ensuring there's a pillow to stop her rolling off. I can't have this argument while holding on to her because I don't trust my own body not to overreact and do something stupid, like punch Blair in the face. Once I've put her down, I grab a glass from the side table and hold it behind my back. By the time I turn around, Blair has walked into the flat and closed the door, sealing us in. "Layla, listen. I understand what you're feeling and going through, but stealing someone else's child is beyond. Have you even stopped to think about how Poppy is feeling? That child's mother is falling apart right now and being blamed for something she didn't do, and you, of all people, should know exactly how that feels." "Poppy doesn't give a shit about her. She cares more about her career and her looks. Maddie was an accident to her, a mistake, something that happened that she can't control. I wanted my baby." I jab my chest with my finger. "I wanted my baby, and Poppy didn't, so I did us both a favor." I can give Maddie more than what Poppy can. There is no one who will ever love that little person more than me. No one. Ever. Blair's eyes fill with tears. "I believe that. I truly do." She allows the silence to develop, longer and longer. It stretches on forever. And then she says the 3 words that push me over the edge and shatter me into 1,000 pieces. "But it's wrong." The whole room moves in and out of focus like I'm wasted. I know better than most how that feels, and it's not good. It's the worst sensation. It rips me apart inside and splits me apart at the seams. It feels as if my innards are spilling out across the plush carpet under my feet. Because she's right. It is wrong that I stole Maddie from Poppy. But you know what? I don't fucking care. And if that makes me an evil bitch, then so be it. I'm an evil bitch. There, I've admitted it. I'm selfish and evil, and I don't think about anyone other than myself and how I feel. I don't care about Poppy, and I certainly don't care about Blair. That's why I grasp the handle of the object behind my back as tight as I can before striking it across the side of her head, where it smashes into pieces, just like my heart. Time stops. Her head snaps sideways, and she drops to the floor like a bag of flour. A shard of glass embeds itself into my palm, but I barely feel the sting as I stare down at the unconscious woman on the floor, a puddle of blood blooming around her head like petals. Oh, it's so beautiful. Red. Like a poppy. Chapter 29. Poppy. I don't know how I manage it, but my shaking legs carry me to a random bus stop where I hop on, using my phone to pay with one easy beep. I grasp the overhead bars as I move along the middle aisle between the seats, trembling from the exertion of running from the police, something I've only ever seen in movies and TV shows. I wouldn't recommend it. I need to create distance between me and the police officer. I need space to think. I don't even know where the bus is going, but I'm relieved to be on it, although I'd rather be in the back of that Uber, driven by the nice man whose name I forgot to ask for. He's shown me more compassion in the space of a few minutes than anyone else since this all started, and he doesn't even know me. Luckily, the bus is fairly quiet, not too many passengers to stare at me as I slump into a seat at the back and keep my head down. The bus moves away from the stop and rumbles along the road. I don't relax. I can't relax. I need to find Maddie, but everyone is turning against me, convinced that I'm a bad mother, except for the Uber driver. The bus pulls up at another stop just a few minutes later. My head snaps up at the sound of a crying baby. A young woman, younger than me, has got on the bus, carrying a tiny baby strapped to her chest. Her eyes are dark and her skin is dry. She's clearly exhausted, but she's smiling down at her infant like it's the most precious thing in the world. I never looked at Maddie like that, did I? I only ever really looked at her with resentment at how much she'd taken from me since she came screaming into the world while I was drugged up on gas and air. The young woman looks at me, and our eyes meet. She grins and, shit, she's coming over here. Why is she coming over here? What the fuck does she want from me? It's you, she says, her face beaming. It's me, I answer, unsure what her angle is. She reaches the back and takes the seat beside me. I berate myself for not putting my bag on the seat like a normal person does when they don't want anyone sitting next to them. She adjusts the baby's position on her chest and faces me. You look amazing. Thanks. Please stop talking to me. Listen, I hope you don't take this the wrong way, but how have you been? How have I been? Wait, do we know each other? The woman chuckles. No, I guess we don't, but we saw each other the other night, remember? At the shop? I have no idea what this woman is talking about. My mouth opens, the words about to spill out, telling her she's mistaken, that she's clearly suffering from a lack of sleep. And then it clicks into place. She didn't see me the other night. She saw... Yes, right. I remember now. I'm sorry, but my head's been all over the place, I say, tucking a strand of hair behind my ear. Which shop was it again, though? The little Tesco on the corner of Mayfield Street. In Portsmouth? I add. Yeah. What are you doing in Southampton? I ask, trying my best to ignore my racing heart at the fact I've just stumbled across a vital clue as to Layla's whereabouts. Visiting a friend, she replies, stroking the baby's head. How about you? Oh, same. Oops, this is my stop. So lovely to see you again. I jump to my feet and squeeze past her. She says something, probably along the lines of goodbye, but I barely hear her as I stumble down the narrow aisle of the bus as it judders to another halt. I fling myself off and start jogging again, this time heading towards the nearest clothes shop, where I grab an oversized hoodie, pay for it with my phone again, then don it while heading towards the train station. I have a street name. It's a start. I know I'm clutching at straws, but straws are all I have to clutch onto right now. As I pound the pavement, I can barely take a breath, rounding the corner to the station. I pull up the hood and slow to a normal walk, hoping to appear nonchalant. But no one ever looks nonchalant with their hood up, do they? It's the universal code for, don't look at me, I'm dodgy as fuck. I don't take my eyes off the grimy floor as I enter the train station, but head straight to the self-service machines. My hands shake so badly that it takes several attempts to press the right buttons and print a ticket. I approach the barrier, holding my breath. I'm beeped through. Excuse me, miss? Fuck! I stop and turn around, plastering a fake smile on my face. Yes? Could you come with me, please? The ticket officer looks as if he'd rather be doing anything else but bringing me in. He's shorter than me, and I reckon I have 20 pounds on him. A stiff breeze could blow him over. Is something wrong? His eyes shift sideways. No, but... I take off down the platform. Hey, stop! I don't stop. I keep running, barging into people. I'm a woman possessed. Nothing is going to stop me this time. Nothing is... Bang! Fuck! Ouch! My right knee slams into a concrete bollard as I whiz past it, and I go down hard. Pain explodes in both my kneecaps, and my vision blurs as I make contact with the ground. I swallow back nausea, grimacing as I push myself to my feet. But then, a heavy weight slams into the back of me, pinning me to the cold concrete. My face is pushed against it, smushing my cheek into a slimy piece of chewing gum. Ms. Banks, you are under arrest, says a familiar voice. I'll now be adding resisting arrest to the list. I don't say anything as DC Phillips reads out my rights in full and hauls me to my feet. My hood falls off my head, and I'm led out of the station and towards a waiting police car. I don't even know how she managed to figure out where I was going. Maybe it was that bitch on the bus who recognized me. I'm done for now. Arriving at the police station, I assert my right to silence as I'm led through all the paperwork and questions. The time arrives when they ask me whether I'd like a lawyer. My mouth opens to respond, but then a man steps forward and introduces himself. I'm Ms. Banks's lawyer, Charles Haymore. I look him up and down. Who the hell are you? He looks about 60 years old and is wearing the most ridiculous suit I've ever seen. Badly fitted and shiny on the collar. Good God, couldn't I have a more stylish lawyer? To be honest, he looks vaguely familiar. Someone who's here to help you, Ms. Banks. I'd like to speak to my client alone for a moment, if I may. He speaks directly to DC Phillips, who hasn't let me out of her sight since she arrested me. I suspect she's feeling a little smug after arresting me in such a spectacular fashion. No doubt it will make the front page of the papers. We're led to a small private room. It's gray and cold, and I want to leave as soon as I step foot inside. I spin around, not wanting to be backed into a corner. Okay, Charlie, who the hell are you? I didn't ask for a lawyer. No, but your mother thought you might need one. That makes me do a double take. Wait, my mother sent you? She did indeed. How the hell does she even know I've been arrested? That's not important right now, but what is important is how we handle things from here. Now, how about you talk me through what happened from the start? I need to hear it in your own words, okay? I stare at the old man in front of me. This is a waste of time. I'm innocent. Maddie is out there right now. Layla could have taken her anywhere by now. Let's just focus on getting you out of here first, okay? I sigh heavily and slump down in the hard plastic chair. Fine, I say, and I start at the beginning. Chapter 30. Layla. My body won't do as my brain demands. My brain is telling me to move, help her, stop the bleeding, do something other than stand there and gormlessly stare at the ever-expanding pool of blood. But my body is rigid, like a body, like the body on the floor in front of me. She's dead. She has to be with that amount of blood loss. Her eyes are closed, her arms spread at an odd angle. They shouldn't be like that. She landed awkwardly and is laying on one of them. Oh, God, I've killed her. I've killed her. But I had to. She was going to ruin everything. She said she understood, but then told me it was wrong. So clearly she didn't understand, did she? Otherwise, she never would have suggested I hand Maddie into the police and return her to that evil woman, the woman who cares more about her career than her own flesh and blood. A low, whiny groan comes from the body. Oh, thank God. My limbs snap out of their frozen state as I realize I'm not a murderer and she's only been knocked out. Badly wounded, but alive. Head wounds bleed a lot, right? When I was 10, I fell off a swing and smashed my head open on a rock. My foster family rushed me to the hospital, concerned about the amount of blood pouring from my head, but the doctor just stitched me up and that was that. Nothing to worry about. Blair will be okay. I sink to my knees in the puddle of blood and help Blair roll over into a more comfortable position. I'm so sorry, I say on repeat as she reaches her hand to the side of her head to feel the gash I've created with the glass. I'll fetch you a towel. I shakily get to my feet and rush across the room, leaving red footprints on the carpet. I grab 2 towels from the bathroom, both white, and return to the living area. Blair is now sitting up, but looks pale. I'm a little worried she may vomit any minute. I hand her a towel and then use the other and hold it against her head. She winces, pulling away from me. Please, let me help. I think you've done enough, she says, taking the second towel off me and holding it to her head. Her eyes are watery and she won't look at me. I'm sorry. I overreacted. I didn't mean... Blair chuckles sarcastically. You overreacted? You could have killed me, Layla. I know. I'm sorry. Listen, I'm going to grab some stuff and leave, okay? You'll never see me again, I promise. Just please, don't tell anyone. Don't tell anyone? What? Don't tell anyone that you smashed me over the head with a glass or that you stole someone else's baby? A lump forms in my throat. There she is, making me angry again, threatening me. I push myself to my feet, leaving her on the floor sitting in a puddle of her own blood, which is slowly seeping into the gray carpet. There's no getting that out anytime soon. Layla, you've gone too far. You need help. I can help you. I'll tell the police that I fell down the stairs or something. I won't tell them you hit me, but please, you need to reunite Maddie with her mother, her real mother. I'm her real mother. Are you hearing yourself right now? Just because you're identical twins, it doesn't make you the same person. You didn't give birth to Maddie. You realize that, don't you? I huff loudly, rounding on her and jabbing a finger in her face. No, Blair, what you don't realize is that it doesn't matter that I'm not her biological mother. Just because I didn't give birth to her, it doesn't make me any less her mother. I will love her more than Poppy ever could. Love isn't enough, Layla. Like fuck it is, I snap back. If I was loved by even one of my foster families over the years, I would have had a very different childhood and upbringing. I can tell you that now. So what? Just because you had a bad childhood, you're going to rob this child of hers? I'm not robbing her of anything. I'm giving her everything I have, ensuring she grows up with love, not being ignored unless it's convenient. Blair is about to argue back, but clearly the stress of raising her voice is making her dizzy. She collapses sideways and groans. It's clear she isn't going to give up on this. She's not giving me any other choice. I leave her where she is and go into the bedroom, returning with the belt of a dressing gown. I'm sorry, but I can't let you leave. Blair notices the belt, her eyes glazing over. You can't. I'd also rather not gag you, so please don't shout for help. I won't hurt you if you just keep your mouth shut and do as I say, okay? Blair shakes her head, closing her eyes against the building pressure that no doubt is mounting in her skull. If my hands are tied, then how am I supposed to keep pressure on my head wound? I need to go to the hospital, Layla. I don't. Just shut up and let me handle this, okay? I need to think. I charge towards her, yank her hand away from her head, and pull both of them behind her back. She's easy enough to manipulate because the wound has rendered her useless and weak. She does put up a little fight, but quickly succumbs when she realizes it's no use. Her coordination is off, and she's clumsy. I have the upper hand, the strength against her. She's not going anywhere. I pull the belt tight around both wrists and then drag her towards the bedroom, leaving a streak of blood across the carpet. I need to be fast. I'm going to grab Maddie's things and leave. Then, when I'm far enough away, I'll call Richard and get him to come and sort her out. I don't even care what he does with her. If he hands her over to the police, then so be it. By then, I'll hopefully be on a plane to another country. Once Blair is secure, I pack, quickly change clothes. I wash the blood off in the sink, but it's everywhere, has seeped into every pore. Layla, please, begs Blair. I approach her, holding a pair of socks. I'm sorry, but you're not giving me any other choice, I say, just before stuffing the socks into her mouth. Her eyes go wide like saucers, and she shakes her head frantically, moaning and mumbling words that will never be understood or listened to. Maddie is still asleep when I scoop her into my arms and leave the flat. I don't know how long I have before Blair is found, but every second counts. I don't even know if Poppy's passport is going to work. Perhaps Richard was right. Using her passport is a risk, especially with her face all over the news. She's a wanted woman. There's no way I'll be able to leave the country. But the country's a big place, plenty of areas to hide. And I've perfected being invisible over the years. Being invisible with a baby in tow is going to be a challenge, but I have to try. I'll never forgive myself if I don't at least try. I pop her in the pram, which is still at the entrance to the building where Blair left it, and I push her along the pavement, having no clue as to where I'm going. I just have to keep moving. That's all. Just keep moving. Chapter 31. Poppy. My head is pounding by the time I finish telling Charles everything. It feels as if I'm repeating myself as I go over the details and answer a barrage of questions. The words barely make sense inside my head, yet when I say them out loud, they make even less sense. I speak them anyway, convinced I'm halfway to a mental breakdown. No, I didn't know I had an identical twin sister until 2 days ago. Yes, my mother lied to me my whole life. No, I definitely did not steal my daughter. Yes, I'm sure. No, I'm not crazy. No, I'm not sure if that's actually true. Yes, I've been overstretched and stressed out with work, but not enough to forget about my daughter. No, I don't want another styrofoam cup of fucking tea. Yes, get me the fuck out of here now. What feels like an eternity later, DC Phillips comes back in and good old Charlie boy gets me released. Apparently, they don't have enough evidence to hold me. I don't even have to provide my fingerprints. The CCTV may show me taking Maddie from the nursery, but Charles has come forward with a testimony from my mother, who confirms that Layla is alive and that she is my identical twin. Therefore, there's more than enough evidence to suggest that the person on the CCTV is not me. Not to mention, Tiffany has confirmed that I was sitting at my desk for the entire afternoon. Who'd have thought it? Tiffany doing something to help me out for once. Although, now that I think about it, she's never done anything bad towards me. It's all in my head. I'm just too stubborn to realize when someone is trying to help me. Ha! Take that, DC Phillips. For now, DC Phillips has to release me, but I can tell she's not happy about it. The woman clearly has it in for me. She glares at me as I sign a form to say I won't leave the country and that I'm due back in the station in 2 days' time for further questioning. Whatever. Just let me leave. I have work to do. Thanks, Charlie boy. I owe you one. Outside, on the pavement, he turns to me, concern etched into his face. Now, you understand that it's in your best interest to stay put and not interfere with the investigation going forward, right? Right. And you won't go looking for Maddie yourself or cause any more trouble than you already have, yes? Yes. And you know that if you do interfere with the investigation, you can be rearrested, correct? Correct. Great. I'll be in touch in 2 days' time. If you need me at all, then you have my business card. Thanks. I appreciate your help. And, tell my mother thanks, too. I will. How do you know her again? We go back a long way. I was her lawyer when she was arrested for your father's murder. I'm surprised you don't remember me. I've, kind of blocked out a lot of what happened back then. Not surprising. He winks at me, creepy, and walks towards the main road, briefcase in hand. He looks lost, but that's not my problem. I take a moment to enjoy my newfound freedom. Breathe in deep, then call an Uber and head straight to Portsmouth to find Maddie, disregarding everything Charles has just told me. Sorry, not sorry. I've never really been one to follow the rules anyway. On the drive over, I call Richard. I'm surprised by the speed at which he picks up. Poppy? Expecting someone else? No, but I thought you'd been arrested. Turns out I have a great lawyer, better than you. It'll only be a matter of time before the police catch up with Layla, so you may as well tell me where she's staying. I'm on my way to Portsmouth now. She's not going to be there. She's already bailed on me. Turns out, you're more alike than you thought. She's not great at trusting people either. I really wanted to help her. What, by destroying my life? I didn't know who to believe. You should have believed me, Richard. She's a crazy bitch who stole a baby. There must be a reason why. I know why. It's because she wants to destroy me. No, that's not it. She doesn't care about you, Poppy. All she cares about is that fucking baby. Hey, that's my fucking baby you're talking about. Sorry, it's just, Layla is clearly hurting and… I don't give a fuck if she's hurting. She's going to pay for what she's done to me. Tell me where she is. My voice is practically a growl, like a mother wolf defending her young. I'm on my way there now. I'll meet you and we can go from there. So what, you're helping me now? Why should I trust you? Richard laughs. Like peas in a fucking pod. I'll ping you a pin. And he hangs up. Seconds later, a location comes through, which I read out to the Uber driver. We arrive in Portsmouth. As a resident of Southampton, it pains me to step foot in its rival city. The amount of people here is crazy, and the roads are far too narrow to accommodate the number of cars on the road. We sit in traffic for what seems like forever. Eventually, I step out of the Uber, searching for Richard among the throngs of people walking around. There's a funky smell in the air, but as I catch sight of him, I realize the smell is coming from me. When was the last time I took a shower? I must look an absolute state as well. I reach up with a hand and run my fingers through my greasy hair, flattening it as Richard approaches, looking like he's just stepped off a catwalk in his 3/4-length, double-breasted coat and shiny black shoes. Pompous twat. He looks me up and down and whistles. Jesus, he mutters. What, I look that bad? No, it's just... shit. You two are... It's like looking in a mirror. She's cut her hair now and... What? I snap. She has a freckle on her left cheek and you have one on your right. Comparing notes, are you? Richard has the decency to blush at my accusation. Come on, it's this way. I gave her a flat to stay in while she sorted herself out, but the last time we spoke, she told me she could take care of herself. She's got your passport and driving license, but I doubt she'll be able to leave the country or do anything with them. I grab his arm mid-stride. Hang on, how the fuck does she have my cards and ID? Don't tell me. You're responsible for the break-in and that woman grabbing my purse from my bag? Layla asked for it. So you bent over backwards and committed a crime for her. Wow, you're such a gentleman. Aren't you supposed to be a criminal defense lawyer? Richard gestures with his hand for us to continue walking. Being so close to someone who I know has willingly sold me out for a warm pussy makes me sick to my stomach. That's not even the worst part. I slept with him first. He was obsessed with me before Layla. No, I'm not jealous. I'm angry. Look, I thought I was helping you, her, out, okay? Whatever. You keep telling yourself that, Dick. You'll be lucky if I don't dob you into the police as soon as we're done here. Richard stops outside a block of flats. The building is tall, well-kept and modern. He unlocks the door and allows me to enter first. I follow him into the lift and stare straight ahead at the closed door while it takes us up 3 floors. It's at this moment where my heart rate decides to double. It's only just occurred to me that I could be about to come face to face with my identical twin sister for the first time in my life. Not only that, but the prospect of seeing Maddie is taking my breath away. I know he said she's not here, but he could be lying. I can't trust anything he says. For all I know, I'm walking into some sort of trap. You okay? Asks Richard, clearly noticing my pale, shaky expression. I clear my throat. Fine. We reach the 3rd floor and walk wordlessly out of the lift towards the far end of the hallway. He stops outside the door to flat 8 and knocks. My breath hitches in my throat, and I struggle to compose myself as the seconds tick by in silence. Layla, it's me, Richard. He shakes his head when he gets no response. He takes out his key, but he's moving too damn slowly, so I grab it from his hand, shove it into the lock, and push open the door. We walk into a bloodbath. A garbled cry escapes my throat as my eyes absorb the large pool of blood sinking into the carpet in the main living area. There are drag marks heading towards the room at the back. Layla, calls Richard, heading for the back room. My body is frozen to the spot. I've never seen so much blood since... I can't look away, even though everything inside me is screaming to close my eyes and block it out. I'm taken back to that night, to the time when my mother stabbed my father with a kitchen knife. No, block it out. Holy shit! Richard's voice carries from the back room. Hello, yes, I need an ambulance right now. His words make me sprint towards him. Please, don't let her be dead, because if she's dead, then Maddie... I reach the doorway and stop when I see a woman slouched at an awkward angle tied to the bed. Richard is removing a balled-up sock from her mouth. Blood stains the area where she's sitting, emanating from a nasty head wound. It's not Layla. Relief whooshes out of me. Richard finishes providing the address over the phone, then turns to me. Who is that? I ask him. I have no idea, but... The woman groans, and her eyes flicker open. She catches sight of me. Layla, she says before passing out again. Chapter 32. Layla. The wind whips around me as I walk briskly along the pavement. It buffets me side to side, and I find myself actively clinging on to Maddie's pram to stop it from being carried away. I don't have a coat, and it's starting to rain, already seeping into my clothes. I've suffered through worse, having lived on the streets for brief periods. The cold doesn't bother me, but what does bother me is that I'm no longer the #1 priority. I hate to admit it, but things were easier without Maddie around. I never worried about myself when it came to where I'd sleep, or the next time I'd eat or take a shower, change my clothes, but Maddie has added extra stress and anxiety into my life. I can't let her sleep outside on the streets. I could go to a homeless shelter, but I'm afraid of what the people there would say or do. They might recognize us. They could call social services, take her away from me, ask me questions I'm not able to answer truthfully. Maddie continues to sleep peacefully in the pram as I navigate through the streets. She doesn't have a care in the world, has no idea what's going on around her, but I can't help but be drawn into her beautiful and delicate features. Her tiny button nose, her pudgy fingers, soft pink lips that open and shut while she dreams, as if suckling on an invisible nipple. I feel as if I'm failing her. I'm doing my best, but my best isn't good enough, is it? Nowhere near good enough. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here, walking along without a clue where I'm going or what I'm going to do next. Poppy needs to go. I'm still 100% sure about that, but dragging Maddie along in my attempt to destroy her biological mother feels like some form of child abuse or neglect. She doesn't deserve this. She deserves stability and care. That's exactly what I'm striving for. It's just for a little longer, I promise her. Poppy. I need to find Poppy. A stiff, icy gust makes me shudder as I round the corner onto the next street. I bump into a pedestrian who gasps and stumbles backwards. I feel a stab of pain. The pram jolts to a stop, waking Maddie, who screws up her face. "Oh my goodness," says the stranger. "I'm so sorry, I wasn't looking where I was going." The woman blushes and appears visibly upset. "It's fine," I mutter as I maneuver the pram around her. "Oh gosh, I'm so—" I look up as she stops mid-sentence. She's staring at me, then covers her mouth with one hand, stifling a gasp. "Oh," she says again. "Fuck." Maddie stirs again and lets out a small cry. The woman grabs the pram handle, her knuckles white with the effort. "Wrong move, lady." "Let go," I say sternly. "You're— that lady, that—" She lets go as quick as if she's been scalded on a hot stove, stepping away and bumping into the nearest wall. Her eyes dart around like an animal who's been cornered by a predator. I push past her, my pace quickening. "Hey!" she shouts behind me, but I don't respond. She's more than likely dialing 999 right this second, hoping it'll make her mildly famous for a short time. That's all people want nowadays, isn't it? Their 15 minutes of fame. Not me. I'd rather no one ever know my name or recognize my face. But that's going to be difficult with Poppy running around, looking exactly like me. A plan is forming in my head. The further away from the flat I get, the more I want to turn around and go back. Not because I think it's safe to hide there. It's the last place I should be right now, especially with Blair bleeding out on the carpet. But there's something pulling me back. Poppy. She's there right now. I can feel it. Every brain cell is telling me to keep running, to get as much distance between us as possible because, let's face it, I've spent the past 30 years apart from her, so why should we meet now? Because she's the reason why I can't have Maddie completely to myself. I need her to be gone, and the first step is to face her. Face myself. But first, I need to ensure Maddie is safe. I cannot allow Poppy to see her because her reaction could be extreme. I need her level-headed, thinking clearly, and if she sees Maddie's beautiful face, she'll be anything but those things. I can't rely on Blair anymore to care for her. So who else? Didn't Poppy have a nanny or an au pair or whatever it is they're called? What was her name? I've heard it before, I'm sure of it. The lady at the nursery told me. Georgina, or Georgie, something beginning with G. Gemma? I'm sure that's it, but how do I get in touch with her? Even if I did, how can I trust her? She'd hand me over to the police. No, that won't work. I need another plan. Then it comes to me in an instant. How have I not thought of it before? It's the perfect place to hide Maddie where she'll be safe and ensure she'll still be there when I return. I won't be gone long, less than an hour, I'm sure. It's risky and maybe stupid, but I don't have another choice. I glance behind, convinced there are footsteps following me. I see plenty of people milling about, heads down, focused on their phones, and nothing else. Is that woman I just bumped into following me? The police may be here any minute after she lets them know where she spotted me. I don't have a lot of time, so I need to move fast. There's no going back now. I think I remember the way to my old haunt, the place I used to hide out when I was broke and homeless. It's dry, fairly warm, and quiet. The perfect place to leave Maddie while I sort out Poppy. Chapter 33, Poppy. Layla? The name dies on the woman's lips. She thinks I'm her. She holds the answers I need, locked away in that head that looks to have taken quite a beating. The following 15 minutes are a whirlwind of ambulances, police, and paramedics as they buzz around the building like flies. The woman drifts in and out of consciousness and can barely lift her head, let alone speak, so the chances of getting any coherent information out of her is non-existent. Richard oversees everything, relays to the police what he knows, the stuff he kept from them before. DC Phillips attends the scene and listens, all the while watching me out of the corner of her eye, like she's convinced I'm going to make a break for it again. There's no chance of that happening. I need to stick to this woman like glue, because she's the only chance I have of finding Layla. Huddling in a corner with my legs pulled up to my chest, my chin rests between my knees. I'm not sure what I should be doing right now, but freaking out seems like as good a plan as any. I'm offered water and sugary tea, but I don't take either. I don't want any of it. I just want my child back in my arms. My body isn't right without her. DC Phillips kneels in front of me. Ms. Banks, you are clear of all charges. Do you understand? The woman who you found, Blair Mason, has managed to explain a few things. We now know about your sister. Layla is now our only person of interest in the case of your missing child. My head lifts from my knees. I need to speak to her, to Blair. That won't be possible. She's been taken to the hospital for a severe head wound and concussion. At that moment, another officer enters the room. DC Phillips, Blair Mason has requested for Ms. Banks to visit her in the hospital as soon as possible. She wishes to speak to her. DC Phillips eyes me, probably wondering how the hell I've got my wish without even moving from the spot. Looks like your request has been granted after all, she sighs, defeated. I'll drive you over. I have a few further questions to ask Ms. Mason. The hospital is not the place I want to be right now, but the need to speak to Blair overrides my apprehension of being here. I need to find out what she knows about Layla and where she might be heading next. The police already have officers out searching for her, posting online statements and news blasts. But I need to find her first, because I'm not about to let Layla get away with this. Not in a million years. Blair will have the answers, I'm sure of it. Layla doesn't deserve to go to jail. She deserves to die. As I reach the ward, the smell of antiseptic and blood turns my stomach, and I have to force myself to remain in the room and not bolt down the nearest corridor towards the exit. Blair is lying in bed with a bandage wrapped around her head and a blood bag attached to her via an IV. She's awake but groggy, her eyes unfocused, but she notices me standing in the doorway and attempts to lift her head off the pillow. She groans and quickly lies back down. I step into the room. How are you feeling? I ask, even though I don't care. Not really. It's selfish, I know, but I just want her to be well enough to answer my questions and tell me what I need to know. Like I've been glassed in the head, she says, closing her eyes. There's a smirk in her lips that lingers for a moment. But I'll survive. What can you tell me about Layla? How do you know her? Please, I need to know as much as you know. I first met her in our grief counseling class about 5 months ago, but I didn't know her name until yesterday. Are you friends? Blair shakes her head. Not really, no. She never spoke during the classes, not until about a week ago. She got rather emotional over something another woman said. She told us she watched her baby die in her arms. Fuck, I gasp, suddenly feeling winded. I can't even imagine. Blair's still talking. I ran into her in Primark, and she was buying baby clothes. She had Maddie with her. My heart stops when I hear my daughter's name. What did she say? She told me that the baby's name was Lily, and she'd found her, that her mother had overdosed. She said she'd saved her, rescued her. I knew something wasn't quite right. Then what happened? She needed my help. Maddie was sick. I'm a trained nurse, so I went over, and once I was happy that Maddie was okay, we talked for hours. She told me more about her loss. I told her about mine. I watch Blair's face for a moment, can practically see the heavy weight of grief pushing down upon her shoulders. As a mother, I know only too well what she's talking about. I've not suffered the loss of a child myself, but even the thought makes me sick to my stomach. The unimaginable pain. Maddie was taken. She's not gone. There's a big difference, but it still hurts like hell. Layla has suffered a tragic loss and, for a brief moment, my heart goes out to her. But then reality slaps me back to my senses. When I realized she'd been lying to me, when I realized what she'd done, I confronted her, says Blair. I take a calming breath. Do you have any idea where she might have gone? Blair bites her bottom lip. She wants to get rid of you, Poppy. My guess is she'll find you. So what, you think I should just twiddle my thumbs and wait around for her to come and kill me? I have her number, but she may have ditched her phone already. I don't know. I've given all of this to the police, but maybe you can do something with it. She points to her phone, which is resting on the table near her bed. I pick it up, scroll to the number, and transfer it into my phone. Without waiting another moment, I turn my back on Blair and call the number. It rings. Once. Twice. Pick up, damn it. Click. Silence. Layla, I say slowly, drawing out the name on my tongue. It feels alien, leaving a sour taste in my mouth. I know she's there, listening. I can practically feel her heart beating through the phone. Poppy. I freeze, stunned as my own voice echoes back to me, saying my name. Where is she? Is she safe? Yes, she's safe. Tell me where to meet you. Graverly Lane, number 16, above the pub. In Portsmouth? Yes, I'll be there. I hang up, my heart dumping wildly as I turn and face Blair, who is staring at me. Don't tell the police that I'm going to meet her. I want to slip away quietly. Blair nods. Maddie. She's safe. How do you know that? How can you trust anything she says? I pause before answering. It's a twin thing. In the corridor outside Blair's room, I run into Richard, who steps in front of me, blocking my path. You look like a woman on a mission, he says. Then I suggest you get the fuck out of my way. If you're going to see her, then you need my help, my protection. She's a dangerous woman. I place a hand on his upper arm and push him aside. No, I'm a dangerous woman, especially if you continue to stand in the way of me finding my baby. What is it with you two? Never wanting any help from a man? I scoff. Oh, Dick, you're so fucking full of yourself, aren't you? Determined to be the knight in shining armor to some poor, helpless woman. Well, I've got news for you, Dick. Not every woman needs saving. In fact, most of us would rather save ourselves. Now get the fuck out of my way. He steps aside and I storm to the exit, my fingers flying over the screen of my phone as I type in the address. It's only about a 15-minute walk away. I can make it in 10 if I run. Chapter 34. Layla. Poppy hangs up, leaving me shaking like a brown, shriveled leaf in the wind. Her voice. It was mine, like hearing my own voice echoed back to me. Creepy. She's on her way. As soon as I saw the random number pop up on my phone, I knew it was her and not the police. It's why I answered it. I'm already here waiting for her, my old flat. Thankfully, I didn't run into old Mr. Brown. If I remember correctly, he's usually at bingo at this time of night. As soon as I walk in, the smell hits me like a punch to the gut. I instantly retch. There must be something rotting in here that I didn't dispose of when I left. How long's it been? A couple of days? 3? I have no concept of time anymore, but I must hurry because I can't leave Maddie alone for too long. She's safe, but I won't feel normal until she's back in my arms. All I know is that I'm close to the end now that Poppy is on her way. I'll be ready for her. I leave the door unlocked and head to the kitchen area, finding the sharpest knife I own. It's crusted with food and feels dull as I stroke the blade across my fingers, but it'll do the trick to defend myself if the need arises. There's no guarantee she'll be in the talking mood. Besides, I'm not bringing her here to talk. I need to work fast. The lights are off, the small, cold flat shrouded in darkness. I position myself behind the front door so she won't see me when she opens it and steps over the threshold. Any minute now, it'll open and my other half will walk in. My life has changed so quickly in the space of a couple of days, done a complete 360. I'm a mother now, about to defend myself against an enemy who wishes to take back my child. I don't have to wait long. Clearly, she was nearby when she called me. The doorknob twitches. I hold my breath as the door swings open. The light from the corridor beams into every corner of the room, but I remain hidden behind the door in the shadows, like a crouched lion. Light footsteps. My heartbeat is so loud it's the only thing I can hear, but I block it out, shaking my head to make my eyes focus on the task ahead. I watch as Poppy steps further into the room. I can't quite make out the whole of her face as it's cast in shadows. Slowly, the door swings shut, the light from the corridor disappearing. She covers her nose with one of her hands, coughing, and that's the moment I strike. I launch myself at her, the knife held high over my head. My feet, scraping against the floor, give away my position too soon. She's fast. Too fast. She turns and blocks my attack, uses my momentum against me, and slams me to the floor. I land hard on my back. The air whooshes from my lungs. Poppy stamps on my wrist like she's murdering a spider. Ah! There's a crunch of bone and I drop the knife. She kicks it away as white-hot pain radiates through my body, then kneels and punches me in the face. It's not enough to knock me out, but it's enough to send my head spinning. My brain rattles around in my skull as she drags me over to the filthy bed. She's strong, stronger than I am, fueled with rage. I sit with my back up against the side of the bed, my chest rising and falling quickly as I try and catch my breath, clutching my broken wrist with my other hand. She stands right in front of me, blocking the exit. I'm a bird trapped in a cage of my own making. I hadn't expected her to overpower me. I underestimated her strength and resilience, her sheer determination and anger. I can practically feel it pulsing off her in waves as she stands before me, fists and jaw clenched. I guess those self-defense lessons in Krav Maga paid off, she finally says, straightening her top and coat. Not really any way to greet your twin sister for the first time, though, is it? I could say the same to you, I reply, shifting my weight from one butt cheek to the other. The floor is hard, cold. Ambushing me with a knife when all I came here to do was get my daughter back. That's not happening, I snap. Then why invite me here? You found out about me before I found out about you, yet you decided to destroy my life. What did I ever do to you to warrant that? I roll my eyes, tired of looking up at myself. It truly is like staring into a mirror. Her hair is different to mine, thanks to my sloppy haircut, but otherwise, she's the mirror image of me. She even has a freckle in the same place on her face on the opposite side. How strange. Surreal. What? She asks, tilting her head to the side while leaning down towards me. Not feeling up for talking now, Layla? I just find it interesting that you assume everything I've done is about you. You stole my child. Who else would it be about? Me. Poppy laughs and rolls her eyes back at me. Oh, right, of course, silly me. Why didn't I think about that? It's the typical sibling rivalry, isn't it? You saw something that I had and you wanted it, so you took it, without giving any thought as to how it would affect me. You're talking about a human child as if she were a toy. You didn't deserve her. So you thought you'd just steal her from me? What planet are you on? A silence envelops the room. We stare at each other in the gloomy darkness. The streetlight can't quite reach every corner thanks to the dingy curtains pulled across the window. I did what I had to do, I say quietly. You must be fucking crazy to think that you're going to get away with this. The police are looking for you now. I've been exonerated. All I need to do is call them, and they'll be here within minutes. It's over, Layla. Just tell me where Maddie is. Never. She's better off without you. I'm her mother. Doesn't automatically give you the qualifications to look after her. Poppy laughs again. Do you hear yourself? You don't need a qualification to be a mother. Well, maybe you fucking should, I mutter. You lost your baby, so you stole mine. Is that it? You couldn't bear to see me happy and thriving, so you thought you'd just take her away. Cry me a fucking river. I bite on my tongue so hard that I taste blood, metallic, tangy. I spit a mouthful up at her, but it barely reaches her face. She grimaces and steps further away. You're sick, she says. If you're not locked up for the rest of your life, then you'll be put in a mental health hospital for the criminally insane. My wrist is still throbbing, and I'm finding it a chore to keep my body from collapsing sideways. But I have to keep going. For Maddie. She's depending on me to return. I need to see this through to the end. Poppy watches me with lethal eyes as I stagger to my feet, using the bed frame to pull myself up. If you want Maddie back, then you're going to have to go through me first. Poppy grins. I was hoping you'd say that. Chapter 35. Poppy. Layla stands in front of me, weakened by her broken wrist, but there's a strength in her that is all too familiar. It's the same as mine, the same power and determination humming through her blood. In another life, we would have been close, the best of friends, but time and distance have torn us apart, and now the only thing that separates us is Maddie. She's all that matters to me. I want her back. Layla doesn't deserve her. I may not deserve her either, but at least I can provide a stable home and upbringing. Money, safety, comfort. Plus, I gave birth to her, and there's no greater connection than that. Layla glares at me, a fury in her eyes exactly like mine. I wish it were true what they say about identical twins, but telepathy doesn't appear to be a thing between us. Shame. I feel no emotional connection to her whatsoever. I can't read her thoughts. She means nothing to me. Other than the fact we look the same, there's nothing about this woman that makes me want to help her. She's trying to play the victim, while forgetting who the true victim is in all of this. Me. Call me selfish, but it's the truth. She doesn't deserve my sympathy. How are we going to play this, Layla? I ask. I'm giving her one last chance to do the right thing. If she chooses wrong, then I can't be held responsible for my actions. At that moment, a floorboard from outside in the corridor creaks. My focus is drawn for a split second, but it's all the time she needs. Before I can react, she throws herself at me, rugby tackling me around the waist. We crash to the floor, her on top of me. Something snaps. The back of my head bounces off the floor, and darkness takes over. Pounding, thud, 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 like a drum at the back of my head, over and over. My hands and fingers are numb, tingling like they're thawing from frostbite. It takes me several seconds to remember where I am, and a few extra ones to recall why I'm there. Fuck! Layla overpowered me, got the upper hand, and tied me up in the same spot where I subdued her. I should have restrained her, should have known better. It's what I would have done had I been in her position. Everything hurts. My head, my heart, my ribs. One of them must have snapped when she landed on top of me. My eyes flutter open. It's much brighter in here than it was before. The single light bulb dangling from the ceiling without a shade is blazing, burning my retinas. I blink several times against the pain and take a breath before opening my eyes again. Where is she? She's not here. Has she just tied me up and left? Surely she doesn't think that's the end of it. She must be here somewhere. She must be. Good, you're awake. Now we can get started. Lifting my head to meet her steely gaze feels like I'm fighting against gravity. My neck muscles scream with the exertion, as if they're weighed down. But when I finally reach her eyes, anger consumes me. I spit a mouthful of blood at her. I must have bitten my tongue when I landed hard on my back. Fuck you, you bitch! Untie me right now! She doesn't move, doesn't blink. There's nothing there. Behind those eyes, she's dead inside. Is it the loss of her child that's done this to her? Or something else? No, I don't care. I don't care what she's been through or why she is the way she is. She's jealous of me, and that's all there is to it. There's nothing she can say to make me feel sorry for her, to change my mind about her actions. What she's done to me is wrong. Stealing another woman's child is nothing but barbaric, monstrous, evil. I was going to kill you quickly, but now I reckon it might be fun to make you suffer for a little longer, she says, drawing out the final few words of her sentence. She's enjoying this, having power over me. What is this, some serial killer movie? You're bluffing. You won't kill me. You don't have it in you. Her eyebrows raise a fraction of an inch as her lips curve up into a smirk. And you think you know me, do you? Just because we shared a womb once, is that it? We're not just identical twins. We're mirror twins. I struggle to form the words. Not only do we have reversed features, but one time we were one person, back when we were mere specks of life. Whether you like it or not, we're one and the same. I know you like I know myself. It's a lie. I don't know her at all, but I reckon I can make a pretty good educated guess. Layla scoffs. That's the point, Poppy. You don't even know yourself. Not really. If what you say is true, it means that I know you too. And I know that the only person you care about is yourself. And you don't give a flying fuck about Maddie. You never have, and you never will. That's not true. The truth burns its way into my brain. How dare she? Layla gets close to my face, merely inches away. Yes, it is. She seethes through gritted teeth. It is true. You're just too scared to admit it. Go on, admit it. Admit that you regret having her and that your life would be easier if she wasn't in it. Of course it would be easier, but it doesn't mean that I don't want her in it. So you admit it. You admit that. I admit nothing. You don't want her. I do. You said it yourself. We're the same. Therefore, Maddie is my child and I am her mother. I will gladly take her with open arms and raise her as my own. You're free to go if you agree to my terms. This will all blow over. You'll disappear and start a new life without Maddie in it. You'll never speak her name again, not to anyone. You'll never think about her, look for her, attempt to contact her or me for the rest of your life. You're free, Poppy. You can live the life you've always wanted. Alone. As she speaks, my anger subsides, seems to sink into the floor. I hate her with a passion. I want her to hurt like I'm hurting, but a small part of me agrees with what she's saying. I hate it. I want to scream and shout, tell her she's wrong, she's dead wrong. I love Maddie, and I'd never leave her, never abandon her, even if it means I know she'll be cared for and loved for the rest of her life. Does that make me selfish? I think it, and it kills my heart that even for a moment I would contemplate doing what she's asking of me. I shake my head, back and forth, over and over, till dizziness overwhelms my senses. I close my eyes as the room spins. No, I won't. I'd rather die. Layla laughs. You're a liar, Poppy. You're lying to yourself. Stop lying to yourself. I don't want to kill you. I'm giving you an out here. Do you want to turn your twin sister into a killer? I sniff hard, then gag on the stench assaulting my nostrils. All my focus was on Layla, on getting her to talk, but now the smell seeps into my pores, takes over me. It's impossible to ignore. It's the smell of decay, of death. Then it hits me like a punch in the gut. I know what happened to Layla to make her this way. Only something horrific and unimaginable could have happened to break her into so many pieces and cause her to steal someone else's child. Her child didn't die in her arms. I stop gagging and stare up at Layla, holding eye contact. No, I say in a whisper. No, she asks, teasing me. No, I don't want to turn my twin sister into a killer. But it's too late, isn't it? You're already a killer. I'm pretty sure Blair isn't dead. No, not Blair. Then who? She stops, the words stolen from her mouth. Her eyes widen. She swallows hard and steps backwards, away from me, like being near me is physically painful. If you say one more word, you killed your baby. Didn't you, Layla? Chapter 36. Layla. Her words slam into me like a ton of bricks. I'm off balance, spinning. The breath is squeezed from my lungs. No, not squeezed. Stolen, taken, yanked in one quick motion. You killed your baby, didn't you, Layla? The words are sharp like a knife. I'd rather feel the cut of a real blade than the pain of what she just said. She didn't say it in a vicious way, but in a calm, soothing tone, full of pity. How could she say that to me? I warned her not to. Didn't I warn her? I don't want her pity. You don't know what you're saying, I say, my tongue sticking to the roof of my mouth. What's that smell? Asks Poppy, casually, as if she were asking for the time of day. I don't like the way she's speaking to me. Gently, as if she were speaking to a child. I automatically inhale, then regret it as nausea swoops over me. I retch once, but manage to hold my composure. It's thick, isn't it? She asks. Why won't she shut up? It's almost like the smell is seeping into your very body, isn't it? It catches at the back of your throat, right here. She reaches up with her tied hands and touches her throat, holding eye contact the whole time. She doesn't know what she's talking about. She's clutching at straws, saying anything she can to make me lose focus. It won't work. It's just an old piece of food or something that I've forgotten to throw away. I barely even smell it anymore. I forgot to take the bin out before I left to get Maddie a few days ago. That's all it is. My eyes flick to the corner of the room, an inbuilt cupboard. Poppy notices. Is that where she is, Layla? What? What did you do with her body? I laugh and step backwards. What are you talking about? My right foot falters as I step on something, wobbling to the side. What's wrong, Layla? Hit a nerve, have I? Shut up! I cover my ears with my hands and scream, sinking to my knees, trying to make myself as small as possible, as if that will help stop the torrent of flashbacks and memories now stampeding through my skull. "Stop it! No, I didn't! I didn't!" She wouldn't stop crying. There was nothing even wrong with her. She just wouldn't stop crying. There was nothing I could do. I tried everything, but she continued to wail and scream and kick and cry. The sound tore into my very soul, deep inside. I cried too. I screamed at her. "What do you want from me?" But she didn't answer, did she? Because she was a newborn baby, and all babies know how to do is cry when they want something. I wasn't a mind reader, but I was her mother, and I was failing her. I picked her up, rocked her, sang to her through tear-laden eyes, but nothing worked. I held her up in front of me, my hands under her armpits, her tiny head lolling slightly to the side because she was still too weak to hold it up properly. "What is it?" she screamed. I screamed. I shook her, once, twice, 3 times, maybe more, and then silence. Blissful, peaceful silence. Finally, she'd stopped crying and fallen asleep in my arms. I held her close against my chest, kissed the top of her head, then sank onto the sofa and fell asleep. She slept for hours. I wasn't surprised, considering how long she'd screamed for. When I woke up 8 hours later, she was still in dreamland, so I gently placed her in her cot, took a shower, and made myself some food. I'd let her sleep for a bit longer, but she'd need a decent feed soon, so I didn't want to leave her too long. But an hour later, she was still asleep, and the hour after that, and the hour after that, and 16 hours after that. I don't know why it took me so long to realize what I had done. Maybe it was disbelief, denial. I didn't kill my baby. Oh God. I scream into my hands, covering my face as my nails dig into my skin, breaking it. "Why did you have to do that?" I shout so loud that a cough forces its way up my throat. Once I start coughing, I can't stop, and within seconds I'm retching, trying to expel whatever it is inside me that's hurting so much. I want to vomit up all the pain, everything I've done, expel it all, but it won't come out. It stays inside, as it has done since it happened, poisoning me. "Do what, Layla? Remind you of what you did?" I look up at Poppy. She doesn't even look sorry for what she's done. She looks smug. I fucking hate her. "I didn't." "You did," she says, her voice gentler than before. "I don't know what happened, but you killed your baby and hid her body in that cupboard over there. How long's she been in there? A month? 2? Longer?" I choke on a cough before replying, 9 months. She must have been born around the same time as Maddie. January 12th. Oh my God. Maddie was born January 12th too. I want to say what immediately pops into my head, that Poppy must have somehow swapped my baby for Maddie. Maddie is mine. I didn't kill my baby. But I don't say it because I know it's not true. I've been living in denial all this time, convincing myself that the smell in this flat was just old, moldy food. I'm a monster. We sit in silence for a moment, soaking in the unbelievable fact that our babies were born on the same day, that we're more alike than we ever thought possible, not only in the looks department, but our lives as well. Poppy doesn't have fire in her eyes anymore. She's mellowed since dropping the bomb on me. I didn't know what to do, I say, my voice shaking. Maddie screamed a lot as a newborn too. There were days where I thought she'd never stop. I felt like I was failing her, like I know what you're doing. What? You're trying to sympathize with me, trying to get me to understand what I've done wrong so I'll feel sorry for you and give Maddie back. But it's not going to happen. You don't think you've done anything wrong? It was an accident. I didn't mean to, and I didn't mean to get pregnant, but these things happen and we have to accept the consequences whether we like it or not." Her words ignite the rage inside me again, and I clamber to my feet, finally able to get my body to respond to my brain, which has been rebooting for the last few minutes after the initial shock of a complete shutdown. I stride up to her and slap her across the face with my good hand. The other hangs limply at my side. The snap of my palm against her cheek echoes around the room. A red welt blooms on her pale skin as I glare down at her. "You don't get to dictate to me what happens now. If you don't leave us alone, I'm going to kill you. Do you understand?" Poppy clicks her jaw and nods. "Fine," she says. "You win. Go. Just fuck off with my baby. But I hope you know that no matter how much you love her and how much you think she loves you, you'll never be her real mother. You're a fucking murderer, and I hope the sound of your child crying haunts your dreams and eats away at your soul for the rest of your life." Something inside me snaps. It was already broken before, just clinging on by a thread, but my twin sister has severed it forever. I stomp closer, stand in front of her on her knees, and kick her in the face. Her nose snaps. Blood pours into her mouth. She topples sideways. I'm not sure if she's unconscious, but I don't stick around to find out. I turn and run from the flat, knowing I'll never come back here. Ever. I leave my baby behind, safely cocooned in her blanket inside the cupboard. She's better off without me. Now I can start again. I won't make the same mistake twice. I have to return to Maddie now. She's already been alone for too long. Poppy is giving me a lifeline, and I'm going to grab it tight with both hands and never let go. Do I trust her never to tell the police? No. As soon as she can, she'll be free, and my baby will be found, and I'll be hunted down. I don't have long. Chapter 37. Poppy. It feels as if my nose has been smashed into my brain. Black spots erupt in front of my eyes, and blood pours out of my nose, then into my mouth and down my throat, before I can summon the impulse to spit it out. I choke on it. A door slams somewhere in the distance, but all I can focus on is the drumming in my head and the pain now making its way up towards my eyes. That fucking bitch broke my nose and left me here, still tied up. Luckily, she wasn't smart enough to tie my hands behind my back. They're tied in front of me, easy access, so I wiggle upright and shuffle towards the knife on the floor. The one she left behind. Guess she doesn't need it wherever she's going. She's panicking, making mistakes. It takes several attempts to pick up the knife and hack through the binding around my wrists. But when I'm free, I take a deep breath through my mouth, then immediately regret it when red-hot pain explodes behind my eyeballs. My nose feels like a crumpled can. Have I seriously just allowed my twin sister to walk out the door and take my child? Yes, I have. Because I'm a monster, and monsters don't deserve to be happy. It's for the best. I need to be honest with myself for the first time. I'm not cut out to be a mother. I should never have had Maddie in the first place, knowing that deep down I never truly wanted her. It's a horrible realization, and I know how it will come across to people when they realize what I've done. But I'm doing this for Maddie. Layla is right. She has been this whole time, but I've been too blind and stubborn to realize. Maddie does deserve better than me. Layla may have killed her previous baby, but she's a better mother than I'll ever be. She's willing to change and move heaven and earth to give Maddie the best possible life, full of love and care. She wants a second chance with her. I can't give Maddie what she truly needs, a mother who loves her and will always put her first. Layla can give that to her. I just need to make sure I allow her the space. I don't know what I'm going to tell the police, but I need to get my story straight. As I crawl across the floor towards the exit, my mind spins with endless thoughts and scenarios of the future. Will the police believe me if I tell them that I allowed Layla to take Maddie? Will they continue to search for her? or will they call it off? My eyes land on the cupboard in the corner, a seemingly insignificant door built into a grimy wall, but there's a horrible secret hiding behind it, one that's both sickening and impossible to imagine, even in the darkest depths of someone's nightmares. But I have to know for certain. I have to see her. My hand reaches up to the handle and presses down. The door pops open with a long creak, like the hinges have been dormant for a long time. My nose may be broken, but the smell is strong and thick enough to force its way into every sense in my body. My eyes water, my throat and mouth fill with saliva, and my skin bristles with goosebumps, sending every nerve ending tingling. I fight back a gag, covering my mouth with one of my hands as I use the other to pull aside some boxes and blankets. The bulb from the room behind me lights up the front area of the tiny cupboard, but when my fingers touch a sticky substance, I retract with a forceful lunge, throwing myself backwards onto the filthy carpet. No, I can't. I can't look any further. Tears fill my eyes and spill down my cheeks as I recall the amount of time I screamed and shouted at Maddie to stop crying when she was a newborn. I held her in my arms for hours, cradled her, loved her, sang to her, but all she did was cry, turning red as she used up most of her oxygen to fuel her rage and disappointment towards me. I took it personally. It felt as if she had a vendetta against me from the start. She's always hated me, always, and that was the only way she could tell me. This could so easily have been her. I could have lost it for a split second like Layla did. I want to hate her more for what she's done, but how can I when I was so close to doing the same thing during those dark, early days of being a first-time mother? I close the cupboard door, promising I won't leave her, and call the police. I don't even know if she had a name. The next 48 hours are a whirlwind of interviews, hospital visits, painkillers, and more questions than I can count or comprehend. My head doesn't feel as if it's attached to my body, like it's stuffed with cotton wool. It could be the painkillers, or it could be shock. Whatever it is, I welcome it. The less I feel, the less I have to think about what I've done. My nose throbs constantly, and a dark blue bruise forms around the bridge and around my eyes. DC Phillips asks me over and over where Maddie is, and I tell her she's with Layla, in a better place. I tell her I decided to do what was best for Maddie and give her to Layla. I admit I overreacted, that I knew who Layla was the whole time, and that now I've given Maddie to her to look after as her own. But of course, it's not that simple, is it? Women can't just give away babies like they would a puppy. So, of course I get questioned, over and over. They want proof that she's alive and well, but I can't give it to them. The police are still searching for Maddie, and I'm lucky I haven't been locked up yet. I always knew I was a bad mother, but this whole experience has opened my eyes to the fact that I've been the worst mother imaginable to my child. Even Layla, who killed her own fucking baby, is a better mother than I am because she loved her baby from the start. I didn't. No, I resented her, and I lied to myself and to everyone around me the whole time, convincing them that I could do it all. I could be the high-flying lawyer who juggles early motherhood and breastfeeds, keeps on top of the house admin, and has a successful career. I could have it all. I did have it all. But it was all a front. And now the truth has been revealed, and I'm being hung out to dry by the police and by the local community who see me for who I really am. A liar and a bad mother. Shockingly, Simon calls me and offers me my job back. I laugh in his face, metaphorically through the phone, and hang up. I don't need his sympathy, and I most certainly don't need that bitch Tiffany judging me with her "I told you so" eyes. It doesn't matter to me that she helped me out and provided me an alibi during Maddie's abduction. I don't want anyone around me, because people only disappoint you, hurt you, and use you. I'm done. Now it's only me. C. Phillips is close to arresting me again. I know she is. I feel as if I'm part of a witch hunt. I get dozens of unsolicited calls from journalists begging me for my side of the story, promising me thousands of pounds in exchange for me singing like a canary. I get death threats through all of my social media channels, so I delete the lot. But the worst comes when I step outside my door one morning to go food shopping, because all I have in is moldy bread and a tin of baked beans. There, spray painted across my door in giant red letters, are the words, "Bad Mom, rot in hell." I contemplate banging on all my neighbors' doors, demanding to know who did it, but I have no fight left in me. I'm broken. They win. Everyone fucking wins. Good job, world. You win. I close my door and go to walk down the hallway, then see my neighbor Patricia standing at the end of it. Oh, great. Just what I need. I keep my head down as I walk past her, hiking my bag further up my shoulder, but her voice makes me stop. I don't believe what everyone's saying about you. Keeping my back towards her, I reply, "Maybe you should." I take a step to move, but she's not finished, and now she's following me down the hallway. "Poppy, you are a lot of things, but a bad mother is not one of them." This time, I do turn around to face her, nostrils flaring, despite the swelling and bruising, eyes wide, ready for a fight. "Don't patronize me, Patricia." "I'm not, dear. You gave that little girl everything. Now a crack addict whore who'd rather spend money on drugs than food for their daughter. That's a bad mother. But you, dear, you may be guilty of working too hard, but I'm afraid, other than that, there's nothing wrong with your mothering skills. I think you're being too hard on yourself. I gave my daughter to my identical twin because I don't want her anymore. How much more proof do you need that I'm a bad mother?" Tears are threatening to spill, but I'm somehow holding them at bay, and it's taking all of my concentration and energy. Patricia smiles, standing next to me. Then she slowly reaches out and gently touches my arm. "I'm here if you need anything." She turns and walks back to her flat, leaving me stunned into silence, staring after her until she turns the corner. The tears are hot behind my eyes. I hastily wipe them away and stride down the corridor, heading for the shops. Chapter 38, Poppy. As I bimble around the supermarket like a half-starved zombie, my hands grasped tight around the handle of the trolley, I keep my head down, eyes fixed on the floor to avoid the stares of other people. I'm in a trance, sleepwalking through a nightmare of my own making. Whispers surround me like annoying flies down every aisle. Women tug their children close and hurry out of sight as if I'm going to snatch them from their arms. By the time I reach the checkouts, everyone has lined up elsewhere, and I'm free to use the self-service line. For a moment, I wonder if I smell bad, but then I realize that it's because no one wants to be within touching distance of a bad mother. I'm a disease to these people with their perfect lives and unquestionable love for their children. That's not me. I gave my child away. I deserve to be cast out to the ends of the earth for what I've done. I scan each item as fast as I can, but of course the damn machine starts beeping and repeating the same words. "Please remove the last item from the bagging area." I try again. Same thing happens. The light above me starts flashing red, drawing attention. I stamp my foot and attempt it a third time. "You are a bad mother. Please try again." Wait, what? "Please remove the last item from the bagging area." I fucking just did, you fucking piece of shit! My foot explodes in pain as I kick the self-service machine, and I hurl a carton of eggs at the wall, where they smash and drop to the ground, leaving smears of goo in their wake. Excuse me, ma'am, but are you all right?" I stare at the eggs dripping down the wall. Gaggles of people crowd behind me, gawping as the bad mother loses it and falls apart. I turn and glare at the timid-looking man who has clearly drawn the short straw among his colleagues. "Do I need to call the manager?" he asks, eyes darting left and right in case he needs to make a break for it. "I don't know." "Dave." I squint to see his name badge. "Do you need to call the manager?" He must be about 20. I think maybe I do." Don't worry, I'll pay for the eggs. I just need this fucking machine to work, okay? So could you do me a favor and just scan your little card and make the beeping and the flashing lights just fucking stop? My voice is bordering on hysterical. Dave seems to shrink in size as he shuffles forward and does his thing. The beeping stops. The flashing light turns off. All is calm. "Would you like me to fetch you some more eggs?" he asks. And I burst into tears. After Patricia's talk earlier, I'm on the edge of erupting, and Dave being nice to me has pushed me over the edge. Dave's face turns beetroot as he scurries away towards the egg aisle. Several shoppers turn away, embarrassed for me, while others tut and shake their heads. I focus my attention on scanning the rest of my items, while snot and tears dribble down my face. Dave arrives with the eggs. He stands nearby while I complete my transaction with my phone, probably worried in case the machine messes up again and I have another full-blown meltdown. Luckily, my payment is accepted, and I grab the bags and turn to leave. "Sorry about the eggs, Dave," I say solemnly. Dave shrugs. "No big deal, ma'am. Have a nice day." I want to roll my eyes, because of course shop assistants have to say that to paying customers, don't they? He doesn't care if I have a nice day or not. He merely wants me to leave as quickly as possible so I can stop holding up the self-service checkout line, because no one else is using it while I'm standing here, and the queue is getting longer by the minute. Another shop assistant appears, carrying a mop and bucket. That's my cue to leave. I don't bother with an Uber back home. I could do with the walk, but carrying shopping bags in each hand means I can't wipe my eyes and nose, so it's not long before tears and snot seep into my mouth. Why do I feel so empty inside? I should be glad that Maddie is out of my life, with a mother who adores her and who she deserves. Yet it feels as if my insides have been ripped out of my belly button. I don't understand. This decision was supposed to fix me, was supposed to help everyone, but all it's done is make me feel miserable and take it out on a self-service machine. I drop the bags and wipe my face with the cuff of my jacket. I pick up my bags again and keep walking, racking my brains for a reason why I'm feeling so fucking miserable and emotional. Maybe I'm due to come on, but I've never broken down in the middle of a supermarket and thrown a carton of eggs at the wall. It can't be that. It must be something else, something I'm missing. Then, like a lightning bolt to the face, it hits me. I miss Maddie. That's it. It's so simple. That's what's wrong. Not only do I miss her little chubby fingers, her beautiful face and cute giggles, but I miss her warmth and personality, her smile, and her gorgeous blue eyes that always seem to stare straight into my soul. I made her. She came from me. I love her. I miss her. Fuck. What have I done? The debate going on inside me right now is one I can't seem to fully grasp. I know I'm a bad mother, but people can change. I can change. I can get her back and give her everything she needs. I've already quit my job. I can get another, something that doesn't suck up all the hours of the day and night and eat into my soul. I can spend more time with her, take her out of nursery, and go to those play cafes that Gemma's always taking her to. I can be a mother who's there for her daughter and who doesn't palm her off to the neighbor when she's sick, too afraid to catch a fucking cold. As I walk towards home, my pace quickens and a huge smile takes over my face. It feels like something out of a movie, where the heroine finally figures out the truth, that she'll do anything to win back her lost love, even fly to the other side of the world. That's me. I will fly to the end of the world if I have to. I'm the heroine of my own story now, and Maddie is my one true love. I'm going to get her back, and I'm going to change my ways and be the mother she deserves. I reach the front door of my building, wrestling with my shopping bags as I unlock it, then rush up the stairs 2 at a time, only stopping for a breath when I reach the top landing. I race along the corridor and bang on Patricia's door, puffing and panting. She opens it and peers out. "I need your help," I say, grinning from ear to ear. "Well, it's about damn time," she replies, inviting me inside. Chapter 39. Layla. My mind is all over the place as I stumble down alleys and walk around in circles. Being apart from Maddie for so long is agony. It's enough to tear my heart in two, but I'm free to return to her now, free to start a new life with my baby daughter. I'm going to have to be careful, though. I'm not sure what Poppy will tell the police, but it's not going to be easy to convince them that Maddie is safe after all. She'll always be safe with me. Always. I couldn't kill Poppy in the end. All this time, that was the plan, but when it came down to it, she didn't deserve to die. Although I'm glad she came to her senses in the end and realized she's a bad mother, and that I can give Maddie the love and care she deserves in life. I'm a better mother than she could ever be. I can... My blood turns to ice when I reach the place where I left Maddie safe and sound. I'm not sure how long it's been, but it's not long. I don't hear anything, but then that's not unexpected, considering I gave her a fairly hefty dose of the sleeping drops I bought from the chemist. I wrapped her up snug in a blanket inside a cardboard box and made sure no one would find her. I'd only be gone a little while, so I knew she'd be safe. I've only been away an hour at most. She's probably still sleeping. But as I approach the rundown building where I left her, my old haunt when I was living rough, my heart thuds louder and louder in my chest, doing its best to crack through my sternum. There's the box. I rush over and pull back the lid. My whole world collapses as I stare into it. She's gone. It's empty. I stumble backwards. My legs give out. No, how can this be? Someone's found her and taken her. I don't understand. Eyes blazing, heart pounding, I search the area. I must have put the box somewhere else. This can't be the box I left her in. Maddie! I scream. Tears blur my vision. What have I done? I've lost her. I've lost Maddie, my baby, my whole world. Poppy trusted me to take care of her. I promised I would. And yet I drugged her and left her in a cardboard box. What kind of mother does that to their child? To an innocent baby? I'm a monster. A cold-hearted monster who doesn't deserve to have children. Look what I do to them. A blood-curdling scream erupts from my throat as I drag my nails down my face. My mouth fills with saliva, and I retch as my stomach empties itself of what little there is inside. I don't remember the last time I ate or drank. I grab the cardboard box and drag it towards me, ripping it apart. She must be here. She must. She can't have gone. Who has taken her? I search in vain around the rest of the building, in every corner and crevice I can find, but she's nowhere to be seen. I have to accept facts. No! I kick the dilapidated cardboard box, then sprint outside. I grab my phone and text the only person who might consider helping me, begging her for her address. I need to talk to her. I don't have to wait long for her to message back. I've fucked up. Big time. I don't expect her to help me. Not after what I did to her. I could have easily killed her when I smashed that glass into her head. As I run, I bump into everyone I pass. My body doesn't feel like it's mine. Everything is numb, uncoordinated, like I've lost a limb. Hey, watch it! I ignore the pedestrian I've just shoved out of the way. He stumbles into a wall, grumbling loudly. I'm running in a blind panic now, my breath coming in huge gulps. A stitch claws at my side, slowing me down, but I don't give up or stop until I reach her building. I press the buzzer on the door for her flat, still jogging up and down on the spot. Panic is rising again. I want to throw up as I wait for her to respond. The door buzzes, and I yank it open and dart up the stairs, too impatient to wait for the lift. By the time I reach her floor, I'm close to passing out or vomiting. She's waiting for me outside her door, a look of complete confusion on her face. God, she looks awful. Dark bruising has formed around her eyes, and her head is still bandaged. What are you doing here? I need your help. Why should I help you after what you did to me and that innocent little girl? Please, I gasp. She's gone. Blair frowns at me. What do you mean she's gone? Poppy gave her to me. I was free to go, but now I can't find Maddie. She's not where I left her. Blair folds her arms. Layla, you're making no sense. Maddie's missing. I only left her for a short time. After I left Poppy, I went straight back to get her. You mean when you called Poppy at the hospital and she left to meet you? Yes. Layla, that was 2 days ago. I laugh at her. What? No, it wasn't. It was like an hour ago. I've been out of the hospital now for almost 2 days. I had concussion thanks to you and had to be kept in overnight. The police questioned me extensively. But, I hold my breath. That's impossible. How have I lost 2 days? I don't know, but this means that Maddie may have been missing a hell of a lot longer than an hour. I collapse to my knees, bawling like a baby. What have I done with her? Where the hell is she? Every fiber in my body is on fire. I don't know what's happening to me, I whisper. Blair sighs and bends down level with me, then places a hand on my arm. Layla, you need to admit what you've done and seek help. You've lost track of time. I nod and gulp back a hard lump in my throat. I killed my baby. My first baby. Blair squeezes my arm. And Maddie? I stole her away from Poppy because I was jealous and petty and wanted what she had. I thought I deserved Maddie more than she did. I thought I could give Maddie a better life, but I was wrong. And now I've lost her, and she could be in danger or worse. I can't say the word out loud. It's too horrible. Even the thought of it puts my stomach in knots. But somehow, saying the truth and hearing it makes me feel a little better. Not that I can do anything to take back or make what I've done better, but admitting what I've done feels like a huge step in fixing it. I know what I have to do now. I have to find Maddie and give her back to Poppy. I'm the only one who can save Maddie now. I need to tell Poppy what's happened, but there's no guarantee of my safety. Poppy has every right to kill me where I stand, but I have to try. It's time to head back to Southampton. Part 3. Chapter 40. Layla. I'm still on the floor. My body is heavy, every muscle laden with guilt, dragging me down. Blair helps me to my feet, then allows me to lean against the wall, stopping me from toppling over in a crumpled heap again. She invites me into her home for a drink of water first, but I decline. I need to get to Poppy. There's no time to lose, especially considering I've somehow already lost 2 days of my life. Did I black out somewhere? It's a mystery I may never fully understand. When I drank heavily before finding Maddie, I used to lose days at a time, thanks to the mind-numbing effects of alcohol. But I've been clean since the moment I decided to take her from the nursery. Is this a delayed symptom of withdrawal? Or is it something else? I blacked out what happened with my first baby. Is that what this is? Did I do something to Maddie and then forget about it? The thought only makes me want to cry harder, hurt myself in some horrible way. How could I do this a second time? I must be more emotionally and mentally damaged than I thought. Losing my first baby broke me inside, shattered me into pieces. There's no way, not even if I lived to be 100, that those pieces could be put back together again. I'm held together right now by my own stubbornness and the determination to make things right after doing everything wrong. Blair grabs her coat and pulls the door closed behind her as she joins me in the hallway. We walk in silence out to the street and towards Blair's car. She's in no condition to drive, but there's no other option. She drives us to Southampton. I feel as if I've gone back and forth between the two cities a lot these past few days, each of them blending into the other. Did I leave Maddie in Southampton or Portsmouth? I just don't remember. I've not been to Poppy's flat before, so I have no idea where it is, but it doesn't take long to find her address online. She's not very good at keeping her personal information under wraps. I expect she's been getting a lot of unwanted attention lately since all this happened. She lives in a beautiful location on the docks. I stand behind Blair, biting my nails while she presses the buzzer to Poppy's building. The last time we saw each other, things didn't exactly go well, even though she did give me her blessing to take Maddie and leave. But now I'm coming back to her with empty arms. How is she ever going to forgive me? We get buzzed through, and she meets us by her front door. Her mouth drops open when she sees me walking towards her. I was just on my way to find you, she says. Her eyes scan the whole length of my body. Where's Maddie? Her tone is harsh, direct. Blair steps towards her. Perhaps we'd better take this inside. Poppy continues to glare at me as I pass her, feeling about an inch tall. As soon as the door clicks closed, she grabs me, spins me around, and shoves me against the nearest wall. The breath in my lungs whooshes out, and the back of my head bounces off the wall. My wrist is still pulsing with pain, and that's when I realize that I've been walking around with a broken wrist the past 2 days and haven't spared it any thought. I don't understand. I must have gone someplace very dark indeed. Where is she? Her face is so close I can smell her breath. It's warm, musty. The broken nose I gave her has left her with decent bruising around her eyes. She's gone, I say with a whimper. I've left her somewhere, and I've forgotten. You've forgotten? The way she says it makes my stomach flip. Shame, regret, every foul emotion makes me want to double over and retch. I have no excuse, no words I can say to make this better. I know I fucked up. I just hope she lets me live long enough to make it right again. When I left you, I went straight back to her, but she was gone. I only left her for an hour at most. That was almost 2 days ago, says Poppy, her eyes swiveling to Blair, who's standing out of my line of sight. I think she's suffering from some sort of trauma-induced amnesia, says Blair. We don't know what happened, but after she left you, she must have blacked out. My daughter is missing because you're feeling sorry for yourself, she seethes. I shake my head. I'm so sorry, Let me help. I'll do anything to get her back. How about talking to the police? Will you do that? Yes, of course. Poppy narrows her eyes at me. Why the sudden change of heart? What happened? She lets go of my jacket, allowing me to stand up on my own, but my legs are still weak. I need the support she was giving me. You, I say. I didn't like what you said at my flat, but it was the truth. I ran out, but I can't have gone straight back to Maddie. Something happened to me before I got there. Or maybe something happened to you before that, before you met up with me, says Poppy. I nod my response. I must admit, I hadn't thought of that. But what could have happened? What was I doing before I met up with her? Someone recognized me in the street and I panicked? I ran and then decided I needed to meet up with Poppy to put an end to it once and for all. Think, shouts Poppy. What happened before you met up with me? What were you doing? You need to try harder to remember. I was speaking to Richard, I think, and someone recognized me. Who? I don't know. What did they look like? Did they follow you? I don't think so. She was young, pretty. She was wearing a purple coat. Poppy's eyes flicker, grow darker. She tilts her head, then reaches into her pocket, pulling out her phone. She scrolls for a moment, then holds up the screen. Was this her? I stare at the photo on screen. It's of a young, attractive woman in a purple coat, holding Maddie in her arms, smiling, her perfect white teeth gleaming. Yes, I think so. You know her? Who is she? Poppy sighs as she presses the screen, dialing a number. She's my previous employee, Maddie's childminder, Gemma. I fired her after Maddie was taken because I was angry with myself and didn't want her hovering around, making me feel any worse than I already did. She keeps eye contact with me as she holds the phone in her hand, switching it to speakerphone. "Hello, Poppy," comes a timid voice. "Gemma, I swear to God, if you harm one hair on her head, I'm going to—" Poppy's fury scares me so much that I back away. The woman on the phone giggles. "That's funny, coming from you." "Where is she?" "She's safe." I can't help the gasp of relief that escapes from my mouth. I lean against the wall for support. Blair stands nearby, eyes wide. She must think we're a couple of lunatics, probably wondering why she started talking to me in the first place. All she wanted was a friend, yet I've dragged her into my own mess and bashed her head in too. "I'm here with Layla," says Poppy. "What did you do to her?" "Doesn't she remember?" Poppy glances at me. "It appears not." We bumped into each other, and I might have given her a prick with a needle. Probably took a while to work its way through her system, but I expect she woke up some while later a little disorientated. "I just wanted to teach you both a lesson. A baby is not a toy to argue over. She's a precious child who deserves better than either of you." Poppy leans in close to the phone, resting on her open palm. "Give her back now, or I'm calling the police." I'm afraid it's not that simple. "Oh, it's very simple, Gemma. You're going to give Maddie back to me, or I'm going to come after you, and if I get hold of you before the police do, you're going to wish you'd never fucked with me in the first place. You hear me?" Poppy's hands are shaking so badly that I reach over and touch her. She looks at me, and, for a moment, I can see into her soul. I know exactly what she's thinking, how she's feeling, because I'm thinking and feeling the same thing. It's a surreal moment. I barely know her. But there's a connection between us now that I can no longer deny. It's pulling us closer and closer, like a powerful magnetic force. "Poppy, you're forgetting that I've worked for you for the past 7 months. You've let me into your home, and I know more about you than you realize. You know, you should be more careful with what you leave lying around your flat. You never know who could come along and take a look." "What are you—" Poppy freezes mid-sentence. I try and catch her attention, but she's closed her eyes. She takes a deep breath. Something's wrong. What has Gemma found in Poppy's flat that's made her react this way? "Gemma, I swear to God, I bet your mother would want to know what I found." Another gasp escapes. Mother. Poppy's mother. My mother. The prospect of knowing who my mother is sends my brain swirling. Poppy grinds her teeth, hissing the following words into the phone. "You can't prove anything." "Oh, I can, Poppy. I happen to have a very good lawyer. He's a pretty good actor, too." The penny drops like a lead balloon. It sinks down to my stomach. Poppy and I lock eyes, and together we say the same name out loud. Dick. Chapter 41. Poppy. Layla and I say his nickname at the same time, and we instantly look at each other. Jinx! How could I have been so blind? Of course Richard has been involved in this. He must have somehow sought me out from the start. He's used us both, physically and mentally. Was he actually in on the whole thing with Gemma? It makes no sense. How does Gemma even know him? But Richard and his tiny dick is the least of my problems right now. "Gemma, we need to talk about this face to face," I say sternly. "Fine, but no police. If I even hear a siren, I promise you'll never see her again. You got it? I can disappear at the drop of a hat." Okay, no police. I lock eyes with Layla and Blair, and they nod their understanding. They know what's at risk. Who's at risk? "Come to the storage locker. You know the one." "How do you—" But she's already hung up. Fuck. "Let's go," I say. I grab my bag from just inside the door, then pull my front door closed. Blair, Layla, and I head down the hallway. "I've got a car," says Blair. "Great," I reply. I give Blair the directions to the storage depot, and she drives us there, barely saying a word. I have no idea how Gemma knows about the storage locker, but it means she must know what's inside. How? Has she been watching me, following me? She can't have planned this from the very start. I was the one who hired her. She never approached me directly. I had loads of childminders apply to work for me, but I'd asked around and was told that Gemma was the best. Who told me about her? I rack my brains, but all I remember is that it was on a local mom's Facebook group. I asked who the best childminder was in Southampton, and almost everyone said it was Gemma. So I offered her the job, even upping her salary quite significantly to make sure I sealed the deal. Was that her plan all along, though? To steal Maddie? Or was she just hurt because I fired her? What seems like an eternity later, Blair pulls up in front of the storage facility. Layla and I jump out, but she remains in the car. I feel like this is something you two need to do together, she says. If you need me to call the police, just send me an emoji of a phone or something. Layla hangs back while I charge towards the front door. I don't know what she says to Blair, but it's between them. Both Layla and I have burned a lot of bridges in our battle against each other, but also in the battles against ourselves. Sooner or later, we're going to have to pay for what we've done. I don't know what that looks like for me, but I'm determined to do whatever it takes to get Maddie back and prove I'm a decent mom, even if it takes the rest of my life. Layla joins me moments later. We approach the reception desk, but it's deserted. I ring the bell, but no one answers. In fact, it looks as if the whole building is closed, yet the front door is wide open. Gemma and Richard must have orchestrated this somehow. Come on, it's this way, I say, already jogging away from Layla. She catches up with me. How are we going to play this? First of all, I'm not giving her anything until I see Maddie alive and well. Agreed. And secondly, whatever she wants, she can have it. What does that mean? I think she's going to use something against me. What? I stop jogging and face Layla. It's like looking into a mirror, minus the long hair. She's chopped it short, rough around the edges. It's actually pretty cute on her, but could do with a little tidying up. I make a mental note to put her in touch with my hairdresser once we've come out the other side. You have to know something about our mom. Layla gulps hard. I take a breath, composing myself as my heart threatens to gallop away from me. She's in prison for killing our dad in cold blood. Dad didn't want both of us when we were born, so he forced her to put you up for adoption. She never wanted to do it, but he threatened to kill both of us if she didn't. She did it to save you. He wasn't a good man. Layla's eyes bubble up with tears. But there's something else. I don't finish my sentence because footsteps sound on the tiled floor ahead. Whoever it is, they're wearing heels. There's no mistaking the click-clack sound that I'm used to from wearing them. I'm glad I'm in trainers now, though. Much comfier. Ah, there you are, says Gemma, stepping out from around the corner. We both turn to look at her. Bloody hell, she says, her perfectly manicured eyebrows rising. You two are exactly alike. It's freaky, she laughs. Where's Maddie, I ask, striding up to her with confidence I don't actually feel. She's safe. I need to see her. That's not possible. Then we're done here. I turn and walk away. Stop, Gemma sighs, then pulls out her phone, types a couple of words, and puts it back in her pocket. I glance at Layla, who looks like a deer caught in headlights. A few seconds later, more footsteps approach, these ones heavier, clunkier. Richard steps into view, holding Maddie in his arms. She's asleep, a beautiful angel wrapped in a pink blanket. Both Layla and I move in sync towards her, needing to touch her, smell her, feel her. Not so fast, says Richard, with a slight shake of the head. You've seen her. Now back off. Layla and I stop at the same time, but my body is coiled like a spring, ready to strike if I have to. And I will. I just need to find my opening, the right moment that doesn't put Maddie in harm's way. Would Richard harm a baby? I don't know the answer to that question, and that's enough for me to be apprehensive. Now that we're all here, says Gemma, it's time to sort this mess out. I'm going to tell you both what I want you to do. You're going to do it without question, and then we can all walk away from this. Do you understand? Actually, no, I say abruptly. I need you to answer some questions first. Gemma's nostrils flare like a wild horse's. Go on. Did you plan all this from the start, before you started working for me? Of course I did, she says with a laugh, as if I'm stupid for even asking. Don't worry, I'll get to that bit, but we have more important things to talk about first. I glance past her at Richard, who is still hovering by the corner with Maddie cradled in his arms. He looks uncomfortable, like he doesn't want to be touching her, let alone holding her. My bet is that he's not used to kids and is only going along with this because Gemma has him under her control. Like you and Richard. Actually, who the fuck is Richard in all of this? I ask, turning back to face Gemma. He's my lawyer. Right, so you're fucking him? Gemma bursts out laughing. I glance at Maddie, still sleeping. I pray to God that she doesn't wake up. She often feeds off people's energy. I think most babies do. The energy in this room is hostile, and the last thing I want is her stressing herself out and crying. Yes, so I suppose we all have that in common, don't we? My upper lips curls in disgust. Anyway, back to why you targeted me and decided to steal Maddie. You've been working for me for a while, and you've never done anything to make me suspect you, so why now? What's changed? I took my time to get to know you. The more I did, the more I realized you didn't deserve her. But then Layla swooped in and stole her, which caught me rather off guard. Did you know about Layla before? Gemma's eyes flick to Layla. I had no idea you had a twin, not until Richard told me and started digging around. Layla was an unfortunate and unexpected interruption. How did you know about this place? I ask. Richard's good at following people. Why did you steal her from Layla? My questions come thick and fast, not allowing her any time to take a breather. I want to keep her on her toes, constantly on the defensive, because people on the defensive often make mistakes, and that's what I'm counting on. You know, says Gemma, Layla and I have another thing in common. We both think you're a terrible mother. Okay, we get it, I finally snap. I'm a fucking terrible mother. That's no reason to steal a child. No, but it is a reason to steal a child and hold her to ransom. The last word of that sentence piques my curiosity. Hang on, so you don't want to keep her for yourself? Gemma cackles like a witch. Oh, God, no. I hate children. You're a childminder. It's your job. Doesn't mean I like it. Loads of people hate their jobs. So this is about money? Well, yes and no. Explain. I do want money from you in exchange for Madison's safe return, but I also want justice. Justice, I repeat. This woman is making less and less sense the more she talks. I wish she'd just spit it out already. Justice for what? For my father. And am I supposed to know who that is? There's a beat of silence before she says, yes, he's the same as yours. Chapter 42, Layla. Gemma's words make no sense in my head. I heard them, I took them in, absorbed their meaning, but they still made as much sense as a jumbled jigsaw. After dropping that bombshell on us, Gemma continues, seemingly oblivious to our mental state of shock. Maybe she likes to cause drama. Yes, we have the same father. I guess you're my half-sisters. Isn't that one for the books? And you've known this since when? Asks Poppy in a demanding sort of tone. For almost a year. Why do you think I went to all the trouble of making all those fake Facebook profiles of new mums to convince you to hire me? Wait, you did? Poppy frowns. Well, I thought if I approached you directly, you might not want to take me on, considering I have no actual childcare qualifications. You didn't even bother to do a background check on me, did you, Poppy? Just jumped at the first opportunity to palm your daughter off on a stranger because a few random mums on a Facebook group said she was the best. Poppy looks as if she's bitten down on a lemon and swallowed. I step forward, finding my voice for the first time since I've been here. Why go to all this trouble? I told you, because I want justice for my father. Then surely you should take this up with our mother, I say, frowning. Poppy told me that she killed him to protect us. His death has nothing to do with Poppy. Plus, it was before you even knew he existed. Gemma innocently bites her lip. Yes, I'm sure that's what she's told you, but that's not really true, is it, Poppy? I turn to look at Poppy, who has now turned white. We're both very pale naturally, but she looks as if she hasn't seen a ray of sunlight in years. Poppy? I ask. Her mouth drops open, but she quickly shakes her head, as if dispelling the evil thoughts that are beginning to gather. I saw Mum kill him. That's the truth. No, you didn't, replies Gemma. Stop lying, Poppy. You've been lying to yourself all this time. It's time to own up to what really happened. Maddie's future depends on it. Come on now, do yourself a favor and put yourself out of the misery of keeping this secret for a moment longer. We're dying to know. My body starts trembling of its own accord. I know what she's going to say before she says it. Call it a twin thing, whatever you fancy, but it's like watching a car crash you know is about to happen. Fine, she says with a long exhale. The tension drops from her shoulders. I killed him, not Mom. I did it to protect her. She came in and found me standing over his body with a bloody knife sticking out of his neck. She then orchestrated the whole thing to protect me. She took the fall for it, went to prison, told me to never contact her, to make it look as if I hated her and had moved on with my life. I was 14, so I was old enough to go to a juvenile detention center. It would have ruined my whole life, my future career, everything. She did it to save me. The silence that follows is enough to swallow me whole. Poppy's been hiding a secret so devastating that it's come back to haunt her entire life. What happens now? We've both committed crimes, enough for the two of us to go to jail for the rest of our lives. But what does that mean for Maddie? She's the victim in all of this. She's done nothing wrong, yet her future hangs by a thread, all because of what Poppy and I have done, because we've been selfish, thinking we were doing it for Maddie when we were only doing it for ourselves. Is that what you wanted me to say? Asks Poppy, rounding on Gemma. There's nothing timid or remorseful about my sister now. She's not sorry for what she did to our father. That's as clear as day. Gemma's face is deadpan. Perhaps she hadn't expected Poppy to be quite so forthcoming and blunt about her transgressions. Yes, that will do nicely for now, but I want you to tell all this to the police and give me everything that's in our father's secret bank account in exchange for my silence. I told you, money's a part of it too. Poppy shakes her head. Don't know what you're talking about. Dad had savings when he died. He promised me. He knew about me before he died. We had a relationship, but he neglected to mention he had a whole other family. When he died, I was left with nothing. I want what's rightfully mine. I literally have no idea what you're talking about. Dad didn't have any money. He'd piss it all away the second he got it. How the fuck would he have enough money to store away anyway, considering he had 2 families to support? The money from the sale of your house, says Gemma, firmer this time. All of that's gone. It went towards Mum's lawyer and paying off whatever they had left on their mortgage. It's gone, Gemma. I don't know why you think that Dad had some sort of secret bank account because you're wrong. I'd know about it if he did. He lied to you. Gemma raises an eyebrow, and that annoying smirk across her lips is back, like she knows something Poppy doesn't, like she knows for a fact she's smarter than her. Not possible. If I know anything about Poppy, it's that she's not stupid. You didn't know about me, did you? His illegitimate child. So if he could hide a secret child from you, don't you think he'd be able to hide something else? Something that's not even physical? Damn it! I hate that she's making this much sense. And I think Poppy feels the same way. I feel useless standing back and allowing her to fight this battle alone. I can't help her. 20 minutes ago, I didn't even know I had any family. Now I have a mother who's in prison for a crime she didn't commit, and a psycho half-sister who's hell-bent on destroying our lives for money. If I don't know about it, then how am I supposed to find it and give it to you? Asks Poppy. I won't have access. No, but your mother might. She won't know about it either. Gemma smirks again. I think it's so cute that you keep making these statements, like you know for certain that it's true even without a shred of proof. You're so certain about everything, aren't you? Finally, I decide that Gemma's played with Poppy long enough. It's time to step in. You're going to have to give us time. I can find you the bank account and get the money. Gemma's eyes swivel to me. Layla, no offense, but you're about as useful as a chocolate teapot right now. You can't help, so get back in your box. I raise a smile, mimicking hers. You're so certain about everything, aren't you? I repeat. It seems to do the trick. She's caught off guard. Either that, or she's impressed with my confidence. You can get the money? Yes. Poppy puts her hand up to halt the conversation. Look, this is all getting out of hand and, Poppy, you're the one with the most to lose here, so I suggest you listen to your twin sister, says Gemma in an annoyingly sweet voice, like she's talking to a baby. Fuck off. Give us 24 hours, I say, but we want Maddie back first. Gemma laughs. Do you think I'm stupid? Listen, you may have used Maddie to get us here, to punish Poppy or whatever, but she's no longer useful to you. Be honest with yourself. Besides, if what Poppy says is true, and she did kill our father when she was 14, then you have leverage. If we don't get you the money in 24 hours, then you can hand Poppy over to the police. Gemma narrows her eyes at me, zoning in, as if she's trying to see the innermost workings of my brain. I'm not bluffing, and she knows it. You've got guts, I'll give you that, Layla. Fine, have her back, but not a word to the police about me. You got it? I don't care what you do with regards to Maddie, but you're not to bring me into it, or I'll release everything over to them. Got it? Poppy and I glance at each other, hold eye contact for a beat, and then say at the same time, got it. Gemma shudders. Jesus Christ, you two creep me out. Your voices are exactly the same. I step forward and take Maddie from Richard, who hasn't said a word this whole time. His silence unnerves me. My body seethes with rage, wanting to hurt him for the part he's played in this vendetta against Poppy, but I merely take Maddie and step back. She stirs in my arms at the change in temperature and movement, stretching her little arms above her head, her eyes open. She looks up at me and smiles. There's my girl, I say, stroking her soft cheek. But my perfect, warm bubble of happiness doesn't last long. It bursts when I remember Poppy is standing behind me. I turn and face her. She stares at me, then down at Maddie. There's an understanding that passes between us. I know I can't fix everything I've done with this one small gesture, but it's a start. I shift Maddie's weight in my arms and hand her over to her real mother, then watch as Poppy's face changes in an instant. She glows, actually glows with happiness when Maddie is placed in her arms. But not only that, Maddie smiles and reaches up to touch her face. Poppy kisses her fingers and tickles her belly. I turn around to face Gemma, but she and Richard have already disappeared. It's time to meet my mother. Chapter 43. Poppy. As soon as we get outside and climb into Blair's car, Layla in the front and me and Maddie in the back seat, I burst into tears. Every emotion comes pouring out of me like a streaming tap, and I can't seem to turn it off. It's stuck on full flow. Blair and Layla remain quiet in the front. I'm clinging to Maddie like I'm expecting her to take off into the air like a flyaway balloon. She doesn't cry, though. She stares up at me like I'm the most important thing in her life right now. Maybe she realizes that I'm crying happy tears, but they're not all happy. they're also tears of terror. I could lose her all over again. Not only that, but in 24 hours I could find myself in prison alongside my mother and my twin sister, and Maddie won't have anyone. She'll be alone. I can't let that happen. I swear to God, Layla, you'd better have a fucking good plan, I say, awkwardly clipping in my seatbelt while trying to keep Maddie nice and still. Blair turns around in the driver's seat, still not having driven away from the curb. What happened in there? Layla gave us 24 hours to find our father's secret bank account and get the money from it, or I'm going to prison for killing my dad. That just about sums it up, I think. Blair's eyes grow wide. Where to then? She grips the steering wheel. HMP Winchester, I say, holding Maddie close to my chest. I don't have anything for her, not even a change of clothes. I haven't fed her for 3 days, so I'm a little worried my milk supply may have dried up. My breasts have been tight and painful, but I needn't have worried. While Blair drives us to the prison, I relax in the back seat as Maddie settles in and feeds. Layla stays silent in the front seat during the trip, and Blair drives carefully the whole way, despite us being on a tight time limit. I could only have 24 hours left to hold her against my chest, to smell her hair, to feel her tiny fist squeezing my finger. I'll fight till the end for Maddie, no matter what it takes. The officer on reception does a double take when he sees Layla and I walk in, whether it's because he remembers me from my previous visit or because we're identical twins. I don't know. He clears his throat as I approach the desk, Maddie squirming in my arms. I need to speak to Catherine Banks, as a matter of urgency, I say in a no-nonsense tone of voice. This time, I don't even have my ID to show him because Layla has it. Whether she has it on her person is another matter. You do realize it's not the done thing to turn up unannounced and demand to see prisoners, right? Visiting hours are there for a reason. I open my mouth and take a breath, ready to give this guy a piece of my mind. But before I can, Layla barges past me and slams her hand on the counter, causing a loud smack that echoes throughout the room. I'm not entirely sure it's a wise move, considering where we are, but it seems to do the job because it makes the officer jump back in his seat. Listen up. I only found out less than an hour ago that I have a mother, and she's the only person right now who can help us in ensuring this little girl gets to keep her mother. So I suggest, hang on a minute. Shit! The officer leaps to his feet. You're that woman who... You're a wanted criminal for stealing. His eyes swivel to Maddie, safely tucked up in Poppy's arms. Wait, what's going on here? As you can see, it's rather complicated, and we don't have a lot of time, continues Layla. But you can see Maddie's safe, right? Now, though, we need our mom's help in making sure she stays that way. The officer flicks his eyes to me. I give him a nonchalant shrug in response. He shakes his head and picks up the nearby phone. They don't pay me enough for this shit. 10 minutes later, we're led through to the visitation room and asked to wait. My heart rate is elevated as I realize this is the first time Mom will have seen her grandchild. Not only that, but it's the first time she's seen Layla and me together since we were born. Under normal circumstances, this should be a monumental moment in all our lives, one to be savored. But these aren't normal circumstances, and I need answers, and for this to be over as soon as possible. Layla is risking my future with my child, and I have no idea how it's going to pan out. The door opens, and my breath catches in my throat as Mom steps into the room. She's not in cuffs or anything, still dressed in her gray jumper and trousers. The guard grunts at us, explaining that we have 10 minutes and 10 minutes only before closing the door, sealing us all in the same room. Mom's eyes are wide like saucers. She doesn't know who to focus on first. She glances from me to Layla to Maddie in quick succession, back and forth, back and forth. Then her eyes well up and a sob escapes her mouth. She clamps a hand over her lips, sinking to her knees, as if trying to stop the 30-plus years of regret from spilling out. I quickly rushed to her side, bending next to her, balancing Maddie on one hip with one hand while I put an arm around Mum's shoulders. "Mum, I'm so sorry to spring this on you, but we don't have a lot of time. We need your help." At the mention of the word we, her eyes dart to Layla, who's standing just off to the side. "Lily," she whispers. Layla clears her throat. Actually, it's Layla now." Her face flushes. Mum smiles through her tears. "Layla," she repeats, "a beautiful name for a beautiful woman." She reaches out her hand towards Layla, who creeps forward and takes it before kneeling down next to me. There we all are, the four of us on the floor together. I want to hug and kiss you all, but I'm not sure there's time. Tell me, what is it you need help with? I take a deep breath. Someone knows what I did. Mum gasps. What? They know the truth, and they're holding it over me as leverage. I could go to prison. I may never see Maddie again. Mum nods vigorously, understanding the risks. This person, their dad's illegitimate daughter. Her name is Gemma. I'm expecting a shocked response, a gasp, a cry, anything. But nothing happens. Mum doesn't even react. You knew Dad had another family? Mum nods slowly. Yes, I did. Why didn't you tell me? Would you have believed me if I did? I don't know, but I think it would have been nice to know. But that's not the issue here. The issue is that Gemma has this insane idea in her head that Dad had a secret bank account with a lot of money in it, and she wants it, or she's going to release everything she knows about me to the police. Apparently, he told her about the money when he was alive. She only found out about me about a year ago, and then infiltrated my life as Maddie's childminder. We have less than 24 hours. I hope to God that Mum is about to reveal she knew about the bank account too. It will make everything so much easier. A secret bank account? Damn. I'm assuming you don't know anything about it? A long silence follows. You did know something about it? Mum, whatever you know, please tell us. Mum pales and scratches at the side of her face. Yes, your dad did have an extra bank account he used on the side. He'd put all his big winnings in there and tell me that one day he'd use it to give us a better life. But it never happened. I think he lied the whole time about how much he was winning. There was an account, but I doubt it had much, if anything, in it. The money from the sale of the house went towards my lawyer, Charles, and paying off the mortgage. There was barely anything left by the end, and anything that was left went to you, but it wasn't a lot. And I used it towards university fees, I say. So the account is real, but it's likely empty? Mom nods. That's my guess. I have nothing to bargain with. If it helps, then I'm sure there's paperwork somewhere, probably in the box of stuff at the storage unit. It's better than going to Gemma with nothing, but still. That's it then. I'm fucked. No, says Layla. There's one more option. I look at her. What? That lawyer, Charles. What about him? He must be a criminal defense lawyer, right? He helped you and your mom last time. He can help us again. I have an idea. Just hear me out, okay? Chapter 44. Layla. The secret bank account full of money was always going to be a dead end. Gemma's crazy if she thinks we're going to buy her off. What's to stop her coming back in a year's time and asking for more? She's always going to hold Poppy's secret over her head, dangling it like a dagger, ready to drop at any second and deliver the killer blow. We have to take her power away, I say finally, not give her a leg to stand on. I'm about to launch into my whole plan, but the door bangs open and the guard enters. Time's up. Mum clearly knows better than to argue, but Poppy doesn't get the memo. She huffs and stares at the guard with fire in her eyes. Seriously? You can't give us a bit longer? Our mother hasn't seen us together since we were born. The guard's expression remains deadpan. Clearly, he's used to sob stories. He and Poppy share a staring contest for several seconds. "Time's up," he says again. "Fuck you," Poppy mutters. She gets up off the floor. Mum follows. She hugs me. "I'm so sorry," she says quietly into my ear. "I'm going to make it all better, I promise," I reply. Mum smiles and tucks a stray piece of hair behind my left ear. "I'll see you soon, okay?" I nod, then head out the door. Poppy follows me a few minutes later. Maddie is getting agitated, needing a change, but while we've been in the prison with Mum, Blair has popped to the shops for nappies. Poppy changes Maddie, settles her down, then we all get back inside Blair's car. "Right, what's this plan?" asks Poppy. "I think it's best if I tell everyone all together. Can you call that lawyer, Charles? He's the only one who can help us. He knows everything, yet he hasn't handed you over to the police, has he, after all this time?" Poppy blows out a breath and doesn't answer. Instead, she calls Charles and asks him to meet us. He tells her to come to his office. An hour later, after a detour to the storage locker where Poppy grabs the whole box of paperwork, we arrive back in Southampton. Blair drops us off. Poppy asks her if she can take Maddie home and gives her the keys. Now that Maddie is safe and secure, Poppy and I can focus on getting ourselves out of this mess and putting an end to Gemma's tyranny. Charles does a double take when he sees us side by side. I've never met him before, but he's not what I had in mind for a top-notch criminal defense lawyer. Richard was the real deal, dressing in a smart suit and tie, making me question whether the man even owns a pair of slacks or a t-shirt. Yet Charles is wearing a scruffy-looking pair of jeans and a creased shirt. He doesn't even look as if he's brushed his hair. He invites us into his office space, and we take a seat after Poppy dumps the heavy box next to her chair. We haven't had a chance to look through it yet for proof of the empty bank account. Charles doesn't sit behind his huge desk, but perches on the edge of it. Maybe it's a power play, placing himself higher than we are, but he doesn't come across to me as imposing or dominating. There's a warmth and kindness behind his eyes, and I already know that he's someone we can trust. "It's surreal to see you both together. I bet your mother loved seeing you." Poppy nods curtly. "Yes, it was very touching. Layla says you can help us, but I'm not sure." "Don't let the scruffy look fool you. I'm very good at my job." Poppy bites her lip. I lean forward, deciding to start things off. We don't have a lot of time, so I'll get straight to the point. I spend the next few minutes explaining to Charles about Gemma, about her taking Maddie from me, Poppy killing our father when she was 14, and our mother taking the fall for his death, although he already knows about that, considering he was the one who concocted the whole thing. About the secret bank account that is most likely empty, and Gemma's ultimatum and deadline. I tell him everything, and through it all, I can feel Poppy wincing at my every word. Also, I add, I think you should know that I killed my baby 9 months ago and have kept her body hidden in my flat ever since. Gemma doesn't know about it though, but I've never paid for what I've done. At this point, Charles visibly pales. His face drops. "Let me get this straight," he says slowly. "You want me to... what? Use my lawyer powers to get Gemma arrested for child abduction while magically ensuring you two get off scot-free?" "Yes," says Poppy. "No," I say at the same time. Poppy whips her head round to look at me. "No? We don't want that?" "No," I repeat. "I want you to help us get Gemma arrested, but we aren't going to get away scot-free." "I don't understand." I take a breath. "I'm going to do what I planned to do from the start." I pause for a moment. "I'm going to take Poppy's place, and we're going to let Gemma tell the police about Poppy killing our father." Charles stands up straight, unfolding his arms. "You're going to let yourself be arrested, posing as Poppy, and be sent to jail for the murder of your father?" "Yes, and you're going to get our mother released from prison. She's innocent. I know it's not going to happen overnight, and it will take some time, but it can work." Poppy hasn't said a word. She's staring at me as if I have horns growing out of the top of my head. Charles looks at her. Her mouth is open. "You'd do that for me?" she asks finally, struggling with every word. "No," I say. "I'm not doing it for you or for me. I'm doing it for Maddie. She's innocent in all of this. I'll take your place and go to jail. I deserve it after what I did to my baby. You never know. Charles may be able to get me, you, a lighter sentence since you were only 14 at the time and killed him out of self-defense. Mum will be free. But if you take my place, then that means I'll have to take your place and be Layla, but really, I'll be Poppy. What about your baby? You hid her body in your cupboard, Layla. There's proof. I've seen it, smelled it. If it ever gets out, then I'll be arrested for what you did." There isn't proof, or at least there won't be. There's something I haven't told you. I never registered her birth. I never saw a midwife. I didn't know I was even pregnant until about 3 hours before I gave birth on the floor of my flat. Silence envelops the room. "You're fucking joking." I shake my head. I wish I were joking, but it's the truth. The pain started and had me doubled over on my hands and knees on the floor, panting and grunting like a dog. I was so scared, having no idea what was happening. I'd barely put on any weight and had no visible bump. Pregnancy had been the last of my concerns. Yes, I'd missed periods, but that was nothing new because they'd all but stopped at that point because of stress and lack of food and proper nutrition. When she was born, I just stared at her in shock, screaming and wiggling about on the floor, the umbilical cord still attached. "How is that even possible?" asks Poppy. "When I had Maddie, I was the size of a house." I don't answer, not directly. The point is that there's no record of Layla Summers having a baby. Even my neighbor doesn't know. If we get rid of her body, then there's no proof she was ever there, but at least I'll go to prison for what I did. I can't live with myself anymore. What about Blair? You went to a grief support group too, right? She knows you. Yes, but I believe Blair is on our side, and the support group don't know my name. Another silence creeps across the room as Poppy and Charles take in what I've said, what I've suggested. The plan will work, but everyone needs to be on board. "I can't let you do this, Layla," says Poppy slowly. "I need to take account for my own actions. If you do that, then Maddie will lose her mother. She'll have you." Her words knock the breath from my lungs. I'm not her mother. I need to atone for what I did to my baby." "I killed our father to save our mother," I add. Poppy shakes her head, looks down at her lap, and closes her eyes. "It's bad enough that I've allowed our mum to take the heat for what I did. She did it to save you. I can't let someone else do the same thing. I can't." "You can, and you will. You're a mother now. You have a child to look after and raise. Let me do this, please." Poppy and I stare at each other. Her eyes swim with tears. "Okay," she says. "But Charlie," she turns to look at him, standing and moving in close. "You need to swear to me that you'll get Layla off a life sentence and free my mother." "I'll do my utmost to make this work," he says. "I've done it once before. I can do it again." Chapter 45. Poppy. I don't like this. I don't like this plan at all. It fills me with an impending sense of dread, but Layla is 100% serious, and I can tell by looking at her that there's no way of changing her mind. There's one thing that still troubles me, though. "Your baby," I say. "You're really going to dispose of her body like she means nothing?" Layla takes a sharp breath. I may have said the wrong thing, but I meant no offense. "She means everything," she says. "I'll burn her body and keep her ashes. I'll mourn and remember her in my own way. I know it's not the right thing to do, but it's what needs to be done. One more thing. The police have been searching for you for kidnapping Maddie. Our faces are all over the news. They aren't just going to brush this under the rug. They're already twitchy about wanting to arrest me. The last time I spoke to them, I told them that I'd given Maddie over to you. If we both come back now, we're going to look crazy. I look up at Charles, hoping he'll have a cunning plan. I'll see what I can do, he says. Poppy, you'll need to cut your hair like Layla's as soon as possible. Fine, it's the least I can do. What else? Well, thankfully, I managed to convince the officers not to take your fingerprints when you were brought into the station recently, and they weren't taken when you were 14 either, because you weren't a suspect. It means any way of identifying you isn't in the system. Layla, what about you? Have you ever been arrested? No, luckily. That's good. It means it should be relatively straightforward for you to swap lives, but we're going to have to tread carefully. We can't make any mistakes. First things first, cut your hair. Second, I need you to give me as much information about Gemma as possible. I'm going to get someone to research her background. Even if there's a slight mishap anywhere, we can use it. She's a childminder, but she told you herself that she isn't a real one, which means she won't be DBS cleared. We could get her arrested for child endangerment purely on that. Third, I need to speak to your mother. I guess I'm her lawyer again, too. And as for payment, I hold my breath. I knew he wasn't going to do this for free, but neither of us are in a position to pay him right now. You can owe me, he finishes. I exhale. Thank you, I say, and I really mean it. While Charles does his thing, Layla and I feel like spare parts. We search through the box of paperwork and find what we need, proof that our dad's secret account does exist. Mom was right. Dad withdrew the funds and closed it several years before he died. The money is long gone. Charles is on the phone, speaking to God only knows who. So Layla finds a pair of scissors and starts chopping into my hair. Did you have to cut yours so short? I ask as she snips more length off. It's taken me years and a lot of money to get my hair the way I like it. I wasn't exactly thinking clearly at the time, she replies. Something tells me she's enjoying this. You know, I say, when this is all over, when. When this is all over and you and Mom are out of prison, we should go on a family holiday. I'd like that, but there's no guarantee that Charles will be able to get me out. I don't respond because I know she's right, but I'd prefer to stay positive. Charles walks in and clears his throat. You need to get over to your place as soon as possible, Layla, and dispose of the body. Gemma's about to be picked up for child endangerment. She's going to sing like a canary about Poppy, so we need you to be the one who's picked up by the police. Layla and I don't waste any time. Charles calls us a taxi, and within 40 minutes, we're at Layla's flat again. The smell is worse than I remember as she pushes open the door. It would be easier to burn the building to the ground than to attempt to clean this place in the limited amount of time we have. How are we going to get her body out of here? I ask as Layla heads towards the cupboard. My eyes water from the pungent odors clawing at the back of my throat as I follow her. I have some black bin bags. My next-door neighbor has a fireplace. You want to get more people involved in this? I don't have any other choice. Do you trust him? Layla pauses for a moment. Yes, I do. He's always been there for me. I won't tell him what I'm burning. He doesn't know I had a baby, but he knows I've been struggling with grief. This feels so wrong. Wrong. But what other choice do we have? It's the plan. If what Layla told us is true, then there's no record of her baby being born, so there won't be any record of her death either. I'm expecting her to back away from the cupboard door and ask me to remove the body, but she doesn't. She's more focused than I've ever seen her, like a switch has been flicked, and she now knows exactly what she has to do to fix what she's broken. I turn my back as she pulls back the blankets and head to the kitchen area to find some black bags. There's old food, soiled pans, and used cutlery all over the work surface. Flies buzz around my head as I check through the drawers, grimacing at the clutter and junk I find inside. How has she been living like this for the past 9 months was she like this before it happened? Or did giving birth on the living room floor alone and scared set off some sort of post-traumatic stress in her, followed by a complete and utter breakdown after she shook her baby to death? It's tragic and disturbing, but my heart goes out to her. She must have been so scared after her abdominal pains turned to full-blown labor in a matter of minutes. I've heard of this phenomenon happening in the news, but never met anyone who's experienced a surprise pregnancy firsthand. Spying a roll of bin bags, I rip a couple off and head over to her. She's got a bundle of blankets in her arms, holding them like a baby. I stop in my tracks, frozen to the spot, as I realize what she's doing. She's saying sorry and goodbye. I wait until she lifts her head and nods. Then we move like clockwork, in silence, bagging up the remains and anything that's burnable. Several times I retch, but somehow I hold it together while we sort out her flat. Everything that can be thrown away, I put in the bin, ready to take downstairs, while Layla takes the bag with the body next door. I don't follow her. It feels like an intrusion. By the time she returns with tears in her eyes, I've half cleaned the kitchen and emptied the rest of the cupboards, all of which goes in bin bags. I've thrown open the tiny, grimy window to let in some much-needed fresh air. Mr. Brown says he'll let you know when the fire has died down so you can collect the ashes for me, she says as she starts helping me clean. He didn't ask why you wanted the ashes? No. That seems unlikely. He's very discreet, unlike most nosy neighbors. Layla glances towards the door. We need to get out of here soon. Once Gemma is arrested, she's going to blab. I need to be in place, ready to be arrested. I hope this works, I say, as we walk together out the door. Layla locks it behind her, her unspoken response left hanging. Me too. Chapter 46. Layla. 1 year later. Banks, you've got a visitor, says Stuart, the guard who's become both my best friend and worst enemy within these walls. He's decent as guards go, not like Juliet, who's had it in for me since day one. She's always giving me the evil eye. She has a kid, 3 years old, and my guess is she's judging me, mother to mother, probably thinking she's better than me. Can't blame her. She is. That's why she's out there with a job and sees her kid every day, and I'm behind bars. Thanks, I reply, swinging my legs off the rickety bed. I don't have a roommate, a fact I'm hugely grateful for. Charles is responsible for that small comfort, but would it kill the prison to give me a new mattress, one that isn't so thin the metal coils bite into my back every night? I follow Stuart down the corridors towards the visitation room. I've only been here for 6 months. Before that, I was in a local women's prison until a cell became available here in York, a long way from where I was arrested and charged a year ago for the murder of my father. I'm awaiting news from Charles as to how the new appeal is going. He's trying to get my sentence reduced or thrown out, based on the fact I was a minor when I plunged the knife into my dad's neck and saved my mother from a lifetime of abuse. But since 14 is over the age of criminal responsibility, it's been proving difficult. There's also the issue of hiding the truth for the past 16 years and framing my mother for the murder. My mother had to provide her own statement and was released from prison 7 months ago, free of all charges. She's been living with Layla in her flat and has a customer service job at Greg's. I haven't seen either of them in almost a year, at my own request. Who is it? I ask Stuart as I walk behind him. Your lawyer. Ah. Charles stands up from the metal chair as he sees me enter. He smiles and nods by way of greeting. Then Stuart leaves us alone, closing the door with a bang, making me flinch. You're looking good, says Charles, pulling a chair out for me to take a seat at the table. He looks the same: scruffy clothes, unbrushed hair, faint smell of body odor. "Thanks," I reply. I have a lot of time to work out, and the meals are surprisingly calorific. Gone is my pale, thin frame. Now I have roughly 20 extra pounds of fat and muscle, and my face is fuller, my hair stronger, shinier, despite living life behind bars. "What brings you here? I thought we weren't meeting for another month." Charles crosses a leg over the other. "I've had some news that I thought would be best delivered in person." "I'm glad I'm sitting down right now." "I know you said that you didn't want to pursue the idea of a trial, but I really think you should reconsider. You've already done what I initially asked and got Mom out of prison. I don't want to draw too much attention to myself, otherwise there's too high a risk of being caught. The plan was never to get me out of prison once I went in." My eyes flick to the door. There's no recording equipment in here, but there are cameras mounted high in the corners of the room. For the past year, we've been able to keep up the disguise, with me being Poppy and Poppy being me. It's worked, and after a bit of instruction and guidance from Child Services, Layla has been able to become Maddie's official guardian. It's a complicated and strange situation for her to be in, pretending to be Maddie's aunt while being her mother, but it's enabled them to stay together. That's all that matters. My worry is that if too much attention is drawn to me in my attempt to get out of prison, then there's a greater risk of our disguise unraveling. Prison isn't all bad. I'm paying my dues. I'm where I'm supposed to be. I'd rather be in here than face reality out there without my baby. I always wanted to be a mother, but when it was thrust upon me so suddenly, my body and mind shut down, didn't know how to cope. I crumbled to pieces within hours. As long as I'm within these walls, I can't even seek help for my mental health because I'm Poppy, and Poppy didn't kill her baby and hide her tiny body in a cupboard for 9 months after giving birth alone and scared on the floor of her flat. Layla did, but no one knows that. No one except a small number of people, all of whom have to keep the secret or risk losing everything. Everything being Maddie. Are you sure about that? Yes, I am. You said you had news that you wanted to deliver in person. Charles clears his throat. Gemma and Richard's case has been dropped. I leap from my chair, scraping it back across the hard floor. What? Charles remains calm, holding his hand up to signal for me to calm down, but I can't calm down. How can I, when the two people responsible for this mess have somehow got themselves out of a prison sentence? She's no longer able to work with children, and Richard has lost his practicing certificate, says Charles. It's not enough. Nowhere near enough. What has Gemma said about everything? Once she was confronted with proof that there was no money, she panicked and began pleading that she only stole Maddie from you to keep her safe. She managed to get out of a prison sentence for her involvement, but her face and name is mud right now. She was never registered as a childminder and has no qualifications. The last I heard, she moved up north and changed her name. Richard has gone into hiding as well, probably trying to salvage what's left of his soul. She's got nothing on us then. This can't come back to bite us in the butt at any point. Charles shakes his head. She has nothing. But people like her never change. They're always after something, always feel as if the world owes them something. I'll keep an eye on her if I can, make sure she doesn't stir up any trouble for you and Poppy in the future. Thank you. How is Poppy? Do you see her much? She's good. She misses you. I smile, knowing that's probably not true. Poppy got along fine without me her entire life. Poppy's not the type of woman who needs anyone around her, much less someone who looks and sounds like her. Us being together is too risky, too dangerous now. It can never happen. We can never be a happy family. Ever. So, you really don't want to get out of here? Asks Charles. I lean back in my chair, folding my hands across my stomach. Maybe in a few years when everything has died down, but it's too risky to do it while everything's still fresh. I'm just glad Mum's out. I haven't seen her since I said goodbye to her a year ago when I promised I'd get her out of prison. She hasn't visited me, but that's okay because I know she's been working hard to get back on her feet, adjusting to the outside world again and getting herself a job so she can help to support Poppy and Maddie. I do miss Maddie, though. There's no getting away from that fact. I was only with her for a few days, but she became a part of me. And without her, I'm lost, empty, a hollow shell. She must have grown so much already, a proper little toddler rather than a baby. She'll have taken her first steps, maybe even said her first word. But it's okay that I'm missing it. She isn't mine, and I know that now. Do you have a photo of Maddie that I can see? I ask. Charles smiles. Why don't you see her for yourself? The sound of a door opening behind me makes me turn in my seat. Poppy walks in, carrying Maddie in her arms. Mum follows after her. Poppy's hair is longer, choppier, a shade of copper and brown that suits her, brings out her eyes. She's dressed in a casual long skirt with a t-shirt tucked into the waistband. She looks phenomenal, but most importantly, she looks happy. Hey sis, she says with a grin, but my eyes go straight from her face to the little girl in her arms, whose blonde curls are cascading across her forehead and around her ears. She's wearing a light blue dress with a pink bow around the waist. Maddie sees me, and as Poppy walks towards me, reaches out her arms and says one word that makes my eyes bubble up with happy tears. Mama. Chapter 47. Poppy. Sometimes I look back on a year ago and wonder how on earth I could be the same person as back then. The answer is, I'm not. I'm not the same person, and not only by name. Layla Summers. That's who I am to everyone around me, except for Mum, Blair, and Charles. I'm the woman who stole my twin sister's baby because I was worried about her safety. That's how the media have portrayed me and Poppy. The concerned sister and the bad mother. The hero and the villain. Charles and his team worked tirelessly, liaising with the police and the media, spinning a story so that I wouldn't receive any jail time for supposedly stealing Maddie out of nursery. I did it to protect her, and Poppy came out the other side as the bad guy. It's what Layla wanted, and because of her sacrifice, I can now play with my daughter and watch her grow into a cheeky toddler before my eyes, rather than from behind bars. After visiting Layla in prison, Mum, Maddie, and I return home. Mum wanted to see her daughter again, and when she wrapped her arms around her, she didn't let go for a solid 5 minutes. There were tears on all accounts, but through it all, there was laughter and joy and love. Who would have thought I'd be where I am today? I had to get a new job as Layla, and considering she technically didn't have a lot of experience or any qualifications whatsoever, it was difficult to secure something substantial. But I was able to get a part-time checkout job, similar to Mum's job at Greg's, but I found myself working at Savers, of all places. I work 25 hours a week, and Mum works 40. Between us, we earn a comfortable salary, enough for me to be able to keep my flat near the docks. Obviously, Poppy had to sign over the lease to Layla, so that it was all above board, and Layla is now Maddie's official guardian until Poppy gets out of prison. I was disappointed to hear that Layla has no intention of fighting for an early release. Her sentence was life for the murder of our dad and the framing of our mother, but there was no other way around it. I understand where she's coming from. Too much attention would be detrimental to everything we've done to make this crazy plan of hers work. So for now, we have to accept the lives we're living. If Poppy ever does get out, her career and reputation will be in ruins. But I don't care. That was the old me, the me who truly was a bad mother. But the me I am now is the mother Maddie has always deserved. I have time to play with her, to take her to those disgusting soft play centers and those annoying sing-along groups at the local library. It's a chance for me to start again. Not a lot of people can say that about their lives, but living as Layla now is enabling me to leave the person I was in the past. She's behind bars. I still don't regret killing my dad. He deserved it, and it was only a matter of time before he went too far and killed my mom. And if I'd been forced to live with him alone, then I don't know how my life would have turned out. Mom has to rush off to work, so she says a quick goodbye to Maddie, then bolts out the door. Despite being free, she still has to check in with her probation officer bailiff and ensure she sticks to her curfews and meetings. Living with her is so surreal. She does plan to move out when she has enough money, as she doesn't want to crowd me, but honestly, I welcome it. Having my mom under the same roof again is something I never thought would happen. Maddie is due her nap, and she's a little grouchy after the trip to the prison, so I feed and change her, then place her in her cot, which is still set up in my bedroom. Sooner or later, this flat is going to become too small for the three of us, so I've already started looking for something bigger and more suitable. Maddie falls asleep almost instantly. She and I are getting on much better now. She doesn't scream and cry when I hold her. Gemma may have been a bitch who was after money and didn't actually like kids, but she did teach me one fundamental thing about being a good mom: being present. Being there for your children is more important than material things. Sure, I used to buy Maddie everything she could ever want. She was a baby, she had no idea what she wanted, but she needed me to be around, and I wasn't. But now I am, and both she and I have changed for the better. I can't help but think back to what Tiffany told me right at the start about how important the early years are. It may have taken me some time, but I finally understand what she meant. I heard that Tiffany got the promotion I was after and is doing well within the company. I couldn't be happier for her. I even heard that Simon and a couple of other men in the company were reprimanded by HR for sexual misconduct in the workplace. I have a feeling Tiffany was responsible for that as well. A part of me wishes I could thank her in some way. Maybe I'll send her an anonymous bouquet of flowers. One day, I hope Layla will be released from prison. I'll never stop fighting for her freedom. She deserves it after what she's sacrificed for me. I know I don't deserve it, but all I can do is learn and grow and grab my second chance with both hands, never letting go. I don't know what the future holds for Poppy Banks when she gets out of prison, but right now, in this moment, she's with her daughter and she's living her best life, and that's all that matters. The end.